Yo, you want me to leader?
I mean, you do have two of the best strikers in New England on the screen.
Yo, y'all want me to follow leader?
This is New Hampshire Track and Field, powered by Marathon Sports. We're here at the 2025 Sanborn Regional Invitational. We have the girls, I believe, the 3,200 on the track. Also wanted to mention that we are sponsored by Alternative Sales, restaurant equipment and design. They have one of the largest selection of certified new, pre-owned, and reconditioned restaurant and food service equipment on display under one roof in all of New England. So thank you to them for our sponsors. But right now we already have the, again, girls 3,200 meter race already up. So with me on the mic, Tyler Sheedy.
This is going to be an excellent race. We have Maddie Lane, who was 5th place in New England's in cross country, and Haley Kavanaugh, who year in, year out has been one of the strongest distance runners in New England. This is going to be a phenomenal battle. We haven't seen Lane since cross country season, as Hopkinton does not have an indoor track team. But this is going to be really fun to watch. So she's taking it out strong. Kavanaugh is about 5 meters behind her. And
yes.
go ahead.
Just gonna mention the rest of the field. So Kavanaugh comes in with a #1 time, 10:56.17. Maddie Lane right behind her, 11:10. Lane, of course, being at the front ahead of Kavanaugh right now. Also have a pretty good field behind them with Brianna Paterno of Exeter, 11:35 flat, coming in. Ellie England of Plymouth Regional, 11:48.42, and then in 5th is Tilly from Guilford, 11:50 flat. So again, those are your top 5 there. You also have McKenna from Newmarket there. Trying to see if there's any other names that kind of stand out here, but I'm going to go down the rest of the list. We have Emerson of Hopkinton, Smith of John Stark, McKenna of Newmarket, Unger of Raymond, Hoole of Oyster River, Goldberg of Oyster River, Boyer of Plymouth, Davis of Kingswood, Roche of Exeter, Valley of Kearsarge, Enos of Plymouth, Griffith of Conant, and Leclerc of Laconia. That is your field right now. I don't think we might have a few missing runners, but that is what we have on our
about 20
sheet.
or so, however many are in there. It looks pretty filled, this race.
Yep. So again, pretty good way to start out the meet. Again, you don't necessarily see a meet start out with a 3,200. So
No.
again, Sanborn Invite, very unique schedule-wise.
The only one I can think of that also does that is the Black Bear Invitational.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yep. But yeah, so these two are well out in front right now. So Lane went through in about 76 for her first lap, which is just ridiculous. Which is, it'd be more of a mile pace to go out at if you're going out in 76. But she's looking strong right now. And so she's going to come through. Looks like the time is just about 4 minutes. That's about 10:40 pace for 2 miles. Whew. Kavanaugh about 4:03 maybe.
Okay. Yeah, again, also worth mentioning, Lane is a sophomore.
Yeah.
Just a sophomore. She has a couple of years ahead of her, and she's had a great season from cross country through indoor, and now coming out to outdoor, doing great.
And we know that she is not unfamiliar to leading races. She's from D3, had to kind of take all of her races from the front in cross country, and she's just doing what she does best and going out front. And she grabbed a lead straight away, and it hasn't really changed that much. I mean, Kavanaugh obviously is going to be a bit dangerous towards the end of the race. If I was Haley Kavanaugh, I might try to bridge that gap while you're in these middle laps so that if it does come down to a strong finish, you don't have to make up all of that distance in the last lap, even though you do probably have a stronger kick. We're going to see the mile split coming up here. It's already, we're flying through this race right now. 5:05 on the clock. We're probably going to be a little bit above 5:20 for the mile.
So as this race goes on, wanted to mention that New Hampshire Track and Field is an affiliate of Lever.
Yeah.
We get support from them. So anytime that you use our code NHXCTF on their website, you will receive 15% off of your purchase. Use our code, helps us out as well. But we are officially an affiliate of Lever, so we'll talk more about them in a moment. But wanted to shout them out for that. So again, if you want to help support us, use code NHXCTF on Lever's website to receive 15% off there.
Yeah. And while we're in a distance race, lever is something that's very useful for distance runners. If you have an injury and you're trying to come back, it's basically a version of an Alter G, but you can set up on your own treadmill, and it kind of is useful for taking the weight off of your stride, so that when you are injured, or if you just want to have a bit of less impact while you're running, you can set that up and have that easier impact for your runs, which is really convenient. I myself, I've used an Alter G before, and they're really, really expensive, but having something that is easier to use and set up for yourself is really exciting. So Lever is a great partnership. So yeah, thanks for them for sponsoring us.
Yeah, that's great. Again, every purchase of a Lever Pro system helps us out. Again, using the code NHXCTF over at Lever to receive 15% off. So again, use that code. We'll announce that here and there, but we want to shout them out once again.
And now we got a really good race going now, because Haley Kavanaugh has made up the gap basically in about 200 meters. She maybe, I don't know if it was Lane slowed down a little bit or she decided to kind of make a move there, but almost instantly she caught up and is now right on the shoulder of Lane. So we'll see what happens from here. Seems like she didn't want to make the pass. And really, this is going to be a big meet, because I feel like oftentimes early meets are really good for making a statement. You never know. Like, it's been a few weeks since indoor, especially for Lane. It's been a few months since cross country. I believe she did run a 5K at one point indoors, but I forget what she ran. It was pretty quick.
Yeah, I also know she competed at the national championships for indoors.
Yeah.
Also.
Okay. Yeah.
So she hasn't had a lot of time to rest, but.
No, but yeah, she's been competing, but against directly competing against the best runners in New Hampshire has been a bit of a wait. But we're getting it today. We're going to have 2 laps to go, and Kavanaugh is still on her shoulder, content to let her do the work, which is the strategy you want to employ, especially early on in the season. I feel like for these top runners, there's no need for them to worry about making it to states. They're going to be in there no matter what. What their biggest worry about right now is building momentum and kind of getting that early season competition. So I think, the time, it can be fast, but it doesn't matter that much for this first meet. Yep. But for these guys, getting that racing in is going to be really helpful for later on this season.
Yeah, and that's what's unique about this meet specifically. The aim is to have a high-quality track meet.
Yep.
So early in the season, just to get good times in, and it's also non-scoring.
Yep.
That's the whole point of it. It's supposed to be unique
so
to it.
You kind of have the best athletes competing against each other in the best events, and not worrying about trying to do a quadruple for their teams if they feel so inclined. So we're going to have 600 meters to go here. We're just underneath 9 minutes. If I had to guess on the time, it's going to be hopefully under 11. I think we should see a kick here. We'll see when Kavanaugh tries to make her move. She's going to try to make a move. We'll see if Lane can respond.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight battle. Kavanaugh coming up on the shoulder of Lane. Coming down the front straight.
She's still going to sit. I think she's going to wait for a while to make her move.
That's incredible. So they just lapped McKenna, who is, is a fantastic runner of her own.
Yeah.
But the fact that they have just lapped a phenomenal distance runner in McKenna is just a feat
these
of
are
his
two of the
own.
best runners in New England. Oh, Kavanaugh's getting a bit closer now on the shoulder. She's still waiting. She's being very patient here. That really shows a lot of confidence. We'll see how definitive the move can be when she makes it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. McKenna.
There we go.
Excuse me. Kavanaugh is definitely. She's got mid-distance wheels.
We'll see if Lane can respond.
Yeah, Lane has a really good, solid kick too. But again, I think Kavanaugh is kind of. Yeah, got that mid-distance kind of.
Definitely would not be surprised if Kavanaugh won.
Yeah. No, this mid-distance kick always comes in around 200 meters. You are always going to see it. Yep, she's tearing it up. Lane, I think she kind of waited to kind of respond too late.
Well, and honestly, there was nothing really that Lane could have done. She went to the front and made a good job in leading it, making it fast. Kavanaugh, I think the biggest thing for her that helped her win this race was she made a move to connect about 4 laps to go. And that's really what's helpful, and allowed her to kind of ride on Lane's shoulder and pull away for the win. 10:45, 10:40. This is a great
10:46
time. That's
unofficially.
Awesome. Wow.
Lane coming in just over 10:50, about 10:53, 10:52 high.
That is terrific.
Fantastic times for them both. Wow, heck of a race to start.
Yeah. That is
Again,
impressive.
as she said, two of the best runners in New England. You're not going to see that every day.
Nope.
At the start of a season. You're really not.
.10:45 has to be up there for competing with some of the best times we've seen in New Hampshire in recent memory. Let's see. I'm going to take a quick look into the archives to see what we can find.
So I believe, yeah, so Kavanaugh held the meet record since last year, and she has just broken that, obviously, 10:45.
Brianna Paterna finishing up. She ran about 11:40.
Yep.
So, you know, she wasn't close to the winners, but she ran a great race herself.
Yeah, again, these are great runners in New Hampshire.
Yeah,
but again,
exactly.
you are seeing one of the top in New England. They're gonna really push this field. So
Tilly of Guilford breaking 12.
Kavanaugh officially 10:46.86. Lane 10:52.88. Those are your first 1 and 2. Also gonna mention this later on in the stream. We're gonna have head coach of Sanborn Regional, Scott Maxwell, coming up to the booth with us. He's going to come on. We'll get to quickly interview him about this meet and its uniqueness and how it came together and whatnot. So we're going to see how
Kind of hear
How much
all
work.
the info.
Yep. How much work was put into this, as well as get to kind of hear some insights about the combined Division II and Division III meet coming up in May that will be hosted here. So again, stay tuned for that later on in the meet. So again, we are finishing up with the girls 3200.
Definitely a pretty big field.
So the rest of the meet as follows is schedule. Got the boys 3200 coming right after, then the 110 and 100 meter hurdles, followed by 100 meter dashes, then the 1600 meters, then the hurdle finals, dash finals, then we have the 1600 meters seated, followed by the 4x100 meter relays, then the 400s, 300 meter hurdles, 800s, 200s, 4x8 and 4x4, and then I believe there's a special event at the end where it is anything but a baton relay.
That's pretty fun.
Again, that's not on here, so
Yeah, I don't think it'll be on the official results.
yeah, I
That's pretty
wouldn't think so. But yeah, I believe on the website it says that they will be having a anything but baton relay, so
Very exciting.
we'll get to show that off.
Some good finishes here.
So results: Paterna 11:40.29, Tilly 11:57.79, England. Oh, we're gonna scroll up a little bit. Smith 13:88, Roche 13:10.50, Davis 13:27.32, Boyer 13:39.72, Leclerc 13:46.68, Goldberg 13:49.70, Valley 13:57.04. Going back up, England 12:03.49, Emerson 12:05.75. Gonna keep scrolling through some of these here. Unger 12:34.92, Hool 12:44.05.
So we have our very own Lars Hogney getting an interview with Haley Kavanaugh right now. If you're interested in checking those out, those will be on our Instagram pretty soon. So we're looking forward to the boys' race. This is coming up next. We have one more girl on the track. So in the boys' race, we'll have Ollie Lehman, Logan Poteet, Brendan Bonifato, Garrett Sellers, Quinn Froberg, Benjamin Jobin, Derek Samaro, Riker Anderson, Sean Vizina, Max Goupel, Simon Lamb, Abraham Hankins, Michael Muller, Jacob Pinard, and Tyler Meringue. We're actually going to have two heats of the boys 3200s. That's going to be a lot of running, but I'm down for it. I'm a 32 guy myself, so I'm not opposed to the 2 heats of
Well, of
32.
course you wouldn't be.
I'm sure if it was at the end of the meet, I might be more opposed to it. But early on, I think we're doing fine.
Yeah, start at the meet. I don't see why not.
You know what? I haven't been to a high school track meet in about a month or so I can handle it.
So am I right in saying that D2 and D3 is a combined championship?
Sure is.
For states?
Yep.
So
So wait, it's going to be one.
Yeah, that's what I had just mentioned. Yeah, so we're gonna.
So
it's going to be
thought it
an
was gonna
awesome battle between
I
those
thought
top two
it
again.
would just be like the same day, but it's going to be.
I think it's
It will be
combined.
combined. So basically, it's
What's
gonna
the point?
be.
What's the point of D2 and D3 then? Like what?
I don't know. That's what we're gonna talk to
All right.
Coach Scott Maxwell about. We're gonna get some insight about it. See how they're gonna run it. This will be the first time we do it. Again, it'll be like the indoor championship.
Yeah, it'll be cool.
I mean,
And-
you basically have D3 and D2 teams combined into D2 indoor.
Right.
So it's gonna be no difference, just on an outdoor track.
Well, and you're going to get really cool matchups again, like Maddie Lane and Kavanaugh.
Okay, that is one thing I'm definitely down for.
Yeah,
I will agree
think
with that.
I think that might be the like incentive is that like you have a lot of like really great D3 runners that can just
I guess that
really move up
that
into
might
D2.
end up that might put an end to the maybe someone's chance for ever getting a triple crown again.
That's true,
Yeah.
yeah. Imagine if we had seen Gandini and Aiden run against each other. at state
Man,
every
that would
year.
be so
That would've
cool.
been
Awesome.
that would have been interesting.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's going to make the fields deeper, and that's going to make it a little tougher to get in, right? Would it be 12?
oh, 100%. Yeah.
Is it 12 from
16?
I
16.
would imagine the qualifying placements would be smaller. I'd
That's
imagine.
tougher.
But again, we'll get clarification on that from Coach Scott Maxwell.
It is fair though. I think that usually it's everyone knows that it's usually easier to get into D3 states than it is to get into D1 states.
Right.
Right.
Just because of the the volume of the schools.
Right.
So I think that would make it actually more evenly matched between the two divisions, where
Yep.
you're not getting an advantage being in a certain division.
Yeah. So again, on the track, boys 3200, Heat 1. Tyler already
Yep.
announced those names, so keep it there. But top time in this heat is Lemon, 9:45.90.
I like the so Brendan, who's a third athlete in the line, has a retro Oyster River jersey on.
I think he's got yellow glasses and a headband on, too.
Yeah, he was actually the 5th place finisher, I believe, at the Garrison Hill Invitational.
Ran by yours truly.
Yes, I
Tyler Treaty.
All right, we're off. Boys 3200, Heat 1.
Boys 3,200 meters. Seated section is underway. So we make sure the track is clear all the way around.
And this one should spread out pretty well. We got rain from all the way from 9:45 to about 12 minutes.
It's already spread it out.
Yeah.
There is not a pack anymore.
Nope.
Well, you definitely don't want to have a pack if you're trying to run an early season fast time. Our top two are only 5 seconds separated, so it should be a pretty interesting race.
Yeah. I also forgot to mention that they're only allowed to be entered into 2 individual events and 2 relays. Also, nobody can double in the 32 and the 1600.
What?
Yep.
At states or here?
Here.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely not states.
Not states.
32-16.
Just here. Again, this
you know,
is
actually, I like that. I like that.
uniquely, again, trying to get the best times possible this early in the meet, or in the season.
Yep.
So, again, I think that limitation kind of helps out.
Ooh, this is a hot
Try
pace
limit.
early on. 108 coming through, so that's going to be on pace for a 904. Love to see that being held.
Yeah, again, top time 9:45, so that's well under that. Meet record here 9:32, set back in 2022 by Harriman of Lebanon.
He's a pretty good runner.
He's been going.
He's
been running
recently
really
ran a
great races.
28:18 10K, which,
Oh, all right.
if you're wondering, is the math on that's got to be
13:39 or sorry, 14:09, right?
that might be actually 9-minute pace for 2 miles 3 times in a row. So yeah, he's gotten a lot better since high school, and was very good in high school.
Layman's looking really good, feeling
Yeah,
confident early on. He's
He
got about.
he had a great last track season.
Yeah, he did.
I remember one of the most fun races to watch was that 3200 at D2 States last
Yep.
year, whereas like every single person had doubled, and all the guys who kind of were the younger guys who were only doing a 32 really kind of were able to have their moment in the spotlight, and he was one of the guys that really shined in that race. So he's going to be about 2:20 at the half, 2:21. So that's more on the sort of pace we might expect, a little bit over 9:20 pace so far, and usually you would see a bit of a positive split in a 2-mile. So we'll see how he holds that pace. The rest of the pack is pretty close, but really no one's together. Those first 4 are all separated by a little bit, which you typically wouldn't see in a 32. Usually you have, if you're going to have a guy who's 2 meters ahead, you might as well be, 0 meters ahead of you. So, yeah, Lehman's definitely well out in front now.
I think that's Poteet right behind him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I think it may be Froberg in third leading that quote-unquote chase pack.
But yeah, it's really not
so
a pack at all.
I know it's
really
kind
just
of
everybody for themselves.
Yep, everybody's kind of on a small island. I mean, those 4 are kind of grouped up.
They're
within
kind of
distance.
bunching back together now.
Yep. You can always want to see in a distance race like this. You need to work with those around you, unless of course, unless you're Lemon or Poteet right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're Lehman's obviously doing what he needs to do and going out and trying to run fast. Poteet, he's probably smart to not go with Lehman's pace because it is a pretty hot pace, but also, good on him for not just sitting with the pack because he knows he has to go out and get a time. So.
Lehman's came back to earth a little bit. He went 75 on that last lap. I think it was, 68, 72, 75-ish, something like that.
And now we actually have a pack, so that's exciting to see. The wind is coming, so they're going to have a bit of a headwind on the back stretch and then a tailwind on the home stretch. This is where you really want to get focused up. So he's going to have, he's going to be halfway, going to have the mile mark here. So looking probably at about 4:50 if I had to give a mark that he's going to be at. See. Yep, so a little bit over 4:50. So he's right now 4:51, which is basically putting him on pace for his 9:45 seed time. So that works out. Poteet's going to be a little bit over 5 minutes. So we'll see if he tries to bring it down a little bit. But this pack's coming back on him. We got Sellers, who's now broken away from the chase pack, maybe going after Poteet. And then we got Bonifato. We got Froberg. Yeah, this is really a very spread out race. I'm looking to see how that chase pack unfolds and see if they can catch Poteet and how Poteet would be able to use them if they do go by him. Also interesting to note is that of all the races, I would say the 3200 is probably the most affected by the heat. And it is warming up now. It's nice and windy and kind of cool this morning, but we're getting to the point where it's going to be hotter temperatures. So it's nice to kind of get out of the way first.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to reach probably 80, so
it's not fun.
It's not great for distance.
And on a black track like that, it's a little hotter down there.
Yeah. Sprinters, they won't take the hit too much, but
they're
distance,
gonna be fine.
Yeah, the sprinters will be having a time. But
I would say of all the races I've run, probably the hardest race of my life was MEA Champions 3200 here when I was a senior, and it was on this track, and it was really hot that day.
I think it was pretty close to hitting 90s. I think.
Yeah, it was bad.
On the track, I think it was really close to.
That was the day that Sam Reynolds ended my high school running career. All right, so we're now 1,000 meters to go. We're at 6:45 for Lehman. And the chase pack has not made up much ground on Poteet except for Garrett Sellers of Oyster River, who's maybe about 20 meters back. Well, I'll tell you what, Lehman's getting an interview. He's well out in front, so he's going to win this race. Now it's all about the time.
Yeah, I think we might have a race for second. Sellers is closing in.
It's about the same that it was last lap, but you know, we'll see what happens. So 7:22. So Lehman is on pace, if I'm doing the math correct, for a 9:49 right now. 7th lap, I would say, is the hardest lap of the race. Poteet now is at 7:45, 7:46, so he's looking at about 10:28.
Brian, can you take the camera for a second?
We have a couple. We have a scared Ben right now. Okay, well, back to the race. Oliver Lehman is coming up to 100 meters to go until he has the bell lap. So he's staring on the clock. It says 8:25 right now. See what kind of kick he has. A little bit of lap traffic, but it's not in the sense that it's going to be annoying to get around. He's going to be able to chase these guys down. He is at 8:36, 8:37, 8:38, so if we need a 67 to get our seed time. And he looks a lot stronger than he did last lap. He looks like he's trying to open up now. In our race for second, it's really closing up now. Garrett Sellers is riding Logan Petit's back. So that should be a good finish. Up and there's that battle right there. As Lehman's now opening up on the backstretch. Passing by the, I don't know what you would call it, clerk's, well, no, I don't even know what it is, press box.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Petit and Sellers went through in about 9:09 there.
Oh, Sellers
9:10.
looks really good right now.
He's
I think he's going to make the move, yep.
Oh. Petit's going to match it, though. Can he? Nope. Sellers goes right by. The Tourist to River guys.
Now here, yes, so we're going to have a 1-2 of Oyster River, it looks like, as Lehman's coming down the stretch now.
Lehman's trying to get up to that 9:45 seed time. It's going to be tight.
I think he's going to be a little bit over that. Still a great run. Ollie Lehman is going to be, maybe 9:45. That was a
Right
great
on the
last
dot.
lap.
Wow.
67 last lap, awesome.
You say 57?
Now come by 67. My bad.
Oh.
That would be incredible. That'd be a Pierce Singh kind of sort of thing to do. So now, yeah, here we go. It's actually going to be a good finish because Petit is still right there.
He's hung on since Sellers made that move.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be a really good finish. Petit's going. Oh, man.
He's going to get him back.
Hang on. Can Sellers respond? He's not going to be able to. So Petit, hardest thing to do is get past, then make the pass back in the last lap of the race. But he did that. Going to run 10:18. That was a good last 800 for him as well. And then that was Sellers in third. We have Hopkinton. That's Max Goupel, who's going to. Looks like he's going to crush his seed time. He was coming in at 11:02. He's going to run 10:33, 10:34. Awesome race for him. Brendan of Oyster River is going to run, looks like 10:40 or so. Followed by Benjamin of Co Brown and Quinn right behind. The two teammates are going to go 10:45 and about 10:48. Brought a 12 seed, Abraham Hankins, who's coming through now at 10:53. And his seed time was 11:27, so that's a good run for him as well. And Riker Anderson coming through at basically his exact seed time. You see at 11 flat. He runs about 11 flat, maybe 0.5. And then Derek Samaro, who runs about 11:08. He's from Messinic. Another finish here as we have some good sportsmanship from Lehman. Giving high fives to everyone. Love to see that. Definitely very much a nice scene after the finish line at NE32 because you've all been to battles together. And there was Vizina of Kona who just finished up at about 11:40. As we've got Jacob Pinard, who's coming through in he has 12:03 of seed time. He's going to run 11:55 or so, and then that was Michael Muller, ran 12 flat. Yeah, the sun's out now, so the girls may have had a decently good good conditions for their race, but the boys now, second heat, might be in a bit of trouble.
But at least the longest event of the day is over as the heat.
We have one more heat to go.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right. 32. Second heat, 3,200.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we have, I guess I can go through our next heat while we are waiting if we have live results there. There we go.
Second heat. Yep, we have results from the first heat coming up on screen. I think we have one more runner out. I think might be finishing here.
Here we go. Oyster River, I believe. Epping, sorry.
Yeah.
Same colors. So that
The
is,
blues method.
he's got a great name, Tyler. And there we go. So that is our first heat complete, I believe.
So in our second heat, we got Reinhardt of Guilford, Patel of Pelham, Demers of Pelham, Cole of Bow, Kovar of Hopkinton, Griffiths of Messinic, Licata of Derryfield, Bronson of Kingswood, Leclerc of Laconia, and Paleschi of Pembroke.
And we've got pretty close top seed times, 12:30, 12:20, and then 12:30 for our next two guys, and 12:36. So looks like a lot of these times are sort of estimates with the .00. I can't imagine all three of our top guys ran times that are .00, and also being the first meet of the year, it makes sense.
I mean, you'd be surprised.
You never know.
Could have done it.
Maybe one.
Could have happened.
That would be actually being. Imagine if there was a meet where every single person ran .00.
That'd be pretty dope.
Do you think that's ever happened?
Definitely not. There's no way.
There's the chances of that.
Yeah. So yo.
Unless it was hand
One-
time to
one
get
in
a round
100.
up or something. But
Yeah.
So I guess
You just had to round to zeros.
Yeah.
Actually, what am I saying? It's 1 in 100 to the 7th, or to say there's 8 people in a race. 1 in 100 to the 8th power. So that's horrible. That's horrible odds. Yeah, never would.
What's that, Tyler?
Yeah. Get Tyler to do the math for us.
Hey, man, he's a STEM major.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is 1/1 times 10 to the 16th. So I don't even know what number that would be. but
Okay.
It's a lot of zeros.
I think that's all we need to know. All right. Gun is up. Boys taking their time, and we're off.
All right, do we have any picks for this race? Who do we think is
Second
going to
heat.
win? It's
Give
really
me,
it's an open field.
Give me that guy in the red. He's like
There's two guys in the red. One
the
is in
buzz cut red.
buzz cut red.
Yeah.
Buzz cut
Okay.
red.
Let's see what
I
he
don't have
is.
the names in front of me.
That looks
I'm gonna go-
It's I believe that's Leclerc, maybe.
Never mind. This kid up front is flying right now.
I'm gonna, well, that's not necessarily a thing. I'm gonna take Reinhardt. I believe that is Reinhardt up front. I'm gonna take him because his last name is the same first name as Reinhardt Harrison, who runs at University of Oregon right now. Is one of, I believe, 25 or so high school sub-4 milers.
Uh-huh.
So, I believe Reinhardt Harrison has an H in his name, R-H-E-I-N. Here we go. So we are at. It's gonna be a quick first lap.
Yo, he is ripping.
How fast can we get in this first lap? Sub 70?
I mean, he's going for it.
I mean, he's really pumping
Wow,
these
we're
arms
at
already.
108.
He did same opening time that Lehman did.
That is on pace to beat. I guess that would beat Brahanu Harriman's high school PR. So, so we'll see what happens. If I had to guess, I think he's probably going to positive split, but we'll see.
I would imagine.
Look at so he's got a pretty big gap on the field here. We'll check that
Yep,
out.
I think the question is going to be: are they going to come back on him? Because, like, obviously, it's going to hit him at some point. He's a freshman. It's probably his first 3,200 meters. We'll see, how he does. But it's going to be a learning experience for him, I'm sure.
Just took a
coming
look
through at
back.
68. Yeah, so I mean, like, we'll see what happens. But I'm sure, you know, he's gonna have some fun, like, kind of being in the race now. He's out in the lead of this heat. He's gonna have his opportunity to be in the front of a race. That's really fun stuff.
I like the confidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Just get out and fly and see what happens later, you know?
So it's probably gonna be around 2:30 coming through.
So he's going 68, and then about 84-ish.
Yep. So the next coming of Gandini is
Yeah.
through in 2:32 or so. All right, second place. That is Will Acita. So he's kind of got a gap on the next guys, and he's going to see if he can start hunting down Reinhardt.
They have definitely made up some ground, I think.
Yeah, I think this will actually be a really good race. All right, so we're going to be coming up on 3 laps. He actually still has a pretty solid lead. So it feels like basically what happened was he went out obviously very strong and then kind of has put himself now on the pace of everyone else in the race. So he looks focused. Got the headband on. 4:01. That's 5:20 mile pace. But he's done that via, you know, a 4:30 pace. Then the next lap was at 5:20 pace. His next lap was at 6-minute pace. But still doing a 90 on that lap is basically on pace for faster than what his seat time is. So I think as things settle in more as well, he's going to be able to. Oh, he's taking a big look back.
He's been taking looks back for a little while.
And also, like, you know, there's something to be said about if you're in Heat 2, like, you're not racing the guys in your heat, you're racing the guys in the first heat.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, you know, if you're a freshman, and this is maybe your first 3,200 meters, it's kind of fun to try to win a race. So,
Absolutely.
like, I don't blame him, honestly.
So the issue is, though, in the last 300 meters, the second place runner is made up about 25 meters off.
Yeah. So not great news for him, but
He's going to be coming up on the halfway point in just a second here.
yep. All right. So now we're going to be, I think he's going to be running about 5:35 at the mile. So that was about a 95 on that lap, 97 maybe. I heard a fan cheering 1 more to go.
I think he's talking about miles.
Hopefully he meant miles and not laps. I feel like even if he's talking about miles, that's not something I would want to hear.
No, definitely not.
Just 1 more mile to go. Yeah, I'm only 1 mile in.
Not halfway through. You just got 1 more mile.
I will say, this is actually going to be a very exciting race because we got 3 guys who are all bunched up pretty well. I mean, this really feels like the Tour de France right now. Like, this is like you got one guy who's made a giant gap, and you have the peloton behind him, and they're all working together, and they're slowly clawing their way back into it, but there's always a chance if you break away early enough, you could win the race. This is basically what's happening right now. So I'm really excited about this.
Does that happen in the Tour de France?
That's exactly what happens every single day in the Tour de France. Is that basically how? So it's a 21-stage race. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's the winner of the Tour de France is the guy who has the best time overall for all those stages.
Yep.
But every single stage, if you win one individual stage, it's still very prestigious. So guys who are trying to win the overall Tour de France aren't going to try to win every single stage. They're just going to try to finish around the guys who are also trying to like win overall.
Right.
But if you are trying to win just an individual stage and you know you won't win the Tour de France overall, then you can go try to drop everyone
Okay.
and try to win it for yourself.
That's what I'd do.
Yeah, like it really depends on if you're in contention to win it overall or not. So we're at 7:10 or so. So I mean that's honestly consistent for what he ran last lap, right? Yeah.
Yeah, about 90, 95. I think that last one was a 90 there.
So like even though he's running 95, which doesn't sound good.
Oh, sorry, that wasn't 100.
Huh? Oh, okay.
That's okay though.
Like it's still not that far away from his seed time.
What was the seed time coming in?
12:20, which they are like
Okay,
that'd be
yeah.
they'd be coming through like right now if they were going on pace for that. So
So now we got the chase pack and the leader in the same shot again, which
like-
we haven't
yeah.
had since about the first 50 meters of the race.
if you're talking lap splits and you say like 100, do you say 100 or 140? I feel like that's kind of where you can come into saying like 140 instead of 100.
I like that.
Like I guess the 3 digits then. All right, so we'll see how he responds to the pass.
If there's a pass.
Yeah, it's true. I think there will be a pass.
I can't imagine there won't be.
But I mean, I would love to. I think he might have something left in the tank, though. You never know.
Yeah, sometimes you catch a second wind.
Yep.
I mean, maybe he goes out hard and he's been taking it easy since then.
And he only has 2 laps to go. So if he's like really determined, he can be like, hey, I might be dead from that first lap, but I can still fight through. We're at 8:45 now.
Yeah, he's got the rest of the pack coming up on him.
Yeah, they're right on him.
So as this race is closing out, we're going to just quickly give a shout out to Speed Sport Timing. Johnson and Brian Johnson over there. Thanks.
Or is that going to be another... What's the other red school? Is that
Oh.
Dairyfield? Lucida? All right, so now he's on the shoulder. Let's see what happens.
He's holding him. He's looking right at him.
All right, so he's actually...
This could be a pretty awesome finish.
He is actually holding on to that pole position. It doesn't seem to be phased by it. I'd love to see this grit in the last lap. I think he can fight for it. And that is going to be Leclerc of Laconia.
Leclerc should just make the pass right now.
We got
Get him on this
Lucida
bend.
and Kovar. Do you think it's going to be one of Lucida or Kovar? These two guys. Oh, and he's running on the inside of the track. So. This is going to be
Leclerc
phenomenal.
should just get him right on this straightaway.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
He'll be gone.
I like to see one of these guys who are 3rd and 4th try to make a move.
Yeah, they're not.
Oh
they're
man,
definitely not out of
they're
striking range.
trying to open up on this backstretch.
Yeah, they're just both
Here we
fighting.
go.
They're neck and neck.
Looks like Kovar is
This
now
is
trying
an
to move up.
awesome race.
This is awesome.
They're right next to each other. Leclerc, I don't know.
And you know what's great? They're gonna beat 12 minutes. They're gonna crush their seed times.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
here we
came in
go. Here we
12:20.
go.
Oh, they're
Wow.
neck and neck
Fighting
still.
back. After all of that early pacing, Reinhardt still has a kick, but it's gonna be Leclerc who's now moving into the lead with a strong finish.
Yeah, Leclerc came in no seat time.
Wow, he is moving now.
He could have done this from 400, and he would have been all right. Great
There we
finish.
go.
Xander
See what the official
Leclerc.
time is.
11:30. Wow. Hey, William Reinhardt, hats off to you. You know what? Fought back hard, crushed his seed time. Good finish for Finnegan Kovar. He's 11:43. Then Will Lucida from Dairyfield. He's going to run about 11:50. Next up, Donovan Griffiths.
Yeah, official times here. Leclerc 11:30.20. Reinhardt 11:37.27. Kovar 11:42.51. Licata 11:51.85. Griffiths 11:54.64. Wow, a lot of times well under 12. So again, numbers 1 seed for this heat, 12:20.
That was awesome. That was a great heat.
And now we're finally closing in on the longest race of the day.
So what was more entertaining, Ben? Do you think it was this race or Maddie Lane and Haley Kavanaugh?
Yeah. I think I don't know, man. I kind of liked seeing what was it, Reinhardt?
Yeah.
I kind of liked seeing him just get out to 68 and then
it
drop
was a
it
very
down using hundreds.
Yuki Kawauchi. You know who that is?
No.
Okay, this is actually good timing for this. He won the Boston Marathon, and the commentators had no idea who he was.
Was he the one who won the rain?
Yeah,
he's like the people's runner.
Yeah, so he actually has the world record for the most sub-20 marathons. He went out in about 4:15 for the mile, dropped the entire field, and they're like, someone's going to hand a piano to this guy at mile 20. And then, which was a fair thing to say at the time. And then he came back to the pack, and he kept making these surges throughout the race. And then he got dropped by Joffrey Karui. But then Karui in the rain started dying off towards the end, and Kawauchi out of nowhere came and passed him like mile 25.
Yeah.
And was able to win. And Kawauchi didn't even know he won the race until he crossed the finish line.
I think I saw a YouTube video about that because you couldn't see anything that day.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
I was at that race.
When was this? Like
2018.
Okay.
It was horrible. Yeah, if anybody is watching this, the Boston Marathon's on Monday. I highly recommend if you happen to be able to take off work or leave school for that day, go down to Newton, somewhere in there. Go watch the race. It is the coolest event in New England to see all the marathoners. Other than this meet and other various NHGF meets.
I think we have one more runner out, or do we have
Potentially. No, looks like no, they're putting the hurdles up. No, maybe not. I don't know. Well, while we're here, you might as well give another shout out to Alternative Sales Restaurant Equipment and Design. They are one of the largest selection of certified new, pre-owned, and reconditioned restaurant and food service equipment on display under one roof in all of New England. So, pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, thanks again for Alternative Sales for sponsoring today's Meet Hub. As we are getting underway, ready for the 110 hurdle prelims. Boys, take a look at our 3 heats. First heat, we have Clark of Newport, Wandle of Somersworth, Gullidge of Lebanon, Airy of Portsmouth Christian, Boston of Spalding, and Clifton of Pelham.
Oh, Colby Creer's in this?
Yep,
Nice.
Creer is here, yep.
Let's go.
Yeah, so Creer definitely is going to be one to watch out for in Heat 3. Heat 2, Grzybowski. It's going to be another from Co Brown. Look out for you. He's a top finisher within the state, I believe. In indoor.
So yeah, it seems that everyone is finished in 32 because the hurdles are in lane 1. That'd be pretty hard to get through if you're racing the last lap of 32. We don't do the steeplechase here.
Should be more steeple races at the high school level.
That'd be fun. So they do 2K steeplechases at, I know Laux Games has that.
Yeah, I saw Kip Yago did that back in the day.
Yeah.
There's a steeple at Clipper Relays, isn't there? There's some sort of steeple.
So
Steeple but no water.
It's a steeple relay. It's also
Yeah.
It's also not. It's a steeple relay, so it's not really like you're getting a steeple time for yourself. And you're
Right.
doing the longest one, I believe, is 1200. It's 1200, 800, 400, 400 in that.
Yep.
So yeah, Lars Hogney always likes to remind me of how he won the Clipper Relay steeple hurdles race. You said, what did you run, Lars, in the 2:15 for the 8 over hurdles?
Over hurdles? That's
Impressive.
pretty good. That's pretty impressive.
So Lars ended up going 1-1 that day for winning race. He was 1 for 2 on races that day.
Which race was that in?
got do we have anybody in blocks yet? See down there, Ben?
Yeah, we had a camera on that.
Yeah, I bet. Zoom in on that.
I'll zoom in.
Hard to see that from down
Yeah,
there.
I'll see
we
this.
can't see anything from where
Yeah,
we're
I'll zoom in this much. How about that?
Got anything? All right.
There you go. Good job.
There's our crew.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
A+ camera work.
You know,
If only we had another extension cord, we could have gotten a starting line camera.
Could have.
One extension.
Hopefully you
cord
don't got any more bees on you.
Man, if I do, I'm sorry to whoever's racing. I'm not getting stung for you. I'm running away.
You hear that?
The camera's gonna say right.
Your race is not worth
So-
Ben getting stung over, apparently.
Absolutely not.
I've had, I believe, 20 bee stings in my life.
I've had about that too.
One for Ryan.
Just
Wow.
one. It's only one time.
There have been a few times where the swarms have come after me. I'll step on like an underground hive. That's happened to me like 3 times.
Must like you.
And just,
Yeah, I had, when I was 4 years old, I was stung by 4 bees at once. And that was one of the worst days of my life, I think.
One for each year, huh?
Yeah. 'Cause- well, and the weird thing is, so for the last like 6 years, I've been stung by exactly 1 bee per year, per summer. No more, no less, for every single year.
I'm on a good streak of no stings.
Good for you.
So I'm
Did you
gonna-
not
I'm
get stung
gonna-
just now?
I felt like I did. I felt a nice little right here.
Okay.
I don't know. I felt a little.
Do we have any baking soda here?
But it might have just been placebo. 'Cause I'm like, Ryan, take the camera. So he took it on like the last lap of the guy's 32. Yeah, so if the camera just stays where it is, then you know exactly why.
Then if everybody goes quiet, the camera stays where it is. We've got a bee fiasco
If
on
you
our
hear
hands.
screaming on the live stream, then you know what happened.
All right. I think we're getting a hurdle replaced on the outside.
Come on, man. Lars.
So we got a slight delay with the hurdles again. Just a quick replacement on the outside lanes there. It's again 3 heats for the boys: Clark, Wandle, Gullidge, Erie, Boston, and Clifton.
Who would win a 110 hurdles race between us?
Us?
Gosh,
Yeah.
I have no idea. I've only done hurdles
Probably
once.
Lars. Honestly,
Yeah.
like probably Lars.
Davio was my hurdle coach.
Oh
for
yeah,
about-
Lars does
Yeah,
steam
you were
lift,
for
doesn't he?
about
Oh, yeah,
2
he used to.
days.
Yeah, so
yes,
I
you were.
probably-
2
probably
days. Ask Coach Fisher. They wanted me to run the 300 hurdles originally, and he said you should talk to Davio. So I was talking to Davio. He wasn't giving me much.
As you would.
Wasn't giving me much. That was my first introduction to him. Scary guy. Wouldn't recommend talking.
So once again, in this first we have Clark, Wandle, Gullidge, Erie, Boston, and Clifton. Yeah, so far it looks like the leader early on is that Gullidge.
Think so, yeah.
Yep. So he's about 15 seconds, 16.
Yeah, so pretty spread out in this first heat.
Yeah, but he's gonna probably run about his seed time.
Cutting the grass. Would you rather, do you prefer the visual of cutting grass or smell? Smell. It's mildly. No, I didn't think it would be. It's fine.
All right, next heat up, we're gonna have Jeski of Merrimack Valley, Weatherington of Lebanon, Grisbowski of Cobrown, Munguia of Epping, Miller of Bow, Akerstrom of Guilford.
I think I could have came in second. Run 7 times. 5
Here we go.
I've run 7 times. 5 months.
Yeah, Grisbowski is
Yep, so he was coming in 16.12.
he is
He's
well
definitely
in front.
going to be well in the lead here.
Well under that too, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
The
Around
15s.
15 low.
See what the official is.
So waiting for the official time as we have the replay.
Wow,
There we go,
15.47. Nice.
15.47. 19.39.
It is worth noting there's definitely a tailwind.
Yeah.
Not taking anything away from that, it's probably there's definitely going to be a PR even if you were taking into account the wind. So
Yeah.
it's a good run.
No, I think everything will be good. That's keeps up even more in my ear. 1939 Miller, 2030 Jeski, 2047 Weatherington, 2073 and Ackerstrom, 2250. Sorry. And now moving on to E3, we've got Furnace of John Stark in 1, Kramer of Raymond in 2, Hawkins of Pembroke in 3, Career of Pelham in 4, Dunn of Pure Sergeant 5, Martin of Hopkinton in 6, and Wynn of Summersworth in 7.
Wonder who's leading right now.
I wonder.
He is
I mean,
flying.
Wow. Career's going to run, looks like 14 minutes.
yeah, that's no doubt he was going to run that.
The only doubt would be if he ran 13 sometimes.
Yeah. So we go a replay there as we look at results here. Creer 1453, Dunn 1811, Hawkins 1878, Martin 1996, Wynn 2126, Furnace 2163. And waiting for one last result here. And actually, that was it. So that is going to conclude the prelims. We'll move along to the girls 100 meter trials. So we got, whoa, a lot of heats here. 6 heats. Woo. A lot of hurdlers for the girls. Bolden of Newmarket in 1, Annis of Goffstown in 2, Norris of Exeter in 3, Karen Herrick of Lebanon in 4, Rogers of Oyster River in 5, Lee Johnson of Hopkinton in 6, Hinson of Sanborn Regional in 7, and Grace Junt of Kearsarge in 8. Top time is Herrick 1774 and Rogers 1778.
I feel like if you see there are 2 heats, the boys 2 mile, it's gonna there's gonna be a lot of heats in the other events.
Yeah. Well, again, with the boys, you only had 3 heats. Girls, you double that.
You know, it'd be fun to have in this meet is if we had like a creek cam, like there's a live feed of people trying to hop over the creek here, little swamp area. Just the access to the fence along the track.
So it looks like they are announcing the finalists. So Creer, Grzbowski, Gullidge, Dunn, Hawkins, Wandel, Munguia, and Martin all qualify for the finals. That will be coming up after the 1600 meters. Again, first heat getting set up in blocks for the girls. We're set and underway. First heat of the girls, 100-meter hurdles.
Looks like it's Rogers. No, maybe not. That would be Karen Herrick, Lebanon.
Yep.
Over Rogers of Oyster River. So the seeding is going to go as expected, but maybe a slightly larger margin of victory than was said in the seed times.
So there we go. That concludes our first heat. Herrick winning at 17:66, Rogers 18:05, Lee Johnson 19:43, Norris 19:49, Ennis 20:35, Junt 22:19, Hinson 24:12.
So if we're looking at based on overall seeding, those top 2 were going to be the 6 and 7 seeds overall. So we'll see if they. Those are probably the times to watch to see for the bubble getting into the top heat. I think my prediction is anything underneath 18 seconds gets into the fast heat. Sorry, gets into the finals.
All right, moving on to Heat 2. Mayu of Campbell, Lamoth of Kearsarge, Demboys of Goffstown, Higgins of Lebanon, Robb of Newmarket, Wing of Pembroke, Neon of Sanborn Regional, and Dewar of Guilford. And again, my apologies if I mispronounce any of these last names. Don't have a
Yeah,
pronunciation
I don't know
sheet.
if you pronounce wing correctly.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Not one bit.
It's a tricky one.
Yeah, it's really difficult.
A bit
Trying
of
my
a tongue
best.
twister.
Here we go, second heat. Looks like it's pretty tight up front.
Yeah, it's actually a really good race. I would say Rab of Newmarket is probably the one in front. Yep. She's kind of pulling away over these last few hurdles.
And right next to the gymnasium doors, we have a group selling walking tacos. So if you're not
So here we go. Second heat is concluded. Robb wins it 17.95. Demboys 19.30. Higgins 19.46. Wing 20.64. I might mess that one up again. Dewar 21.02. Lamoth 21.17. Neon 21.60 and Mayu 22.80.
And if you are curious, there are tacos being sold at this meet.
I'm gonna have to go get some of those.
I
Yeah,
actually,
if you're somehow watching the live stream while you're here,
Yeah.
just wanted to let you guys know.
I did that. Yeah, if you're watching the live stream while you're here and you didn't hear that announcement, then
There are tacos here.
Yeah, Davio's gonna have to take the camera for a minute.
oh, next heat already.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
So we have Greenwood,
that?
Henriksen, Pearson Matos, Pelletier, Horak, Haley, Downs, and Frecker in Heat 3.
That's Pelletier well out in front. She looks pretty strong right now. She's going to be running, wow, about 17 low. That was a great
Yep,
run.
that's the fastest time so far today.
that was awesome. One of the athletes, the first hurdle, they said, I'm not gonna do that. They ran right around it. It was awesome.
Did she finish?
Yeah.
So
Well,
what's going to happen there?
I don't know.
I think it's a DQ.
But
Pretty sure it's a DQ
Yeah, we'll see if they
on
count
that.
That was great though.
But
What a new strategy.
so
was
Pelletier
sick.
17.08, Downs 18.90, Peterson Matos 19.02, Haley 19.68, Henriksen 19.89, and I won't be able to get to the rest. I apologize. If you want to see the rest of those results, go to Speed Sport Timing, as we will move right along to our next heat.
For best viewing experience, pull up, put this meet on a computer and have your phone as the live results screen.
Aha, there we go. And we're off with the next heat. We have Moore, Rodriguez, Bristol, McVicker, Aguiar, Bradley, Perez, and D. Almeida. Maida, I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, that is your...
McVicker is probably the one in front, and she's going to cross also 17 low, it looks like.
Yep, so far top times are there.
Hurdles have got to be so fun. I feel like if I'm just like not taking them seriously, that'd just be such a fun time.
So McVicker 17.39, Bristol 18.13, Aguiar 18.37, Perez 19.88, Rodriguez 20.70, Moore 22.58, and Diomeda 25.71.
Yeah, Ben, if you weren't such a serious athlete, you might do the
You know
hurdles.
me, man.
Yeah. Your sponsors won't let you.
Nah, man. I mean, just risk of injury, you know.
All right, Heat 5. We have Westfall, McLeod, Edgerly, Millie, Brown, Postage, Del Ferrari, and Mosher.
Way to get it in before they start.
Yeah, they're moving right along, so kind of have to.
So Millie's got excellent seed time. And
Yeah,
obviously she's showing that right now.
15.73. Woo.
So as the heats go on, we are basically going with the kind of just a snake order for the seeds.
Yep.
We go fastest seeds are at the end.
Yep. So Millie 16.32. Wow. Brown, 1868. Postage, 1947. Edgerly, 2001. McLeod, 2027. Del Ferrari, 2061. Westfall, 2338. When I say those, I feel like I'm saying future years.
Yeah.
2027 is in 2 years.
So the top two, so the next heat.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Yep. Heat 6, last heat. So we got Woodward, Jorgensen, Montgomery, Lovely, Fateau, Cody, Southworth, and Degnault.
So yeah, these top two of Millie and Lovely are very far, and they're over a second ahead of everyone else in the meet. So
Yeah, and I think they would have probably seeded pretty well within the boys today.
well, the boys is
With their seed
110.
times. Well, that's true.
There you go. So she's about 15 seconds, so she probably will have the fastest seed time going into the final. I believe Annika Scott, she would seed well with the boys.
Yes, she's the
awesome.
only. Yeah, was dominant through the indoor season. Can't wait to see what she can do in this outdoor season.
Princeton commit.
Nice.
Ah.
Good for her.
Yeah, so Lovely wins it 15-26, Montgomery 18-16, Fateau 18-62, Degnault 1970, Southworth 1978, Cody 2060, Jorgensen 2077, and Woodward 2109.
While we're here, they're taking their hurdles off. So right now I'm a junior in college. Last time I was a junior during the spring, I was very hurt. Okay, and I came back to running via an Alter G. You know what's a great alternative to an Alter G?
I can guess.
Lever,
Yeah,
which is
there we
one of
go.
our sponsors. And actually, we have a code for you guys. If you go to their website and type in code NHXCTF, you can get 15% off. And also, it helps out our website whenever you buy from them. So it's really just a great scenario all around.
It just an Alter G or a lever kind of takes that weight off of you when you're running. You know, you can set how much weight. I've been running on it a few days this week. I usually take 20-25 pounds off. It makes it a little bit less impact on my legs, and coming back from an injury, or even if you just want to not get hurt for an easy run, it's really great.
And I spend all my runs on pavement. I always say, if only there was a better way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, now there is with lever.
Yep. And again, it's specifically for every purchase of a Lever Pro system. Some of the proceeds will come to us and support us. So if you want to support us as well as purchase from Lever, again, go to their website and type in code NHXCTF for 15% off of your order, as well as helping us as we're an official affiliate.
You keep saying that.
I know.
You had it.
Affiliate of Lever. So
A fellow officiate.
Yeah.
I could just say oh my gosh, I can't say it. Never mind. I'm gonna give up on it.
You
for
let Tyler say that from now on.
now. Yeah.
Official affiliate.
There we go.
Yeah.
See, Tyler's got that on hands. So
Yeah.
now we move on to the boys 100 meters. I don't know how to say this one. Goldenoff of Newmarket, Meter of Co-Brown, Gardner of Manchester West, Thompson of Epping, Kaffmeyer of Kingswood, Eastman of Lebanon, Laflamme of Derryfield, and Sala of Hopkinton. All in this first heat. I don't know how many heats we have. We've got quite a bit.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Oh, my.
Oh, quite a bit. 15. We've got 15 heats of the
15
boys 100.
heats?
Yep, 15 heats.
All right.
And we are off with the first. Here we go. Looks like it's a tight race, but it's gonna be.
And I think he had a rough start as well. Seemed like he kind of came off to the side a little bit and stumbled out of the blocks.
Is that Thompson of Epping who won
I
that?
believe so.
Think so.
Ran well.
So yeah, so Thompson 11:55.
Wow, that's a good
Jeff
run for
Mayer
him.
11:80.
I will say, I
Flame
think
12:47. Eastman 12:50. Sorry, Meter
Yep.
12:62. Go ahead.
a tailwind's going to help you a lot more in 100 meters than it would in a hurdles. Because if you do have a tailwind, it could impact your step count between the hurdles. For the 100, you can just fly if you have a tailwind.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Do we know if there's that little like 15, 20-minute break in the middle of this meet like there usually
I
is?
believe there is, yes.
That would be a great time to get
That's
some
when I'm going to get
tacos.
my walking
Yeah.
taco.
Yep.
We also, I can also film for you whenever you need. I'm really doing nothing more than you are, so.
So Heat 2, we have Martin of Messinic, Ashy of Lebanon, Marrero of Laconia, Scully of Kingswood, Vandemore of Plymouth, Jordan of Newport, Reinholz of Guilford, and Liam Bruneau of Epping.
Actually, I misspoke. I'm doing a lot of work right now.
So much work.
You should see what I'm doing, Tyler. I'm grabbing the camera a few times every
Wow.
second.
All right, this is a really good heat right here. It looks like Scully of Kingswood's going to be the one in front. It's kind of a very nice display coming down with the red, blue, and green towards the finish.
Yep. So Scully 11:58, Vandemore 11:83, Marrero 11:84, Ashy 12:68, Reinholz 13:54, Liam Bruneau 13:88. As we move right along to our next heat, it's like we're about to get ready to get into our blocks for our third heat. Bowen of Raymond, Reese of Somersworth, Kinsey Turner of John Stark, Joyner of Lebanon, Herda of Exeter, Daniel of Sanborn, Queen of Spalding, and Caesar of Derryfield.
Not Caesar Flynn.
No. No. Unfortunately not. We only have, I think, 2 Division I teams here today.
Of note, Sam Kinsey Turner is one of the best high jumpers in the state.
Yes. And we're off. Third heat.
So
It looks to
Joyner?
be Joyner, yep, taking the lead. Joyner wins at 11:41, Herda 11:66, Kinsey Turner 11:94, Daniel 12:10, Caesar 12:66. As a little bit tight here, Queen 13:40, Bowen 13:47, and Reese 12:70, then Queen, then Bowen. On to Heat 4, we have Defoe of Hopkinton, Marsh of Plymouth Regional, Christopoulos of Laconia, Taylor of Guilford, Robles of Pelham, Tersolo of Sanborn, Bozek of Newmarket, and Irving of Epping.
Do we have a wind reading on this?
No, we don't, unfortunately.
That's
You
a
might
lot.
see it after the meet, but yeah, probably.
Yeah, so right now we don't know which times are going to be wind legal or not, so
Yo, Chris, what's the win? It looks like a good lead so far for it was Guilford over Pelham. That was Taylor.
I think
Guilford
so.
kid means business. Look at that. He's already off the track.
Yep, so Taylor 11:35, Noabuiz 11:48, Church Solo 12 flat, Christopoulos 12:33, Bozek 12:92, Irving 13:57, Defoe 14:47, and Irving Marsh 13:16, Irving, then Defoe at 14:47.
Yeah, currently we don't have like a great look at who's in the finals right now. It's a little bit unclear, but
Yep, we don't have a bubble time. Top 8 advanced by time, so that is our standard here. Going on to Heat 5, we have DeWitt of Hopkinton, Crane of Plymouth, Draper of Pelham,
keep going.
Jelinek of Exeter, Schultz of Co-Brown. Oh, there it is. Sheedy of Manchester West,
Oh.
Walker of Somersworth, and
Mertzik
Mertzik of Conant. Trying to
Yes.
keep up as we...
Exeter's Jelinek, who's in the lead. Good job, Sheedy.
Good job, Sheedy.
Finishes third in his heat.
Gotta be a distant relative. It has to
I
be.
wonder.
has to
Yeah, I wonder
be.
how close it is.
Yep. Jelinek 11:56, Schultz 11:94, Sheedy 12:60. Oh, sorry, Sheedy got bumped down.
Oh, come on.
Crane 1261.
Screw you, Crane.
Sheedy 1262. Walker 1278. Mertzik 1292. Oh, sorry, DeWitt 1318. Then Mertzik 1392.
I feel kind of bad. Whenever this kid races, he's on a live stream. He's going to have all the commentators just talking about that the entire time.
Hey, Sheedy.
Good job, Noah.
Kutila of Messinic, Cloutier of Bow, Valenti of Plymouth, Newick of Co-Brown, Averin of Lebanon, Barber of Newmarket, Descateau of John Stark, and Larock Hart of Hopkinton. There we go. Looks like Newick going to be taking this one. Newick 1156, Averin 1198, Valenti 1223, Barber 1228, Cloutier 1278, Katila 1514, Larock Hart 1628. As we move on to our 7th heat, Kellner of Derryfield, Diaz of Manchester West, Lynn of Goffstown, Scopel of Oyster River, Nicole of Kingswood, Miller of Bow, Slawowski of Spalding, and Baguette of Plymouth.
And Jeff Moretti's in the comments. He's in the chat.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Hey,
What's up,
Coach.
Jeff?
Was that your coach at Dover?
Yep,
Yes.
for a little bit. Then he left us.
Now he's my coworker, kind of.
Guy.
All right, so that's Oyster River with Scopel in the lead. Good run for him. Now we're
He's got
getting
a
to the
great
range.
stride.
So we're getting to our top 6 guys coming up soon. What was it, 16 heats?
15,
Yes.
I
Sorry,
thought.
15, whatever. So at heat 8 then would be our top 8 seeds. So those are the guys who would be expected to make the finals.
Yep. Scopel 1136, Nicole 1185, Miller 1208, Lynn 1260, Diaz 1297, Slawowski 1309, Kellner 1361, and Bagat 1456.
Scopel with an 1136, man. That's legit. That'll score at D2s. No, maybe not. It'll be close, but Oyster River sprinting program has come a long way.
Yeah, it really has. Moving on to the next heat.
Not exactly sure where they came a long way from. I think they've been good for a while, but
Yeah. So we have Shilton, Forte, Chapman, Ternulo, Flagg, Williams, Kitchell, and She.
That was a great finish. I believe it was Ternulo of Campbell who took that win barely over Chapman of Sanborn.
Yep, so Ternulo 1180, Chapman 1192, Williams 1198, Flagg 1201, Forte 1287, Gitchell 1311, Shelton 1391, and She 1643. Moving on to our next heat. Heat 9, Austin, Whipple, Amanor, Daly, Stanley, Chason, Wynn, and Ulal, sorry. I think. I'm not 100% certain. I don't think I will be.
do we know what bubble time is right now? I
Nope.
couldn't get to the...
No, there's no bubble time right now.
Yeah.
We don't have, unfortunately, nothing is live on our end. So
Yeah, but these guys are going to be the ones who are kind of in the fight for that.
yeah, so these will be the heats to look for sure.
Oh man, tough.
Always hate to see
Yeah.
it.
Who won that? Tough finish for Daly.
Yep. So we're gonna move right along to our next heat.
This is nice to see. You know, it's supporters from all different schools. Oyster River coach, a bow competitor, for an Exeter runner who's been helped off the track.
Yep. So now moving on, Heat 10, Joseph of Somersworth, Alaj of Campbell, Turner of Merrimack Valley, Reardon of Exeter, Butterworth of Sanborn, Merrill of Kearsarge, Severance of Goffstown, and Abasolo of Conant. Those are the results from the prior heat, Heat 9, right on the screen. So we'll move right along to Heat 10. And we're off. This looks to be Reardon of Exeter closing in to finish this heat. Just around 11 high. So Reardon 11:51, Turner 11:99, Butterworth 12:42, Merrill 12:87. Joseph 12:88, Alaj 12:90, Severance 13:47, Abasolo 14:19. Eleventh heat, DeRoche of Raymond, Benson of Oyster River, Poulin of Manchester West, Sanchez of Sanborn, Lewis of Spalding, Picone of Campbell, Heffier of Somersworth, and Sabin of Laconia. Cruising right along. Again, we have 15 total heats. We are on heat 11. And we're off, heat 11. Underway, looking like a tight race, but it's looking to be Sanchez, Sanborn
not
Regional,
tight anymore.
pulling away, finishing just under 12. Sanchez 11:44, Lewis 11:96, Benson 12:24. Gets pretty tight here. Heffier 12:49, Poulin 12:51, Picone 12:77, DeRoche 12:89, then Sabin 13:19, excuse me. Moving on to Heat 12. Milutinovic of Oyster River, Guay of Campbell, Kelly of Kingswood, Lee of Co-Brown, Beal of Portsmouth Christian, Grieco of Kearsarge, McNamara of Epping, and McNair of Guilford. All in blocks already. And we're off for Heat 12. Lee, great start, pulling away, rocking the shades through the finish line.
Got the one arm sleeve on.
Yep.
That looked like low 11s there.
Yeah, I think so.
Could be a school record. Could take our boy Greg Hall's record.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So here we go, 11:47.
Nope, not
even close.
Nope.
And then Grieco 12:32, Beal 12:45, Guay 12:73, McNamara 12:74, Milutinovic 14:05. Oh, and now I'll do it there.
No Talon today? Or is that him in this heat?
More. Yeah, he said that would do it for the heat.
Okay.
Yep.
More heats to come.
Yep. We're on now heat 13 of 15. So, Denoncourt of Newmarket, Whitman of Merrimack Valley, Plord of Goffstown, Ouellette, West River. There's talent, yeah. Our unofficial state record holder, running 35 flat into 300 in indoor. Forna of Pelham, Simpson of Newport, Devons of Conant, and Barton of Guilford.
Yeah, let me clarify that he had not set a state record running 35 and 100 meters.
No, in the 300 in indoor.
But he did win his sophomore year the 100 and 200 meter double at States.
Yeah.
And there is
Then
Hell no way.
you can see why.
Yep, and he's pulled away. He will definitely have, I believe, low 11s here.
I thought that was 10 high.
You think so? I don't
It
know.
looked like it to me.
Be a pretty good run early on in the season.
Yeah. 11:03.
Wow.
It's pretty close. Pretty darn close to 10. Forna 11:85. Plord 12 flat. Denoncourt 12:46. Barton 12:73. Whitman 12:77. Simpson 13:26. And Devens 13:33.
So who was seated higher than him?
I don't know. Willette was seated 11:18. McCraney from Bow,
Yeah, that makes sense.
as well as Buxton of Bow. So
Interesting.
two guys from Bow.
I don't know Buxton, but McCraney's a great 300 meter runner as well. I mean, he was running.
Buxton's been a solid runner, but I think it looks like his sweet spot's right in the 100.
I think McCraney was running 36 low.
Yeah, I think
In the
McCraney is
300?
more of a good long sprinter. The short
Yeah.
ones, I mean, again, great sprinter, but I think his sweet spot's right in that like 300, 400 range.
So for McCraney, funny thing about him, he on the other day I put on our story who's running the Boston Marathon. He voted yes, I'm running the Boston Marathon. I'm sure that's happening. Yeah.
I mean, this is just his warm up.
Yeah, he's gonna finish at this
This is
100
the
meter,
warm-up.
win the 100 meters at this race, at this meet, go and run Boston on Monday. Also, Gavin Demas is running Boston apparently.
Oh.
Gavin Demas is in Kentucky. He's not doing nothing.
And he also runs the 800.
And we're off. P14, Cresswell, Ewing, Martineau, McCraney, Bode.
So McCraney wins it, just needs to keep up that pace from there 26.15 miles, and he'll be fine.
Could we have Owen Turner from Merrimack Valley report back to the high jump? Owen from Merrimack Valley to the high jump, please.
Again, that was Elo Kadam and Mullen as well in that heat. So Craney 11:15, Martineau 11:95, Bode 12:13, Ewing 12:36, Mullen 12:69, Cresswell 12:98.
I will say.
Final heat.
Oh, go ahead. No, you're fine. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll quickly say these. Liam Bruneau, Raymond, Hanson of Goffstown, Vong of Merrimack Valley, Buxton of Bow, Ray of Exeter, Walsh of Oyster River, and Territz of Conant. All right, go ahead, Tyler.
There were a lot of people that, for a joke, put in that they were running the Boston Marathon. And it got kind of annoying because I have to sort through every single person and look them up and determine, are they actually going to be running the Boston Marathon? Or
So McCraney's not actually running it?
No. Well, maybe he is. No, he's not for the Boston Marathon. No.
Hey, man, we're going to hear a crazy story next week.
Yeah, I mean, Gunnar Courier's running the Boston Marathon.
Is he actually?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Final heat. And imagine Buxton taking off here. See what his final time is.
Let's say
I
just
think he's
a bit
going to
over
be
11.
around that 11:04 mark, but
I feel
Let's see what the
bad for
official
not
time
knowing
is.
him. I mean, that was quick.
official time 11:17. Ray 11:81. Vong 12:20. Hanson 12:80. Liam Bruneau 13:12. Territz 13:24, and Walsh 13:32.
Should be a good final.
In Buxton,
Yeah.
Maine, in a rock wall in a cornfield, you'll find a rock that has no earthly business being there. It's from my favorite movie of all time, if anybody in the comments knows. Well, while we're here, I thought I might just mention, so Alternative Sales, who is our sponsor for this meet,
Sponsor for today's meet
Yeah.
hub, actually.
so interesting things. So they actually, look on their website, they have a design and project management. So not only do they sell like kitchen appliances that you could use, they also can help you design. And I believe it's mainly for restaurants, but they have restaurant planning, design, and commercial kitchen layout expertise, from upscale dining rooms to state-of-the-art kitchens. They have you covered.
Ooh.
So
Looks like we got a false
star.
star.
It looked like
more
it
time
to
for the
me.
advertisement.
I thought it was one of the middle two lanes.
Yeah, I didn't hear a gunshot go off when I saw
Yeah,
him
I didn't
jump,
either.
So,
Which is, I saw someone jump in the middle, and I thought,
yeah, so that was a really interesting false start because I heard no gun go off. I saw them
Huh.
move, and I'm like,
Maybe
there a
they,
gun?
maybe they all jumped.
Or was there a click and then? I don't know. Somebody might have gone off a click. It might have been a dud on the first one. But anyway, we're going to restart here. Crespo, Hamilton, Barry, Wilson, Cardi, Rains, Morales, and Romano. So it's going to be Cardi getting some chase.
Yeah, chase down by Rains.
So Cardi, 13:20, Rains, 13:43, Wilson, 13:51, Barry, 14:48, Hamilton, 14:80, Morales, 16:17, Romano, 17:16.
Maybe Crespo was DQ'd.
I think Crespo.
I didn't see anybody
not start.
stand off or walk off the track.
Yeah, I think so. I'm thinking is that there was a dud on the first one, and then he shot the second one, and that one was live. So.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Sheedy, I'm all for DQs. I might be the most pro DQ guy out here, but you know, this early, I don't know. You know, maybe if you're going to DQ estates, let them learn this early in the season. Just you know, no room for that in this beautiful sport.
Straight to the gulag.
Lankilla, Beal, Tremblay, Yu, Faria, Johnson, Rotast, and Vitello in this heat. This one's a tight race between you and Faria, but it's going to be Faria going to take this one.
Euphoria.
Nope, just Faria.
Not you.
All right. Faria, 13:07, U, 13:33. Lankilla, 14:51. Johnson, 14:54. Tremblay, 14:79. Rotas, 15:15. Vitello, 15:24. Beal coming before Rotas and Vitello, 15:07. Moving on to heat number 3, Black Welder of Guilford, Nance of Kingswood, Picard of Epping, Hawks of Coe-Brown, La Rochelle of Bow, Neon of Pembroke, Ingram of Kearsarge, and Paulino of Conant.
It's a great start for Hawks of Coe-Brown.
Yep, Hawks is going to be taking this heat.
And a great finish.
Hawks takes it 13:19, La Rochelle 13:95, Picard 14:32, Neon 14:35, Ingram 14:49, Nance 15:02, Black Welder 15:19, and Paulino 16:36. Off to the next heat. We have Stroud of Guilford, Brown of Somersworth, Pilchick of Lebanon, Madden of Hopkinton, Kearney of Oyster River, Junkins of Spalding, Antrim of Bow, and Downs of Laconia. And we're off. 4th heat. Girls 100 prelims.
Good start for Kearney. But here comes Madden of Hopkinton.
Yeah, it's good. This one's going to be close.
I think Madden's going to hold on.
Yep, Madden looks to be able to edge out Kearney. So we'll be Madden 13:26, Kearney 13:32, Junkins 14:04, Brown 14:25, Downs 14:68, Antrim 15:24, Pilchick 15:32, Stroud 16:26. Moving on to our next heat. got Levesque of Dairyfield, Bowles of Spalding, Dameron of Lebanon, Runyons of Somersworth, Doberstein of Newmarket, Donovan, Laviolette of Kingswood, Shanahan of Pelham, and Johnson of Laconia. Oh, we did have a jump.
Uh-oh.
We definitely had.
Oh no! Stop!
We had a jump.
Oh, she made about 30 meters down the track.
Yeah, we had a big jump there.
To the gulag. Now we'll see how things go down there.
We'll see what he does here.
Maybe this is my opinion. I think.
And we will have
yeah,
we'll have a
that's
disqualification there. Yep.
I think you can DQ at an invitational. I think at dual meets I wouldn't do it, but I think it invites.
No invites. Yeah, I would think so. Especially that one was pretty clear jump, unfortunately. So we'll have one there, I think.
Well, let's try to save this from happening ever again. If any athlete who's listening, if you ever hear the gun fire twice, that's not a good thing to hear. You stop when you hear that.
Just right.
The gun should only fire once.
Duly noted.
And we were gonna go hot tub, and he had some interesting things to share with me, I guess.
We're off again. 5th heat. Take 2.
Someone who was over at his house.
This looks like Doberstein of Newmarket.
Doberstein takes this heat.
See what time it was.
13:67 for Doberstein. Donovan Laviolette 14:20. Johnson 14:26. Bowles 14:69. Shanahan 14:96. Levesque 16:33. Dameron 16:35. It was Runyons who false started, unfortunately. We're moving on right along to Heat 6. Heat 6, Anderson of Epping, Powell of Newmarket, Salmons of Portsmouth Christian, Lucas of Merrimack Valley, McNicholas of Oyster River, Bartoli of Dairyfield, Battisti of Conant, and Bean of Guilford. And we have 13 heats for the girls.
Oh, what?
We're going to get another one.
Wow.
So it's...
Well, luckily everyone stopped the second time I heard the gun, so.
Yep, looks like we're going to have another runner be disqualified here for a false start. Back to back. Don't see that very often.
Yeah, I don't think so. Probably my favorite ever, like, false start. I'll let this race go first.
You have a favorite false start?
Yeah.
That's
okay,
interesting.
So
Well, hold on. We'll get,
sorry.
Yep. Get through this. Wow! Great move there. That was... Well, I am looking at the
McNicholas, I believe?
Yep, that was... Actually, I think that was Lucas of Merrimack Valley making
Came
that
back
move.
at the end?
Yep. So that was Lucas, 13:26, Salmons, 13:41, McNicholas, 13:43, Powell, 13:87, Battisti, 15:59, Bean, 16:37, Anderson, 17:34.
So my favorite false start is at the Oyster River track, where they have the pole vault way too close to the starting line. And it was an 800 one time. And the pole vaulter, they start the race, and the pole vaulter comes in and like somehow misses the mat or like something, and the pole vaulter and the pole slam into the runners who are starting at 800. And like 5 guys go down, like 5 meters into the race. Epic false start.
Wow. Okay.
So right now this looks like Fitzpatrick of Co-Brown racing against Flanagan, Graziano, Martin, Gonzalez, Buckley, and Wesson. So it's Fitzpatrick of Co-Brown who wins that heat. That was a nice wind that came on for that heat.
Yep, Fitzpatrick, 13:02, Gonzalez, 13:67, Martin, 14:45, Graziano, 1487. Flanagan 1510. Buckley 1588. Wesson 1598.
It's a bit unfortunate between like heat to heat. If one heat gets a better tailwind than the other, then you might see someone go into the finals that. Not saying Fitzpatrick, if she goes into the finals, doesn't deserve it, obviously.
Yeah, you never know.
Or necessarily that there was a better headwind for that race.
Yeah, you never know because it could also be an illegal headwind too.
I know. I'm just saying that.
Oh, you mean
for
finals?
They would still go to the
Gotcha.
finals, though. They'd
Got
still
it.
go to the
Yeah.
finals.
I got what you mean.
Yeah.
Next heat, you have La Rochelle, Mullins, Rhea, Watson, Panza, Van Ham, and Cargan.
See, early on, it looks like it's going to be Watson. Plymouth pulling well away from the field. Yeah, we do have that snake format, so as you go further down in the heats, you'll see the first seed in the heat is going to have a much larger gap over the next runner in the heat.
So Watson 1322, Van Ham 1431, Mullins 1438, Rhea 1513, Cargan 1596, Panza 1632, La Rochelle 1651.
Next heat.
We have Graham, Weldon, Griffin, Manning, Neild, Elliott, and Bobson.
Ben, have you ever seen a false start at the Oyster River track?
Oh my God, no!
Dude.
It's those middle lanes.
Get him out, man. Get him out. Red card.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I should be a little less harsh.
They do have a red card. That's what they show them, right?
Yeah, they show him
he
the red
hasn't
card.
been
It's
showing a red
awesome.
card. He's actually been doing a little sweep motion.
I know it states like
Really?
He's just
like
shooing
one
them
of
away.
the more famous images I can remember is Jake Winslow in the 1500 in
Did he
2007.
false start in the 15?
Yeah.
Winslow did?
Winslow was like so this is horrible. I think Winslow was a junior, and he foregoed all of the other events because he was just trying to target the 15 state record. I believe it's state record, just trying to run really fast in 15, and he false started.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Wow.
I false started in 800 before.
This is Manning.
Good run there.
Great run.
And it was indoor states, so he didn't get to go to New England's.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I
brutal.
don't remember that happening.
You would have been a sophomore, Ryan.
I know. I probably wasn't paying attention that much to everyone else.
Winslow was at Duke last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great runner.
He came close to sub 4, but he never quite got there, I don't think.
Nope, he didn't. 1319, Griffin 1399, Elliott 1423, Bobson 1536, Weldon 1555, Graham 1734. Moving along to the 10th heat, we've got Johnson, Sherwin, Chaudhry, Kelly, Smith, McCallick, and Sabato.
Is Chaudhry from Campbell?
Yes.
That might be DJ's sister, because DJ, he's running incredibly well at the 400 meter
Yeah.
at the collegiate level right now. I think he's at Assumption. That sounds
yeah,
right.
that's where he is.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's running really well recently.
We're off. 10th heat of the girls' 100 prelims. Looks to be Kelly up at the front. Kelly 1355. Smith 1389. McCallick 1432. Sherwin 1450. Chaudhry 1465. Sabato 1571. Johnson 1579. Heat. 11th heat, excuse me. We have Pelletier, Burkett, Eastman, Tetrault, Tallman, Martin, and McKean in this heat.
That is Tetrault of Pelham. I don't know how to say
Tetrault.
it. Or Tetro.
I'm pretty sure it's Tetrault.
I'm bad with names.
Is it? Really? I would have guessed Tetrault, but anyway. All right, well. So Tetro, 1330, Tallman, 1397, Burkett, 1408, Martin, 1431, Eastman, 1464, McKean, 1608, Peltier, 1650. So now we have Sims, Kenny, Rubenstein, Lauder, Hool, Halley, and Fredette in Heat 12. 2 heats left. And we have our, I believe, our only sub 12, or sub 13. Coming up.
In the lead. Oh, it's Lauder. The extremely talented long jumper.
Yeah, I want to say Lauder got the division record.
I
for
think
the
so,
long jump
yes.
as indoor states.
I believe she did. Lauder, 1309. Hool, 1382. Kenny, 1471. Halley, 1541. Rubenstein, 1552. Fredette, 1513. And Sims, 1627.
Whatever it was, the point is she's very good at long jump.
Very good.
Yep.
Also pretty good at high jump, too.
Makes sense.
But mostly good at long jump.
Pretty good at the 100.
Yeah.
All right, final heat. Mayu, Campbell, Jacob, Spalding, Sobetzer, Plymouth, Raposa, Kingswood, Diaz, Manchester West, Deloge, Newmarket, Hebert, John Stark. And then I believe we will be having a break. After this, as we are now underway, 13th and final heat of the girls' 100.
Yeah, Raposa.
Raposa again, only one seated under 13. 12:79 is her seat time. Probably won't hit that in these trials.
Raposa's a really good long sprinter too. She'll probably do the 400 at states, I'd assume.
Yeah.
So
Actually, she gets under that, 1290.
Really?
Yep, 1290 for Raposa, 1388 for Diaz, Delage, 1444, Jacobs, 1450, Sobetzer, 1475, Mayu, 1610, and Hebert, 1624. That's going to do it for the prelims. We're now going to get the hurdles set right back up. I think we are taking a break here. So again, coming up some point soon, whenever he has time, head coach Scott Maxwell will be coming up. We'll get a brief interview with him on the mic. As we will probably take a quick break here on our end as we get ready for the finals for the 110 hurdles, 100-meter hurdles, and 100-meter dashes. So stay tuned. We'll be right back for those finals. All right, we're back here. Doesn't look like we're going to have much of a break. So we're already here for the unseated section of the girls 1600. We have Owen, Nickerson, Pittman, Hopper, Mormondo, Verway, Lunderville, Morrow, Hart, Morrow, Nichols, Reitler, Santangelo, Bergen, and Grant all in this first heat of the girls' unseated section. All right, here we go. First unseated section of the girls 1600 underway. Again, we have Owen of Bow, Nickerson of Portsmouth Christian, Pittman of Plymouth, Hopper of Hopkinton, Mormondo of Conant, Verway of Oyster River, Lunderville of John Stark, Morrow of Bow, Hart of Campbell, Morrow of Bow, Nichols of Kingswood, Rittler of Kingswood, Santangelo of Kingswood, Bergeron of Pembroke, and Grant of Laconia. Top seed is 636.45 in this one.
About 6:35, you said, for top seed?
Yep, 636.
Oh, I was wrong then. I did say about 6:35, so.
You did say about, so basically you were right.
Oh, we're at 1:23, so she's definitely headed that pace right now. Is a sub 6 in the cards? That's the question. With a seed time of 6:36, probably not, but we'll see.
I would say probably not for the unseeded sections. I would
Yeah.
say look for those seeded sections later on after the sprint finals for sure.
I don't know, after that unseeded section of the boys 2 mile, I mean, they were all seeded at about 12:30 and they ran like 11:40, so.
True, but I don't know how much we can dip under that. But I mean, we never know.
You gotta
could see
believe,
something.
Ryan. You gotta believe.
We could see something.
She's on a good pace so far. She's on 2:10 right there. You'd usually be
Well,
about
actually, I shouldn't say that when I haven't looked at Heat 2's seeds and who's in there. And we have looks pretty decent. We have Duncan and Flanagan of Campbell, and as well as Barlow of Sanborn, all seated at 606, 605.
Yeah.
So,
I don't want to talk about this heat though.
true.
And who's this? Who was our leader?
I believe that looks to be
C14.
Bergeron.
Yep.
Yep, that looks to be Bergeron of Pembroke. And Bergeron comes in with no seed time.
Oh, so there we go. So yeah, she's gonna break 6 then.
Okay.
.252. Yeah, I think she may have fared better if she was put into a faster heat because she's out in the road running pretty well. I think she went about 83, 87. That's kind of the splits you would want to have if you're trying to break 6. Get out well. She's at 1,000 meters right now at about 3:40. Hard to tell exactly where that 1,000 meter mark is across the track. But I felt like whenever I would race a mile, coming off of this corner, approaching the home stretch for the second to last time is really where you start to crank it up. You're really trying to build into that final last lap kick. Bergeron looks pretty good right now. Definitely well in front. All right, so 4:23, so she's got to run a 97 to break 6. I guess 96 to break it, 97 to be on that time. She's on the back stretch now. Our next 2 runners are coming through the finish line with 1 lap to go at 4:50 or so. That's Bergeron of Pembroke. Currently on pace to run sub 6. Is she going to get there? We'll have to see. She'll have 200 meters to go. All right, on to the home stretch. Here we go. We're at 5:36 on the clock. She's going to go well underneath 6 minutes. It's a nice run here. .549, awesome. Good run there. Our next 2 competitors are in a good battle for second place. It's PCA and Hopkinton. So they could approach that 6:30 seed mark. It was 6:36, I believe. So 6:26 to 6:28. Nice. Good runs there. We got a Conan athlete coming down the stretch now. Can't quite see what the clock was, but I believe it'd be about 7 minutes there. Now Oyster River coming through. As the competitors from Bow have 1 lap to go. right, here's our next heat coming up. This heat is, let's pull up the, there's this one. We're going to have Kaylee Duncan of Campbell, Flanagan of Campbell, Barlow of Sanborn, McEachern of Exeter, Roach of Exeter, Tadakis of Co-Brown, Lewis of Newmarket, Barrier of John Stark, Silverwatch of Pelham, Martin of Pelham, Stewart of PCA, Valet of Kearsarge, Gervais of Plymouth, Kruzkika of Derryfield, and Fish of Bow. Sea times range anywhere from 6:05 to 6:30.
Schmanky race.
So a double waterfall.
The 1 mile, the mile I raced here senior year, we had a false start, and then we had my teammate right next to me. He got spiked all the way down the calf.
Yikes!
And so we had to do 3 starts. It was brutal.
Did you see the start here? I think it was 2 years ago.
I would have seen that. I think
you graduated last year, right?
I graduated 2 years ago. Yeah, so I would have seen that probably.
You would have been in that race probably. Maybe was the C section you were in?
Was that with Gandini?
Yeah, Gandini.
Yeah.
You were in that
Gandini,
race?
Gavin, and I think it was Harriman was in there too.
Were you in that race?
Yeah.
That start?
It was horrible.
Where like no one was on the line when they started?
Yeah, because one of the officials, when we were about to start, he said, because we got the runners to your marks, and then we got the
like hold on, go back, back down.
We went back, and then he says runners to your marks again.
Almost immediately afterwards. Yeah.
One of the other officials said stay off the line.
Yeah.
Because apparently someone had their foot on the line, but everybody thought that he just meant like back off again.
Yeah.
So we all backed off, and the gun goes off, and we're like 3 meters behind.
Now it's Barlow of Sanborn, and I believe Kruzkika of Derryfield.
Yeah, that was a brutal race.
Well, and also this is important to note is 3 years ago today was the true start of Pierce Sings.
That was ridiculous.
Where Gandini was probably the heavy favorite to win, and he came through 3 laps in 3:27.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh, it's kind of slow, and then Pierce dropped to 55 in the last lap.
Pierce also dropped to 55 in the back half of his 800 that day. It was ridiculous.
Incredible.
And going into New England's, everyone was, I think his seat time was like 4:13 or something.
Yep. But we knew he could run faster because he hadn't had any competition.
100%. And all he would do was just sit on the shoulder and drop a 55 to end the race every race he ran.
And he did the exact same thing to Callum Sherry.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. That was a really cool race to watch. I was there, and yeah, that was awesome.
I was also there.
And then Gandini next year ran 4:09.
New Hampshire has done well at New England's in the mile.
Gandini won that mile, didn't he?
He did, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so that is Barlow, whose seat time was 6:06, and she's going to be coming through at under 3 minutes. That's on good pace. McEachern is in third. Sorry, and also that was Kruzkika of Derryfield in second.
I remember we've raced each other once, Sheedy. Only one time.
Probably don't remember it because you're so far behind me.
Hey, that race, yeah, I ran like 2:27.
Oh, was it Seacoast?
No, this was my junior year, your senior year.
Yeah, Seacoast.
No. It was an indoor meet, but we were outside at Portsmouth, and you paced Jerry through 800. You were bringing Jerry out, and I ran like 2:30.
That was the worst. Like, that might have been the most miserable I've ever been during a race in my life.
It was cold. I couldn't get my fingers were too cold to take my shoes off and put spikes on, so I just ran in trainers, and I had pants on instead of shorts. And yeah, that was brutal, dude. I don't know why we were outside.
I ran 2:10 in that race, which was technically a PR at the time.
Nothing wrong with that. You were still 20 seconds ahead of me. Aiden, Ty, and Gavin had come around and to watch it, and they didn't even stay to talk to me after. They were like, he's not going to want to talk.
I didn't know you back then.
No. I knew who you and Jerry were.
Obviously.
But, all right, buddy.
Eh.
Don't get too full of yourself.
All right, we got a good race going here. Makichurin is coming up. She could be moving into the lead. 1 lap to go. At 4:33. See if anybody can close well on break 6.
This is an interesting front 3.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody goes in this backstretch. Doesn't seem to be Krishika who's leading them, but Makichurin is now on her shoulder and maybe looking to make the pass. And actually, the group behind them is coming up pretty well.
Let's show that.
This could be really exciting. I believe that was Stewart of PCA is now bridged the gap. She's now in 4th place and moving up quickly.
Oh, she might.
Wow, it's going to be a fun finish.
She's going to pass everyone right here.
She's going to blow by them. Wow, great finish for her. So she came through probably in about 4:36, 4:37, and we'll see. Maybe she closes really well and is able to get underneath 6 minutes. We're right now at 5.
This is going to be close.
She could actually. Oh my goodness, this is going to be awesome.
I don't know.
Does she have the velocity to be able to do that?
Looks like she's got good wheels, man.
Oh man, it's going to be really close. The guys on the side should stop running along with her. It could be a DQ. She's going to run 5:56, 57.
Wow.
Nice. Actually, they're going to get multiple underneath 6 minutes.
I think
I think
third got under 6.
Was it?
Well.
I don't know about that.
Close.
I believe that was Barlow in 3rd. That was an awesome finish to that race.
That was really good. And so is that the are there any more heats of this mile?
I believe it's now going to be the unseated boys.
Okay. And then we'll have the hurdle finals, dash finals, and then the 1600 finals, or seated sections.
That sounds right to me. I'm not sure though.
Sure, we'll go with that, right? And we're recording whenever.
Yes, we're going. Actually, if the 1600 meters is first, we're going to stop recording. All right, so we're going hurdles, girls hurdles, boys hurdles, girls 100, boys 100, girls 16, boys 16. And then we just do normal order. So here's the. So now we are bringing on the first heat of the boys. Still unseated section. So looking at these entries. All right, here's one thing I noticed that should be said is that Raymond, their logo is the exact same thing as Colorado State University.
Raymond Rams, baby.
Raymond Rams.
Yep.
They could have done something else, like maybe they could have borrowed a URI Ram. They could have.
Yeah, like Colorado State's really just copying Raymond, man. Like,
yeah, right.
Do something different, you know.
Yeah.
You can say the same thing about any of the million Wildcat schools, though, you know.
My
Wildcats and Bears.
So Colorado State was actually one of the first schools I started looking at. Their mascot is named Cam the Ram.
Cam the Ram.
Do you know why his name is Cam?
I would have no idea. Colorado Ram.
So first off, because
I don't know.
First off, because it obviously rhymes with Ram.
Yeah.
And it is a name, but also Colorado State was originally, I believe, is College of Agriculture and Mechanics, which is CAM.
Oh.
So.
Well, that works.
Yep.
All finalists to the girls and boys 100-meter dash. Please check.
All right. Anyways, back to the people who are in this race. So yeah, the reason I brought it up is because Pekalski, our top seed, is from Raymond. Van Hoff of Hopkinton, Hamblett of PCA, Godet of Campbell, D'Angelo of Sanborn, Sousey of Sanborn, Carter of Pelham, not Sylvester, then Raycraft of Merrimack Valley, Catafilmo of Bow, Braille of Pelham, Hathaway of Pelham, Mackey of Raymond, another Ram, Johnson of Epping, And then the last 4 do not have a seed time. That's Palomino of Conan, LeCain of Pembroke, Mousseau of Laconia, and Hayward of Laconia.
And what I'd give to be on a team with Carter Sylvester again.
Do you see his ice bucket challenge he did?
No, did he do one?
He had it was a tractor, and he had the water was in the tractor, or it was like a backhoe or whatever it was, like some excavator maybe.
Yeah.
And in the scoop was it was a just giant tub of water, and he dumped it. It's so funny.
Carter's a great guy, man. That was a fun team.
We might be getting him maybe for a few meets to help out.
Really?
Mostly, he helps out the last.
He always does Portsmouth. Yeah, or Clipper, I mean.
Yeah.
This guy is flying right now.
He's giving a little.
Just about sub 5 pace.
Okay, that's fair. He gave a little with his hands. He's like, oh, whoa. He like slowed himself down a little bit.
He's checking his watch consistently.
That may be LeCain of Pembroke. He had no time coming in, and usually if you see in these unseated sections, the guys with no times end up winning it because they are not sure what they can run, and some of them can run faster than 6 minutes in the mile.
I mean, he's definitely going to run faster than 6 minutes. He looks pretty good.
That was our top seed in this heat, was 6 minutes.
You know what? Stop checking your watches. Go and run, you know?
I believe that's from Pembroke, by the way. It could be Raymond.
Pembroke's uniforms.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he's using this as a workout, he should just drop the watch and
yeah.
go,
I never wore my watches during races. I only would I would have the finish line time, and if there wasn't someone at the finish line, or if there wasn't someone at the 200, I'd have someone give me my 200 splits.
Yeah, I do the same thing with exception to a 5K or 3K indoors, you know.
Maybe for he's checking the watch again. I mean, about 2:30, so he's holding up at 2. So yes, he does have 2 to go.
This guy's a character, man. What's his name?
That would be
LeCain? Chicane? What's his?
William LeCain.
Okay, I like this guy. Let's see. There he goes, checking the watch again. Tyler, let's set a line. Over under
5 minutes?
7.5 more watch checks in this race.
I think under.
I think over.
All right. Let's see.
7.5 is a ambitious line.
That's gonna be more than 1 per 100.
Yeah.
There's one. Okay. And we can make fun of him because I know myself I'm a horrible watch checker. So
Come on, check it again, man.
I'm cheering for him to check it more. And I'm guessing he's not going to. But
No, I think if we did it earlier in the race, because now he's gonna be really fighting to bring it in.
If we could have guessed it at the start of the race, then we. Oh, there's 2. Okay.
Yeah, 7.5 was a
Here we
bit
go.
steep. I'm calling that 3, Tyler. I don't care. That's 3.
Sure. We'll call it, that can be the half.
All right. 2.5.
So we could be exactly on
That's
the
another
line
one.
now.
I just saw him
So
go.
we're at 3.5 now. He might actually. He might. At the 100, he's gonna check it.
Nah, man. There's no way. He's fighting to bring it in now. This is the last lap.
Oh, yep, 4.5.
Wow. Don't just take away from the fact that he's running an awesome race right now.
Oh yeah, he's gonna he's well ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get 3 more in the last 200.
I don't know. You kind of. Oh, is that one?
I don't know. I couldn't. I was behind. I was looking behind the tent there. He's gonna be just above 5. Bring it in.
Yeah, and he's looked like really comfortable the entire time.
Here we go,
Never
man.
really lost any sort of pace.
Dude, if he had used this kick from 200, he's breaking 5.
Still ain't break 5. Not quite.
Oh.
That was a great run. Nice job.
That was awesome. Great run from LeCain there. One of my new favorite athletes. Without question. Oh, I think the officials of the two were.
Interesting.
Big kick.
Yeah, so William McCain, 5 flat, .35. Holden Massot, 529.86. Some more finishers up. That was Gabe Hamblett at 539.09. Kyle Paulino hit 541.54.
Oh, tight battle there.
So you got that. Aiden Hayward in 556.72. Owen Carter 556.78. So a lot of sub-6 guys in this race for he that had no one seated sub-6. Then 6:05.55 for David D'Angelo. Joshua Gaudet was 6:06 something. Noah Hathaway 6:08.05. Miles Van Hoff 6:09.05. Walter Brodt, let's see that. So 6:06.69 for Gaudet. Then Brialt was 6:11.10. Pekalski was keeps disappearing on me. 6:22.83. Be getting our next boys up soon. We had Ethan Mackey at 6:39.36. Roger Sousey at 6:45.6. I don't know if I said Raycraft at 6:36.24. Johnson at 6:44.00. As we bring up our next heat now.
Quick little personnel switch here. Going to our second heat of the 1600. We got 4 heats. I probably already mentioned that. We are on our second heat, right? Okay, so second heat of the boys unseated 1600. We got Crawford and Messinic. Notes of Bo, Sandal of Bo, Bronson of Kingswood, Cisco of Goffstown, Errol of John Stark, Howard of Portsmouth Christian, Wright of Kingswood, Valancourt of Messinic, Zagami of Exeter, Sequoia of Kearsarge, Herman of Newmarket, Wilson of Lebanon, Filling Game of Lebanon, Peralt of Kearsarge, and Towsley of Campbell. Top seed is 535.
So I'm going to guess that Valancourt is Landon's brother.
I would think so.
Who I used to race back in the day. Here we go.
And second heat is off.
So it was 5:35 was the best seed time coming in?
Yes, 535 flat.
Okay.
By Crawford.
So who knows if that was actually a...
We'll see. I would guess the 535.03 by
yeah, it's definitely...
Nose is a more of a confident seed time.
That'd be fun if we had a .03 difference in this race between the top two.
Yeah, that's true.
Looks like Bo in the lead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It could be Nose or Sandal. My guess would be Nose, but...
I'm going to guess Sandal.
You're going to guess Sandal? All right. Well, we'll find out. So, coming around. Number 2 is going to be Nose. So that's Nose up front. Followed by, looks to be Crawford. Oh, nope, not Crawford. That's actually going to be Towsley.
Well, at least you're wrong about something.
I saw the 1, not the 6 on his bib number.
So Nose is the one who's in the lead?
Yes, Nose is in the lead.
He's definitely built a good gap. Seems he went out pretty well. I think it was probably around 1:15. And he's pulling away still from everyone else. You can see good gap behind him. So yeah, Nose is definitely still pulling away from everyone else. And then the next two are pretty close, but then there's the field behind them. So it's kind of a pack of one, then a pack of two, and then basically the rest of everyone else. Kind of all in a train, which is what you want to see if you're trying to run fast. And it's hard sometimes in races. It can bunch up pretty quickly and stay that way for a while, and you're kind of jostling for position and out in lane 2 or so for a lot of it. If you can get into a race where it's just a train of guys who are kind of pulling you along, you can lock in, not worry about anything else except for running fast and staying on the guy in front of you. So 2:42 at halfway. So he's on pace to run under 5:30 for sure. And we'll see how well he maintains this. With a seed time of 5:35.03. It's a good start, but it looks like he's striving for more. And if you weren't here earlier, we do have pop-up tacos for sale near the gym, which the reviews are that they're pretty good.
And if you're here,
yes, if
and
you
by chance watching the live stream while you're here,
and haven't heard about the tacos yet,
which I assume is the majority here on this live stream.
Hey, if there's one person who needed to hear that, then
then our job is done. I'm gonna see if what Ben's review is here.
All right, we're at 4:06. So he's definitely fighting to break 5:30. If he can muster a kick, he's on pace to do it. That last lap was a little bit off the pace to run sub 5:30, but that's fine. He's still in the fight for it. See if he can open up. He's got a solid lead. Second place is also by himself by quite a lot. And everyone else follows. And coming around the stretch, and we got 5:14 in the clock right now. It's going to be a fight to break 5:30. Let's see if he can do it. $5:25 on the clock. Here we go. Going to be underneath the seed time and underneath 5:30. Nice run. Our top seed, the 5:35 seed time that was, I imagine, put in by the coach was not a bad estimate. He ran 5:36 high, I believe. Got a good battle here. So that was Newmarket who took the win over Kearsarge. Here's the rest of the guys coming in.
Yeah, still waiting for official results here from that, as we're closing in with the rest of the second heat. So again, as we're waiting for results as we finish up the second heat, we'll start introducing our third heat that is coming up. So third heat coming in, DeGrutola of Sanborn Regional, Luftblad of Guilford, Ellie of Oyster River, Glacier of Co Brown, Crosby of Hopkinton, White of Exeter, Patinod of John Stark, Wilkinson of Hopkinton, O'Brien of Somersworth, Buttrick of Messianic Regional. I'm going to take a pause here as we have results coming in. Wait for it to scroll back up here. Heat 3 is already on the line. I'll actually probably finish announcing Heat 3 now. Ole of Hopkinton, Muozi of Manchester West, Petrie of Sanborn, Roberts of Kingswood, Griffiths of Messinic, and Slayton of Exeter. Crawford winning this one 537.87, Zagami 540.83, Towsley 541.59, Cisco 542.57. And I think I'm going to leave it there as the results will scroll through. Top seed time is 5:20. 3 guys seated in that spot. Glacier running 5:20.90 in 4th.
That should be fun.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this heat turns out.
Now, I was thinking about something. So last week, obviously, there was supposed to be an invite at Sauhegan. But there was some pretty bad weather, right? Some snow up here, which no one wants to see in April. And when it snows, it's kind of hard to run outside, so sometimes you're forced to run on the treadmill. And on the treadmill, sometimes it can get really bad when you're pounding your feet over and over and over again. Wouldn't it be great if there was something that could take the weight off? Well, actually, there is. Lever, who is our sponsor. They have a code on their website, or I guess we have a code with them. If you type in NHXCTF, you will get 15% off on your lever purchase. And we get a benefit as well. So if you like these videos and you want to smash that subscribe button and help us out, then it would be great if you went to Lever and use our code to help both Lever, yourself, and NHXCTF.
Check, check.
Again, that's with a purchase of the premium lever system. You'll get 15% off, and a part of that will come and help us out. So again, NHXCTF over at Lever, and purchase a premium lever system.
I don't know how to tie this one in as well, but we also have alternative sales, which has kitchen appliances, and they also, as I mentioned earlier, have design they can do for your restaurant and kitchen design. They also sell used appliances, I saw on their website. So it seems like a great place to go if you are in need of kitchen appliances, specifically for restaurants, I believe. And they have the largest, what was it, the largest
One of the
collection?
largest selection
Yeah.
of certified new, pre-owned, and reconditioned restaurant and food service equipment on display under one roof in all of New England.
Yeah, so it's not just going to be stuff that's going to be like, if you want something that's brand new, they have that stuff. But also, that can be expensive sometimes. So they have also the pre-owned ones. All right, so here we are coming up to halfway through this race.
Looks like we got Petrie up front, followed by Glazer. Now moving up is Buttrick, Messinic.
Still
and
a really tight race.
Mosey.
What was our top seat time was 5:20, you said?
5:20 is the seat time.
So it's starting to string out now. That's Glacier, who's the one in the lead.
I believe that is Glacier. Yep, he's moved up. Petrie in second, followed by Buttrick of Messinic, and then that's Hopkinton's Crosby, I believe. Yep, that's Crosby.
So now he's really attacking that 5:20 goal. That was a good third lap. That's if you can have a good third lap at a mile, you are set up well. I think that third lap was his fastest of the race so far, or pretty close to it. And that's really what helped him pull away from the field and also put himself on target for a sub 5:20. As always, Co Brown has somebody. Can they just for 1 year not be good?
As we, the only two guys who don't help represent Co Brown on this staff.
Yes, I know. That's why
We're
I
the
say
odd
that.
ones out on that.
That's why I say that.
No offense, Ben.
I'm complimenting
this so you
him.
can't-
I'm
because you
complimenting
can't
him. That's
defend
not an
yourself
offense.
right now.
All right, coming down to the finish line, definitely sub 5:20.
Yeah, it's gonna be around 5:11.
Yeah, nice. Good run.
Yep.
Look back there.
Yep. So coming in now.
Oh,
it's
good finish.
Buttrick. Now it's Crosby finishing second over Buttrick, then O'Brien, then Patnod. So we'll try to get our results up here. Looks like actually we'll just be getting our results in bulk as we go. If you want to check out those results from past events or current, you can check those out at sstresults.com. Thanks again to Chris Benson and Brian Johnson over there. Again, that's sstresults.com, as you'll find the hub for today's invitational there. So now we got our third and final heat. Sorry, nope, third heat of 4. We have 4 heats. Third heat. No, wait, this is our 4th heat. Never mind. I'm miscounting. We have Miller of Oyster River, Holt of Portsmouth Christian, Patrick of Newmarket, Hill of Newmarket, Dyer of Epping, Alajagia of Conant, Parkerson, Garcia de Paredes of Exeter, Bain of Merrimack Valley, Graham of Conant, Shepherd of Hopkinton, Bond of Newport, Steele of Kingswood, Pearsons of Pembroke, Satterley of Pembroke, and Montoyo of Guilford. Seat time 5:05. And Glacier took that third heat. 5:11.63 was the official winning time. As here, the wind is kicking up pretty good here. It's not too bad. Probably hotter down on the track with the heat, but got Ben Robinson back with us.
Back on the mic. Walking
Yep.
tacos. We're awesome. Really good stuff.
Got an official rating.
Yeah, I would recommend the chicken over the beef.
Okay.
I had both. But, you know, we're in this race now. It's the fastest non-seated section, I believe, of the mile.
Yes.
And then we're going to move on to our sprints finals, which should be very fun. Hopefully we get a sub 11.
Yep. Again, Talon, 11:03.
Yeah, he's a fast guy, man.
Yep.
Good guy. Have some great conversations with him at track meets, man.
Is he a chill guy?
He's a chiller. Really good guy. You know?
Yep. Speaking of those finals, I'll quickly announce those as this race is getting kicked off. So the girls 100-meter hurdle final is going to be Rogers of Oyster River, Karen Herrick of Lebanon, Pelletier.
We're not? Or we're not coming? Has it been the whole All right, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
right, well, we're coming through.
What are you thinking here, Sheedy?
Well, I'm thinking that we got a really strong chase pack coming after our first leader. But he's well out in front.
Pretty much every mile we've seen today.
Has had one person go
One
out.
guy's just
Yeah.
out there ripping.
He's kind of looking in the crowd right now. He looks really smooth right now, really comfortable. He's at 2:27. So sub 5 could be happening.
He looks a lot more comfortable than the chase pack, I'll tell you that.
Interesting. He's very bouncy.
I like that. Stand up straight. Nice and bouncy.
Was that Pembroke who was the one who was in the lead?
I see Pembroke. Conan's coming up on him pretty quick. He's been a great runner for a little while.
And the pass could be coming up now. All right, so it's going to be a very good race coming around here with 500 to go. So it's Peterson who's just passed by Alajajian. 1 lap to go at 3:47. So can we see a sub 73 close to get 5 minutes in the mile? We'll see.
I don't see why not. He's been a good runner for a little while.
Yeah.
Good cross-country runner as well.
He's definitely opening up the gap now. Yeah, in a matter of about 200 meters, he's gotten about a 20-meter lead.
He needs like a 32.
So yeah.
Probably not going to get under.
Yeah, maybe not 5 minutes, but pretty close to it. And the C time was 5:09, I believe, so should beat that.
Yeah, what's that? That's a 30. That's a 41 or something he needs. Yeah, he'll get under there.
The sunglasses on. Coming to the line. Yeah, a little bit over 5, but still 5:01. Good finish there.
Alajajian. One of them. Great race for him.
As the wind is going crazy now.
Yeah, you know what though? On that straight, the home stretch, a huge tailwind behind you. Those kicks have got to feel fast.
Also, be foolish of me not to mention that Henry Miller in this heat was the runner-up this year at the Garrison Hill Invite. Yeah. So,
all I'm saying, man, is they're all lucky I wasn't there.
I think you kind of did that to yourself.
Yeah, no, that's true. Don't shitty. I'll be there next year. Don't worry.
Okay,
Save
good.
me a spot, man.
There's no spots to be saved. It's no one shows up.
No, I will be there.
Speaking of that race, the winner last year was Dylan Labonte. If you didn't see on the website, I recently wrote an article about Dylan and his experiences in college so far. If you are listening to this as a college athlete, or basically anyone who's graduated high school, and you would like to have yourself featured in a New Hampshire track and field article, give me an email. It's Sheedy, SHEEDY, NHXCTF@gmail.com. And I would love to write an article featuring your story. Ben, you are someone who could be featured potentially in the article.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
not necessarily all about performance after running. Like one of the things with Dylan is that he has a 4.0 right now in school.
Yeah, didn't he win that big? What was it called?
Yeah, it's the Elite 90. So that's an award basically for anybody who makes national championships. He made D2 nationals in cross country. Everyone at the championships, whoever has the highest GPA wins the award. So he was awarded that because he has a 4.0. So it's basically a combination of if you are at the top level of your sport and the top level of your academics, then that's who the award goes to.
This wind might blow over on 10.
Yeah.
We gotta help her right now. This is a brutal time to run.
Yeah, we have some bungee cords holding part of it in.
What do you think the wind reading would be on these sprints?
Pretty cheating.
Like +6, dude. Right now it's telling me we got wind gusts up to 27 miles an hour.
Wow.
And the wind right now is just 15 consistently. So, oh.
We're going to play the national anthem now.
Sanborn alumna Abby Alley Violet.
Well, if post-national anthem they say play ball, for us we'll say spikes on. Time for a track meet. Even though we've already been here for, gosh, we got here 6 hours ago to start setting things up.
It's been a day.
It's always a day at track meets.
Always. Anyway.
100 hurdles finals coming up here.
Yeah, I think I was just in the middle of announcing those.
You want to do that?
I will quickly finish up on the girls.
When you were so rudely interrupted by our nation's colors.
Yes. Well, it wasn't actually. It was not that. It was something else. Rogers of Voice River, Karen Herrick of Lebanon, Pelletier of Kingswood, Lovely of Newport, Millie of Pelham, McVicker of Exeter, Rob of Newmarket, and Bristol of Sanborn are in our final heat of the girls 100. As we will see that they are getting set up now.
Let's say Lovely ran 15:26.
15:26, yeah.
Right.
She leads the field by over a second. So I wonder who's going to win this one. Actually, you never know with hurdles.
That's true.
You really don't know.
Yeah.
You really don't know.
The girls' hurdles are also going to be a really interesting event to be contested with the D3 girls coming up and competing at D2 in states. That's going to be really interesting. There are some great D2 hurdlers. And Maddox Lovely, obviously, is an awesome D3 hurdler.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
she's
Pelham
one that
dropped down
dominated
to
New
D3,
Hampshire.
didn't they?
Pelham? I don't know, actually. That I
I
don't
know they did in soccer, I believe.
Yeah,
Or maybe it was Sanborn.
with the division drops with other sports, you
No,
just never,
Pelham
you really
didn't
just
drop, never
don't know.
mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
The disappointment in your voice.
I thought I was doing something there, but no, it's all right. But yeah, it should be interesting to see. All these events are going to have some great athletes in them, and states now is just going to be elevated to a higher level.
Right.
D2 and D3.
But as you all can hear probably with the wind, we're going to definitely have a question of the legality of wins.
Validity of these
Yep.
races.
It won't matter for this race. It's non-scoring, doesn't matter. It's just kind of to get time. So the wind unfortunately defeats that purpose, though, with it not being scoring
So could you
with these finals.
Could you hit a state record? Like, do they count the wind right now? Because if they don't have a wind reading, and like, let's say Talon just drops something insane, right? Or Maddox drops a crazy hurdle time, like, since they don't have a wind reading, would that technically count?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because they could say, like, you can say it's
Unfortunately, we
illegal.
don't have any rules experts here, so
Yeah, that's
I
true.
couldn't tell you.
I mean, yeah, like, because you can say it's illegal with the wind, but you don't really know.
Right.
We're pretty sure.
We're
that-
pretty sure with how this is feeling.
But
It's not going to be legal.
realistically, you know?
Yeah, no.
There's something to be said that perhaps they need to have that wind rating for it to count as a state record. So while you might not have something saying that the time doesn't count, you might have something saying that you wouldn't have something saying that a time does count. You know?
Right. Okay, so it looks like Seth Bayless is on here. It looks like we got our finals. Hold on. Underway. And right away, Lovely. Great lead for her. Lovely gets across the line. Well ahead of the entire field.
Great race from Maddox Lovely.
Yep.
So what's
Here we
your
go,
point?
and Lovely 15:36 officially 16:17 for Millie. Pelletier 16:92 Rogers. We'll get back to Seth Bayless' comment real quick about the win reading. McVicker 17:27. Karen Herrick 17:52. Rogers 17:59. Bristol 18:67. And Rob did not start. So, going back to Seth saying here, he said when he broke the record at Salem in 22 seconds that they wouldn't count it. I'm assuming he's talking about 200 when he broke it. He had to break it again with a wind reading, which again makes sense that it wouldn't count towards any state records.
So I was right.
Yeah.
That was those races.
So I'm
again.
guessing they'll allow the times here today without the wind reading, but I'm assuming if any state records were broken, they won't count it.
So they need a way to verify it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that makes sense to me. Is that, I mean, it would suck that they would run today knowing that it potentially wouldn't count.
How convenient is it that we happen to have someone who is a former, or I guess set the state record with the wind rating not being
Yeah.
qualified in
At
this meet? That's pretty funny.
Seth is also one of the premier bobsledders in the country now. He's doing that.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I was talking to my boy B Shaw about that.
Yeah.
I'm sure Seth knows.
Alright, so right now we have
Right.
Maguia, Hawkins, Gullidge, Greer, Grzybowski, Dunn, Wandel, and Martin. Right now we have Maguia, Hawkins, Gullidge, Creer, Grzybowski, Dunn, Wandel, and Martin here for the boys 110-meter finals.
So here we go.
So Creer definitely the favorite by a bit.
Yeah, almost a full second.
Yeah.
14:53. Grzybowski pretty close. 15:47. So he's got some competition, but Creer with the way he's been running, I think he's pretty much got this one. But it's gonna take something extravagant,
Magical.
for Creer to go down here. But here he goes.
It's very strong right now.
Looking really good. The wind's died down a bit as I say that. And here he goes through the line, 14 mid, unofficially.
There he is.
And wait for the official time as we see the replay.
Of course, official time not meaning much.
14:28 for Creer. Grzybowski 15:64. Gullidge 16:15. Dunn 17:18. Wandel 17:74. Munguia 19:10. Martin 19:33. Hawkins moves up 18:28. Martin 19:33. And that concludes the hurdle finals. There's Creer, our hurdles champion. Again,
Getting interviewed by a man who
14-20
knows
weight.
nothing about hurdles. It's definitely great. You know, all these guys who are winning these meets over the last few years have gotten to really know, you know, what happens. Like, you know, once you have a few interviews, it's more not so much of a, hey, can I interview you? It's like, all right, time for your interview. They know what's going on. So Colby's definitely one of those guys who has had his fair share of interviews over the years.
Moving right along, we're going to go to the girls' 100-meter dash finals. Cardi of Oyster River, Hawks of Coe Brown, Faria of Kearsarge, Raposa of Kingswood, Fitzpatrick of Coe Brown, Louder of Manchester West, Manning of Coe Brown, and Watson of Plymouth Regional.
So I'd say Raposa, right? Probably be the best bet here.
That would be my guess, but Faria is not. Faria and Fitzpatrick are not really too far off. You also have
It's not too far off.
Good one. Good one. 13:02, 13:07, 13:09.
All right,
And
here
we're
we
off. Here we go. Raposa and
Yeah,
Faria
he is
looking
definitely
pretty
in the
neck and neck,
lead.
but Raposa's pulling away.
Oh, this could be a good finish.
Fitzpatrick on her tail.
Raposa did so good. Yep, she got the win.
She'll take that one. Looks like we may have quite a few hamstring problems here today. This is our second one already, unfortunately. Raposa wins at 12:59. Fitzpatrick 12:70. Faria 13 flat. Manning 13:05. Cardi 13:11. Hawks 13:17. Watson 13:21. And unfortunately, that was Louder. I think that went down.
Oh, you don't want to see that.
No,
That's not good.
Louder, again, one of the best athletes in New England.
Yeah, in New England.
In New England, actually, yeah. And unfortunately, she's down. We hope she is okay.
There's our interviewer, Lars, going up to interview our champion, Kylie Raposa. Seems a bit awkward at the moment. Trying to.
So here we
budge the
go.
Conversation. Here we go. Here are the boys.
Yep. All right, boys. Sanchez of Sanborn. And we're underway. I'll mention the rest of the names as we go.
Ouellette's not in front yet. He's trying to get up there. He is going to.
There he goes.
But not an easy win for him. Wow. That was a good race. So yeah, Talon Ouellette took the win there. see what the time ended up being. Of course, it's not gonna.
Yeah, it was a pretty tight race. I couldn't even get time. He's just standing there waiting for that time. 10:95. We will officially get the sub 11.
Yep.
That's barring the win reading if it goes towards any records. I mean, Bayless does hold the meet and state record at 10:75, so we won't get close to that. But still, the winning time 10:95 from Willette. Buxton 11:07, Scopel 11:22, McCraney 11:24, Lee 11:30, Taylor 11:34, Joyner 11:39. So that is your official final results for the boys 100-meter dash finals. As we now have the final 2 heats of the 1600, the girls and boys seated. And coming in, we have your previous record holder in the girls 1600, Mackenzie Cook, holding it at 5:08.
Nice. She's gonna be. Yeah, she is in this race. Nice.
Yep, and she is seated at sub 5, 4:56. So she is seated to break her own meet record, but the state record is 4:47. So she's got a ways to get to that. That was held by Valus from Central back in 2010. Try to announce some of these records as we go. We haven't announced a lot of them.
I'd say Paterna of Exeter is not someone to count out either.
No, definitely not. So
She won the 3,000 indoors at D1s.
Yep. So, go through the list here. We have Mackenzie Cook of Oyster River, Paterna of Exeter, her sister, Cook's sister, Madeline Cook of Oyster River, Sheeta of Goffstown, Redmond of Newmarket, Bove of Hopkinton, O'Shea of Messinic, Lovett of Coe-Brown, Stalker of Sanborn, Murdo of Coe-Brown, Chase of John Stark, Geddes of Merrimack Valley, Hill of Coe-Brown, Upton of Hopkinton, O'Shea of Messinic, and Zams of Exeter. So we've got 2 pairs of sisters in this race.
Yeah. Huh.
We've got the O'Sheas and the Cooks. So again, time to beat 4:56. Meet record on watch.
Speaking of siblings, I heard that Matt Reynolds, who is twin brother of David Reynolds, he is running Boston Marathon on Monday.
Ah, lots of talks with the Boston Marathon.
Well, it's an important thing that's happening.
It's true. I unfortunately will not be at it. Here we go. Seated girls 1,600 meters. I would say we're probably about halfway through the meet.
Yep. So we'll see probably go about 73, 72 probably, if I had to guess.
And we're off. Girls seated 1,600 meters.
Now, we actually have very complementary styles of racing in this, where Cook is someone who does enjoy leading. Paterna is fine to sit and try to kick, so that could be exciting. Paterna's gotten very good at being able to match the leader in races. So the goal for Cook would be to get away. And of course, she is fighting into a headwind right now, and if you're really trying to put someone in pain, make a move into headwind.
Yep. Yeah, that back straight's definitely going to be tough right now.
You know, it's easy to chase someone if you've got a tailwind at your back, but it's hard to chase someone. Well, it's kind of easy for both.
They both have their pros and cons.
All right, and coming through the first lap, actually it's going to be about 75. So I think Cook will probably want to crank it up a little bit. Yeah, I would say having this amount of wind favors Paterna in this scenario because it's a lot harder to lead and a lot easier to chase when there's high wind. But Cook is starting to build a gap. I mean, right now with that headwind, Paterno just needs to tuck in, let Cook do the work. Now, is there any advantage that Paterno's going to have having the sunglasses on?
I think just for the mentality, yes.
You're feeling cool?
Yes.
Feel
I think
cool?
just for the mentality.
Run fast?
She'll have some sort of edge here.
All right, Cook is in the front still. Paterno's closed that gap back up. And once again, Cook's trying to build that lead in the backstretch. Paterno's still staying with her, though. It's just a small enough gap. I feel like Cook could get away. But Paterno's still there, and I think she's going to have a kick if it comes down to that.
Yeah, again,
We're at 317.
This is looking like kind of same type of feel as the 3200 you got.
Yep. One
Two
front runner
runners, yep.
and one kicker.
Yep. But I don't know if the front runners got a pretty good handle on this, I think.
I would say, in comparison to the 3200, if you told me to pick someone, I would have picked Haley Kavanaugh over Maddie Lane. But I would pick Mackenzie Cook to win this race if I had to pick someone. So we'll see what she has in the end.
Yeah, I think so.
Paterno's right there, though. I think she's going to have enough to...
Paterno's
67, go sub 5.
Yep.
You think she can?
I don't know.
This is the 1600, right?
Yes, this is the
I
1600.
was making
Yes,
sure.
this is the
I'm
1600.
Like, I might be a little quick for a 32. But I remember 32 was at the beginning.
All right, Cook's trying to go. He's increasing the pace a little bit. Paterno's now closing it back up, but not. It's not closing that quick. We'll really see the answer.
Paterno and Cook had a great battle in indoors at Plymouth State. I think it was a 15, and Paterno came out on top.
Yep.
And that was a big. I say a big surprise. But now those two have got a really great.
Oh, Paterno.
Here we go.
We could see something similar here.
Can Cook fight? Cook's fighting back. We'll see what happens. Hold her off in the turns. What you got to do.
I mean, Cook has been pacing this whole thing. Paterno has a really solid kick, too.
Is Cook going to have enough, though?
I don't know. Paterno.
Wow.
Yeah,
Paterno, here we go.
Paterno just sat. She was waiting.
It's an awesome race.
All right, so it's going to be about 5:07. Good run there.
Yeah, we'll see what the official results are. We'll look at the
Sheeta's
rest of the
going to be.
Sheeta comes in third.
She was kind of in no man's land for a lot of the race, but she's going to run about 5:19. Good run there.
Cook, then Bove. Then it's going to be, I think that's John Stark's Chase.
And it's Erin O'Shea. They're about 5:39. Rest of the field's trying underneath 6 minutes.
There we go. So Paterno wins at 5:07 flat.
will be the official winning time for Paterna. Cook 5:09.08. As you see the rest of the results on screen, scroll through.
Oh no.
What's oh no? What are we looking at, Ben?
Pretty sure one of the Co-Brown guys didn't get his spikes on in time, and I don't think they're gonna wait for him.
Oh,
He's putting his spikes on right now.
That's not.
so officially.
Nope, I think he just took them off.
Took his shoes off, or what?
I think he just untied his spikes.
Huh.
Wow.
So the race for him started as he was getting his spikes on.
Also,
How does that happen?
can you check the heat? Who's in this heat?
I'm going to right now. So we have Dahlbeck, Mann, Butka, Youngs, Clapp, Petrie, Heyman, Sanjay, Larson, Gravelin, Barnes, Sargent, Callahan, Royals, Eberl, and Sandal.
Dahlbeck was great indoors.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what's going on with the Co-Brown guys. Pat Youngs isn't in the race, and Gravelin couldn't get his spikes on.
Well, he's back.
Never mind, Gravelin's coming.
Yeah, good job.
But Young still
Where's
isn't
Youngs?
here. I have no idea.
Oh my gosh,
Hey,
and
honestly, yeah, fair.
just in the nick of time,
This
Gravelin
is-
gets on the line.
I kind of like it right as you walk up the line, as
That's
when
how
they
it
get
should
going.
be.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah.
Dahlbeck is not messing around. He is
Dahlbeck-
going
Nope.
hard from the
1,500
gun.
meter winner in indoor.
Yep,
as
and
a
this
two.
is how he won it. So
Wow.
Yep.
this is how he did it.
So he's not seeing that far ahead of Spencer, man.
Well, I mean, this is.
And I think that's Heyman up front of that chase
Yeah,
back.
yeah, not in front of
That
them.
looks like Heyman.
So-
not in front of Dahlbeck. I meant in front of that chase back.
Dahlbeck's being aggressive to start, but you know, I like it.
That's not unlike him though.
Dahlbeck apparently does like crazy mileage on the treadmill.
Yeah, I follow him on
Does he?
Strava. Yeah. A lot of good treadmill workouts.
Treadmill's the best, man.
Hey, you know what? If you need something for the
Yeah,
treadmill
there
and you
we
want to
go.
take the weight off, lever.
Is that where it's-
No, I mean I'm sure he'll tell you also. Maybe he uses lever.
Yeah.
All right, through in 61, 62. So that's pretty aggressive. I don't know how well that's going to go for him, but I hope it goes well.
Again, going back to Lever, we are an affiliate of Lever. I cannot say that word for the life of me.
You
My
really
gosh,
can't.
I need to
Official
work on
affiliate.
that. I need to work on that this season.
It's always just one word.
It's just the one word that I cannot say.
I can never say Mount Washington Observatory unless I say it slowly.
Mount
like that.
Washington Observatory.
Mount
Although
Washington
I can
Observatory.
pronounce most last names correctly, or
Yeah.
at least give them a shot, but I can't say affiliate. Oh my gosh.
All right, Dahlbeck is now going to be about he was like 135 or so at 600.
Yes.
So that's the kind of pace. If you're trying to run like 420, it's probably a good pace to be on for that. But it's going on
Yeah.
61, 62 is really aggressive. I don't know how it's going to work out for him.
Yeah. But anyway, please use code NHXCTF over at Lever to get 15% off your order and help support us. Again,
Oh, he is going quick right now. So he's going to be about 2:0, maybe 2:10, 8, 9.
209.
All right. So
he's putting a time down.
So he's out in 420, like 419 pace, but he also went out in 404 pace, and next lap is 68. So we'll see if that kind of easier second lap is going to help him out, or if he's kind of falling down after that first lap.
I'm sure the wind on the backstretch doesn't help the greatest, but
No. Yeah, this is probably the most important part of the race is right here. Really kind of focusing up. That third lap is always the hardest, and especially with the headwind.
yeah.
This is the time to really try to apply the pressure because you're going to be able to coast for the next 200 until you come back to the gun or the bell, whatever,
Yeah. State record is 407. Meet record's 424.
by the same person.
Pierce has
no,
the
it's
meet
not.
No, it's not.
The state record, that's wrong.
Pearson. You think state record's wrong?
Pierce is
wait,
the state record.
Let me guess who got the.
You said
Did
Nicholas.
Gandini get the meet record in my year in 23?
No, the meet record is Pierce.
Is it?
Pearson, yeah.
From my year.
Hanover. Pierce has a state record?
Yeah.
Yeah, he beat
at
New England. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Callum
I don't know why it's
Sherry
not
was
updated,
awesome.
but anyways,
That's also
one lap to
Dahlbeck,
go.
1 lap to go.
Yep.
3.
Oh, that was a 70 in that
20.
lap.
Yeah.
But he's still going to run underneath his seat time.
No, he's
probably.
Yeah,
moving
and
pretty good.
he's got
almost a full 100 ahead.
And Petrie moves ahead of Heyman here in the chase pack.
And you also have, is that Barnes?
Yep.
That's Barnes,
So you have really good runners here.
Yeah, kind of like the best of D3 right there.
Yeah.
Wrong person.
Dahlbeck is still applying the pressure.
This wind is brutal too. The straight that he just ran has got
he's
consistent
got power
17, 15 mile an hour winds and gusts of like 30.
All right, 4 flat right now. So see what kind of time he can put up.
426.
It's all in the tailwind now. All right, here he comes. 417, 418 on the clock. Can he get under 430? He's trying hard. The crowd's clapping. Here we go. 27, 28, 29. I think it's going to be just over.
Just over.
430, yep.
It's a pretty accurate seat time.
430.
Heyman made his way back on Petrie.
Closed ahead of Petrie.
Good for him.
Yeah, Heyman's been becoming a solid runner.
Can Barnes get Petrie? That's the question.
I don't think so. I think Barnes is a little too
close,
far.
but
Yeah, Petrie's just kind of jogging it in, but Barnes closing in, trying to get there just under 450.
That's Clapp of Oyster River in 5th. Gravelin, brutal start to the race.
Yep. But hey, gets under 5.
Larson, the freshman from Co Brown, I believe he just got under 5. Might have been tight.
I don't know. It definitely is tough. Gravelin was 456. So
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Probably not then.
I don't think so. Unfortunately.
It's a good heat.
Yep. So now moving on to the 4x1.
I'm gonna have to text Pat, see what happens. Why he wasn't starting.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay.
So Dahlbeck's going to get his interview at some point.
If Lars gets to him.
Yeah, he's going so fast in that first lap. I don't know if Lars can catch him. All right, so now we're on to the 4x1s. So we got some teams lining up on the infield, all gathering together, getting ready to go. Heat 1 is going to, of the girls 4x1 is going to have Conant, Manchester West. To note, Louder was part of West's 4x1 team, so not sure if she's going to be okay for that after her 100 meters. Hopefully she will be. Newport, then John Stark, Epping, and Laconia. Maddox Lovely is not part of Newport's 4x1 team. Interesting.
That's strange. I wonder what she could run in the 100. I mean, she's definitely random. I just don't know what it is, but. What? Are you sure? I think that's Maddox right there.
Well, yeah.
So she might not be on paper.
That is her right there. She's not on paper, but.
Yeah, I don't know how much we can trust the paper.
Yeah, I don't
What
know
do
how
you mean?
much we
I'm
can
trusting with my
I don't
life.
know how much we can trust Tyler Sheedy,
Oh, yeah.
especially on camera. I'm kidding, Tyler Sheedy.
I think Ben's a
According to
cool
Mr.
guy.
Tim Chops.
Do you
What?
trust that? I think Ben's a cool guy, but I'm untrustworthy, so.
Nah, you know what, bro? That's true. That's true. I believe you on that one.
Huh.
Did you announce 4x1s?
Yep.
Okay.
That's why I mentioned.
Maddox Lovely, of course, of course, of course. Looks like we're still waiting on all zones getting set up. This is the beauty of a 4x1. You've got whole crew
Yeah, a lot of work to be done to
working
make sure it works
all
out.
around the track. Make sure everybody's in their spot. Trying to wait for all 4 white flags to be up.
Here we go.
Here we go. I love that the PA announcer just said bombs away.
We should start saying that. So Lovely did get off the handoff first. That makes sense. So that's Newport in the lead. Looking at it, it looks like, is that, yeah, Newport's still leading it. Laconia could be in a good spot, but Newport's definitely well ahead. Pretty spread out heat. So Newport's still leading, but Laconia is trying to come back, but off the curve with the inside. Newport is going to pull away pretty easily. So they're going to win heat 1. What's the time going to be is the question. Like 55 or something.
Once again, wait to see all white flags up for the second heat of the 4x1. Once again, we have Hopkinton, Plymouth, Guilford, Pelham, Newmarket, Sanborn, West River, and Kearsarge in the second heat. We've got 3 heats all together. And we're off for this next heat of the 4x1.
So, looks like away in front. Hard to tell when they're far away. Maybe Kearsarge on the outside.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to tell from this vantage point who's ahead, especially going into the handoffs.
Because you can't really tell who's on the inside lanes and what teams they are. I think I see Sanborn maybe in third.
I think
but
Pelham's in second.
Pelham's probably the one.
Kearsarge is.
I think Pelham's in the lead.
Yep,
Pelham's
definitely going into the
curve,
turn.
Yeah, it's gonna be good for them. Yeah, there we go.
Yep. That's actually Guilford
Jeez,
in the
of course
lead, followed by Kearsarge, then Pelham. So all 3 blue teams.
And it would be Macy Sawyer's in the lead for them, bringing them home.
Yep. You haven't seen her today. I'm going to assume she's going to be running the 200.
Yep, that makes sense.
So my assumption, I'll look ahead to confirm whether I see her or not.
Down at the bottom, probably.
I would imagine probably the last seat. Yep, there she is. Fastest seat, 26:11.
But fastest by quite a lot.
Yep. As says, but that's where we are right now. And official times on there: Guilford 53:09, Kearsarge 53:88, Pelham 54:83, Plymouth 55:27, Newmarket 55:87, Sanborn 56:45, and Hopkinton 56:57. The records here: meet record 51:29 back last year. Milford has a state record 48:68. Again, I'd be surprised to see any state records today, but actually no, that is true. I would be surprised to see any state records.
You say Milford has the state record
They do.
in the 4x1?
Yes.
I thought it was North and Pinkerton
now
going back and
that
forth.
I'm saying that now and talking about the 1600 meter record, these might not be up to date. So
Yeah, the Pinkerton
so I
North.
may avoid saying these state
Or
records
South,
now.
sorry, Pinkerton and South. They were going back and forth
Yeah,
forever
so
the
I
last
think-
2 years.
Pretty sure South might have it right now. Then.
I do believe South has it, but I'm going to feel so bad if it's Pinkerton.
Either way, these state records might not be up to date. So
They
we'll
definitely
leave
are
it.
not up to date. Here we go.
Third heat.
So Co-Brown's the top seed in this one.
Let's go.
So it's Kingswood, Somersworth, Pembroke, Co-Brown, Bow, Lebanon, Merrimack Valley, and Spalding. Third and final heat.
And the wind just died down, the sun came out, so that might feel nice for these runners. Looks like Co-Brown was in the lead there.
Outside lane's running really well, too.
That'd be Spalding. Spalding is actually running really well. But are they too far outside? How's Co-Brown going to fare?
Kingswood, and that's Raposa.
Oh,
I
yep,
think, on
Raposa.
the
Yep, so
anchor.
you're not catching Raposa. Nice. But Spalding a great run, too. So the two outer lanes coming with the worst seat times out of this heat. But they are going to run 1 and 2, so that's Kingswood winning. Raposa now has 2 titles in the day.
Yeah, she's pretty legit.
So she's off to a great start with her spring track season.
Yeah, Raposa was a solid sprinter indoor, but she's really showing the wheels here. in
Beyond
outdoor.
solid here.
She was always one of the
Yeah.
3 or 4 best 300-meter runners
Yeah.
for the last few years.
And,
No,
and
for
400
sure.
is her prime event, so.
Yep. Kingswood 52:87, Spalding 53:21, Co-Brown 53:45, Somersworth 54:27, Bow 54:37, Lebanon 54:45, Merrimack Valley 54:50, and Pembroke 56:09. Now to the boys. Oyster River, Raymond, Laconia, Kearsarge, Somersworth, Guilford, Kona, and Epping. I'd imagine we'll see talent here for Oyster
You'd
River.
assume
No,
so.
he's on the list, but as we saw,
Again,
the list could be wrong.
we can't trust the paper, or I guess the screen.
What did he end up doing? I think it was, he said 10.95.
Yep, 10:95 was his official winning time for the 100.
I told him it was 10.95 when I just
see
thought I
somebody
heard
signaling
you.
him with the
And,
hands,
and he,
yeah.
dude, I signaled him this, and then that. I went 10.95, and he said 10.5. I'm like, nah, man, I'm sorry.
He missed the 9.
I'm sorry, dude.
He missed the 9.
Didn't want to disappoint him.
Yep. Narrowly misses the record.
Well, 10.5 would have it.
Yeah, I know. Meet record 44:55 from Trinity. Once again, waiting for the white flags on all 4 corners of the track, if they are corners.
Yeah, we can call them that. Turns.
Turns?
I might swerve in the corner. Okay. I don't know why I said that. Let's see. In front, is that maybe? It's hard to tell because they're both blue on the outside, but it doesn't make sense. Somersworth, maybe? Somersworth could be in front. Yeah, it's Somersworth for sure. Oh, no,
Or-
Guilford, of course. It's not. Is Guilford?
There's a lot of blue.
Oh, Guilford in 6. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
And
And that would be Raymond.
That's Dennis
Yep.
Glidden from Raymond. He's going to get him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe not.
see, I don't think Oyster
Wow, that
River
was
has
fun.
run their 18 today. I don't think.
Glidden's a great runner. I was expecting to see him in the 100. I don't think he was in that.
One of my favorite things from indoor states was during the high jump. He was in contention for the win.
Yeah.
And right before his last jump, they started the 55, so you had to go sprint over there, go do that, or the hurdles or whatever. Go do that and come back and do his jump to win.
Wow.
And he missed it, unfortunately. But
Hey, man, so, he can say, hey, if I didn't have to do the 55
Yeah,
right
right,
before, I would have
right.
won it.
Raymond 46.69, Guilford 46.73, Kearsarge 48.30, Laconia 48.56, Epping 49.70, Oyster River 51.22, Somersworth 51.32, Conant 51.64. Now moving on to the next heat. Third and final heat. Got Campbell, Sanborn, Exeter, Coe-Brown, Bow, Pelham, Merrimack Valley, and Kingswood. And we're off. Third and final heat of the boys 4x1.
I think it's the second
Pretty
heat.
even. Already breaking the stagger on the outside. Merrimack Valley. Oh, it's gonna be tight between Merrimack Valley and Kingswood up at the front. Am I wrong? Or Kingswood changed their jerseys again? I feel like they've always been gray for a while.
They have been gray.
But I think those are black though now, aren't they? Ooh, we
the
are.
wind is coming on strong right now.
Yeah.
Almost just fell over.
I saw that.
I see on the inside that looks like it's going to be Plymouth trying to hold off Lebanon, but I think Lebanon's going to be too much for them.
Yep.
Going through 43.
I don't know about 43.
I don't know about 43 either.
I think I saw like 48.
Yeah. 47.86 for Lebanon.
What?
You
I
were
saw
close.
43.
Man,
I
also,
swear.
You were close though.
Did I say the wrong?
Yeah, we have one more heat after this.
Oh. I accidentally announced heat 2. That's my apologies. Portsmouth Christian.
That's why
Metro
Kingswood
West,
was
Plymouth,
weird.
Lebanon, Newport, Hopkinton, Goffstown, Newmarket. That was that heat. Plymouth 48.24, Goffstown 46.95, Newmarket 48.97, Newport 49.49, Portsmouth Christian 50.90, Manchester West 51.46. Is there things flying around me? Is that what's happening?
Good. You know what's funny is I'm so out of tune as to how fast 4x1 should be that I didn't even think twice about 43 being on the clock.
So
I think 43 in college is pretty decent.
Okay, I guess I've been going to
college.
a lot of college meets recently, so maybe that makes more sense.
College is probably something you're more familiar with, but 46 is pretty solid
All right.
in high school.
So interestingly, Coe-Brown's anchor leg here, he's a freshman. As an 8th grader last year, he ran 51.4 or 51.7 in the
That's
400.
not okay.
That's not
One
fair.
of those
That's
two.
not
It was
okay.
something like that. I know we broke 52.
That's not okay.
So he's
I
their
don't-
anchor leg today, and he's been awesome so far.
I did that once my freshman year. I never touched that.
Really?
After that one time my freshman year, and then junior year finally got back to it. But it took me 2 years to get. I hit it once because I dropped the baton in the relay.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You remember?
I remember
about that
hearing
one?
about
Yeah.
it.
That was a fun one. Anyway, broken stagger already. Coe-Brown as well as Pelham looks like gonna be the
Career,
two
I
leaders.
can only assume
Wow.
Career's going to be their anchor.
I would assume, but you never know.
So what can they do in this headwind?
And he
no.
just ran right
What
over his
happened there?
teammate.
I have no idea what happened there. But
I don't think he heard his teammate say go, or he was doing full
Oh man, you
full
hate to see
on
that.
blind, so I think they're supposed to get command. I don't think he heard him over the wind.
Co
So
Brown's got the
gonna
lead.
be far in the lead.
So is this him? This
Yeah,
is
that's
anchor
him.
leg? Wow.
40. I think it was 45 very
he's a
low or
freshman?
44 high. Yeah.
So Co Brown might have won this.
Unless he reclassed a few times.
But yeah, that's tough. It's just Pelham just ran right over their teammate. Co Brown 45.08.
Wow.
That's a heck of a time.
That's gotta
Exeter
be, that might be a school
46.01.
record.
They had 44.70 on their seed. So
Sanborn 46.02. Merrimack 46.17. Kingswood 46.31. Bow 46.73. Campbell 49.14. Pelham will not finish, unfortunately. And that's it for the 4x1s. Going on to the 400s. A lot of heats. A lot of heats.
How is it 400?
Seven
that's not that many. 7 heats.
For the 4?
That's not even 2 miles.
True, but I think it's a decent amount.
And Co Brown alum Lars Hogney is excited that he gets to interview his alma mater.
Lars is excited he gets to interview anybody, man.
I don't see how he can. I feel like he's like the last person I'd think would be excited about interviewing people.
And your
Yeah, he's
reviews
just
are
a
really
shy guy.
not that bad. They really are. They're fun.
Lars is
It's a-
basically a shy guy from Mario.
Yeah. I forgot about those guys, man.
Well, of course you would. They're shy.
Man. Mario Super Sluggers. One of the best games ever made.
Can't feel that a lot of people would argue with that.
I wonder if his name's Jackson, the Co Brown kid. I wonder if he's in the 400 or the 200. I assume 200.
Yeah, if he's running the 4x1 right now, then
Yeah, but maybe he does 4x4 as well. So that in that case, it would be 400, probably 4x4. You think, right?
yeah, we'll see.
Or just wait, man.
According to Seth Bayless, we got a hurricane here.
Yeah.
He said that a little bit ago.
Not just a hurricane, a daggum hurricane.
Daggum hurricane.
There's also a child playing in a swamp with a leaf.
That's pretty
Oh,
awesome.
Had a great time.
Seth was talking about the 100-meter record back in 2022,
Yeah.
is what he was talking about.
Oh. Ah.
What?
I'm following now.
You understand? Yeah. I wasn't following either. I was like, okay, he must be talking about the 200 if he's running 22 seconds or something. But no, he's talking about the 100-meter record in 2022. He ran 10:75 and then had to run .73 later for it to
Yeah.
count.
That's impressive that, well, I guess maybe if he had a tailwind, well, or a headwind.
Yeah, Seth, that didn't count, man. You probably had a +10 tailwind on you.
But the
Yeah.
fact that he beat his Sanborn time later on is good.
Nope.
Do you think Seth's still watching now that we're past the hundreds?
Probably not. Maybe, I don't know. If he is, I'm going to tell him B-Shout said hi to him. though.
Chris Stevens was on for a moment.
Well, Chris Stevens is
Chris
always
Stevens
on.
is always
That's
on.
true. Chris Stevens is always
Chris
watching.
Stevens
We
might
could have
be
a
our biggest
marathon
supporter.
live streaming. Chris Stevens would be watching. I would be watching too. But
That guy just loves track, man.
Yeah. He said, are we going to see a sub-11 today for the hundreds?
Chris said that?
Yep. And which we did.
We did. What was second in
Yeah.
that? Was that one of the bow guys?
Yeah, it was like, I think it was like 11:07 maybe?
Okay.
I don't know. Oh, here we go. Girls 400s. We have 4 girls: Tilly of Guilford, Baker of Kingswood, Krochik of Pembroke, and Keene of Conan.
I
only
want to
have
say we
3
only got
actually.
3.
Yeah.
Oh, is there 3? Sorry, I wasn't paying
Who's
attention.
not here?
I'm only looking at the names I
I see coming on the outside. I see.
My guess is we're missing Baker.
Guilford's running well. I think.
See the heads dipping down. The wind is killer
Yeah, once
back
you're
there.
through that section, then you're good to go.
Yep. I always
So that's-
hated the backstretch of the 400. The backstretch was always terrible. Hated it every time.
I like this bend, the 200 to 300 mark. That was my
Yeah,
favorite.
that's always. I think that's the
It's just
best.
so fun. You're really winding
That's
it
the
up.
best part of the 4. Because I'll be honest with you, your brain just kind of turns off at that point.
I don't know. I just think the whole time in the 4. It's awesome. I love the 4.
It's a good run for Susanna Tilley of Guilford. She's going to run about 1:18, it looked like. So she had no time coming in.
77, 78, probably. Be her official time around. I had not think at all of this one.
Maybe I won't do a workout after this. Maybe I'll do it up on the lever at Co Brown.
Good.
Oh! Use code HXCTF. We're going to keep using that.
You know, after this, actually, this is no, it doesn't make sense. Well, actually, it's a hot day, right?
Okay.
And
Kind of.
If it were hotter,
It's
I'd
so
want
nice.
I'd want a nice cool drink, which I can get from a refrigerator, which I could buy.
With the money you got from the discount
No.
that you got. Oh, okay.
Alternative sales.
You're going back to
Oh.
alternative sales.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Alternative Sales, for sponsoring our Meat Hub today. And I missed the results for that 400.
About
I think
78.
1:17:47 was the winning time for that heat. Moving along, second heat, we have Elliott of John Stark, Ledbetter of Bow, Kemp of Laconia, Mir of John Stark, Quang of Spalding, John Stark, Quang of Deerfield and Johnson.
It's really going crazy now.
Eyes are water in here.
Amir had a block start. It seemed like it helped her because she's out pretty well.
Oh. I heard Tyler Sheedy was getting back on the camera for the guys for.
No, why would you want to do that?
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Which, by the way, great segment. Come on, man.
Yeah,
that's a good segment.
We should do track. Come on, man.
Track, come on,
Oh,
man.
man.
Every
Oh,
false man.
That's basically no context, but all right, here we go. So Lemire seemed to be in the lead, at least early on, and she is going to hold it all the way. She will be challenged by Raina Johnson of Derryfield. Will be challenged by Olivia Huang of Spalding. That was Brie Lemire who won this heat.
See her official time. Lemire 69.96, Johnson 73.36, Wang 74.29, Elliott 75.52, Baker 78.04, Ledbetter 79.75, Kemp 81.19, Graham 86.57. When you're a forward runner, you don't see anything in minutes, you just see everything in seconds.
Yes, I was discussing this earlier. When do you think is the cutoff for minutes and seconds?
As soon as you hit 130 for a 400.
So like 91.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Obviously.
I would personally not
Yeah.
say 90.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like the cutoff for me, I would probably say 120. But
'Cause I guess you're
just
never doing 90
But
in a
if
rep.
if I'm saying 70s and it goes into like 120s as I'm saying 70s,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna continue with it. I'm not gonna break it just for cohesion's sake.
I guess it makes sense. Well, because like for workouts we do, like we would never go like anything slower than like an 80. So
Yeah, it's true. I've heard a 90 here and there sometimes.
well, you also don't run for very far. So.
No, not really. But anyway, next heat. Heat 3, Greenwood of Newport, Smith of Hopkinton, Leno of Spalding, McGuire of Pembroke, Quinn of Goffstown, Tagliaferro of John Stark, Goudreau of Derryfield, and Jenkins of Oyster River. I only said Berryfield.
It's like a nice place.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, that seems pretty good.
Berryfield Park. Autumn Linnell of Spalding. As a Dover alum, I can't ever cheer for Spalding, but
Nope, no, we can't.
good on her.
It's not allowed, Tyler. Can't do it.
She's running really well, though. She's already made it to stagger basically everyone.
You know what I cheer for, Tyler?
Tell me.
I cheer for a great race.
That's true.
Hey, that's a good point.
Unless it's Spalding.
Actually,
winning
that's a
the
great
race.
point.
Usually
I
want,
cheer for a great race where Spalding loses.
Yeah, that's great race. Co-Brown wins. Oyster River
Yeah.
gets beat, but like I like Oyster River. They come second. You know.
Actually, it might be a good race, and I think she's going to win still.
Coming around the corner.
Yep.
Oh, are you sure? Goffstown.
Kaylee Quinn of Goffstown.
Quinn.
Oh no! Look at lane 1.
Yep.
That's Chloe Greenwood. Great finish
Greenwood,
there.
great kick.
Wow.
Yep.
I think she just anchored the Newport 4x1 as well.
Yeah.
The foreigners today are just basically who can have the strongest kick after getting through that blast zone on the backstretch. Greenwood wins it 69-48. Quinn 70-46. Leno 72-49. McGuire 73-45. Tagliaferro 75-14. Smith 76-32. Goodrow 79-31. Jenkins 83-08. At one point, there's going to be one time where I break the cycle and I'm going to be mad at myself.
I think we were wrong about Cam Lee in the 100. We said he didn't get the school record. I think he actually might have.
Can we get confirmation on what the school record was previously?
We got to text Greg. Oh,
Is
shoot.
that
Hang
what we
on.
got to?
I got to record. Hang on.
Here we go. Yeah.
I was forgetting about my job.
Can't do that.
Good start
Greg
for
is
Handon, it
not
looks like.
reachable right now, so we'll have to get back to everybody on that. Probably
Greg
never.
is always
Because the world's so curious now with the Co-Brown 100-meter record.
I'm curious.
We must follow up at another meet. Hey, everybody at this Sanborn Invitational.
Yeah,
Remember when we talked about this?
everyone who wants to know the Co-Brown record was broken, tune in next time.
We
we'll tell
officially
you.
will
At
tune in at the
Blackbear.
next live
We'll
stream.
actually
We'll let you
we'll
know.
do an announcement live stream just for the.
Actually, you know what? The next meet we do is Black Bear, so I think everybody might care then.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
'Cause it is Black Bear.
Is that next week?
That's
Yes.
next week,
It's
yeah.
next Saturday, yeah.
I might not be here next week.
So,
Oh.
way to plug that. Tune in next week for Black Bear. We will be there
tune in next week.
next
you can
Saturday.
Find out the,
And you can find out if what the previous record was for Karen Lee.
Meanwhile, Erin Hannon of Plymouth is running really well. So she's going to take this heat.
Hannon is going to win that
67-69. 67-69. Then Pierre Tornero ran 69.45. Velas ran 1:10.22. Dumont 70.87. Sutherland 71.92. Who was 72.48. Winch was 73.17, and Pellerin was
75.
75. Okay.
75 something. On to the next heat.
That was a good heat.
Yeah.
Hannon beat her C10 by 5 seconds.
We've got Mertz of Pelham, Silver of Campbell, Maher of
Exeter.
Oh, hold on a minute. Tyler, I'll have you quickly take over here. I gotta go touch.
So here is our next heat.
think she heard the set command.
Really?
Yeah, lane 1. She was still in her
That's not good.
3-point. What's that? I don't know what that's called, to be honest with you.
2, yeah, whatever.
Well, she was down. She wasn't set.
She was in her mark.
Yeah, on your mark stance.
She was on her mark. Let's see. So hard to tell who's in front. Maybe Silver Campbell on the inside in the red. Maybe that's on the outside lanes. Either way, I think it's pretty close. Jordan of Kearsarge looks like she could be in a good spot. Once again, Silver of Campbell, or from Plymouth, that's Fish. But actually coming up on the inside from 1, that's Mertz of Pelham. Mertz and Fish. It's Mertz in front. Can Fish fight back and get her? I think maybe, yeah. I don't know, we'll see. That was like anybody's race the entire time. Some nice sportsmanship afterwards.
All right.
So unless you look on SST results, you will not know who won that heat because it didn't come through on our results. That is a good time to say SST results does have all of our finish times and future events. So if you want to look at that stuff, SSTresults.com.
All right, we got heat 6 coming up right now. Second to last heat, and they're off.
And it's Pietranero, Sullivan, O'Shea, Redmond, Orleans, Feister, Rains, and Hood. Howd? Or Howd. So we've got distance runner Caitlin O'Shea. And she can be mid-distance too.
She did a 300 indoors.
Yeah, she's done a couple of 300s, yep.
Haley Kavanaugh did 300 indoors too. That was also really good.
Yeah. I think they're just kind of boasting that they've got a lot more
Yeah.
depth.
They're like, hey, I can do
And
it.
she is in the one in front right now. I always love seeing a distance runner beat the sprinters.
It's kind of how it goes. I did some 300s here and there.
So O'Shea is making her
Wow.
way down.
Yeah. Wow, she's looking really good. 63-64. Wow.
It's a good run.
It's a really good run.
She had a 106 estimate seed time. So Mike Smith would be proud.
There we go. O'Shea, 63.87. Rain, 65.05. Pietranero, 67.29. Pfister, 67.61. Hood, 68.18. Redmond, 68.19. Sullivan, 68.42. And Orleans, 69.09. As we head on to our final heat of the girls 400, Cheryl of Portsmouth Christian, Roeder of Exeter, Ernst of Exeter, Thurlow of Sanborn, Poteet of Exeter, Coots of Guilford, Bove of Hopkinton, and Carr of Lebanon. I would assume Poteet is the older sister to.
Yeah, Poteet's in the 2 mile.
Poteet from the 2 mile, yeah. There we go. Final heat underway.
We got the hurdles after this?
Yes, I think so. I'm not currently looking
Yep.
at the.
It would be. Well, boys after this, but. All right, so let's see who's gonna likely take the meet win.
Oh man, that's 63. What was it for O'Shea?
63.7.
63, yeah.
So Poteet or Thurlow has a 60.7, and it looks like right now.
Yeah, Thurlow is a pretty solid mid-distance runner.
Oh, that's Poteet who's in the lead though. And she's gonna actually pull away from everyone, and she's gonna run about 61. O'Shea might get second overall. Madeline Poteet is going to run 62, 16.
Bove, 63.57. Thurlow, 63.94. Ern, 64.43. Roeder, 65.22. Cheryl, 65.72. Carr, 67.66. Then Coots is probably a DNS.
And I heard Tyler Sheedy was taking the camera for this one.
If that's what we want, then I'll do it.
I think there's only one person that wants that.
That's me.
And that's Ben.
Here we go.
Boys, we have Roy of Conant, Leclerc of Laconia, Allen of Oyster River, Tate of Kingswood, Dumont of Conant, and Warren of Guilford. First seat of the boys 400. Yeah, we have 300 hurdles after this.
I've always liked 300 hurdles. But I will never understand people who say it's harder than the 800.
I won't know.
I actually wouldn't either.
I
I've
actually
never
don't
done
think
it,
800 is too terribly hard.
Really?
Yeah, I'll be honest.
Do you think like the 5K is tougher?
Yes.
Interesting.
I think the 5K is harder. Yeah, it looks like Leclerc going through. I think this is his he ran the 3200 earlier today. This came through 57.38, Dumont 59.43. Have the rest of the field now coming in. Rest of the results here. Allen, 71.67. Roy, 73.93. And Tate, 75.46. All right, next one, we've got McKinnon of Bow, Wood of Pelham, Cousins of Oyster River, She of Derryfield, Burris of Pembroke, Deshard of Campbell, Lou of Campbell, Richards of Derryfield. Actually, I was gonna look at the seat time, the entries here. I was gonna see if anybody's seated under 50. We don't have anybody seated under 50. Fastest time coming in is 51.70 for today. down the stretch. This is Wood from Pelham coming down, followed by Deshard of Campbell. Let's see their official results coming up shortly. Looks like we just missed those.
That was my bad.
As Mr. Robbins here decided to cut me off.
I was trying to talk to him without the mics on. I tried getting his attention. They started reading.
Well, it's a good time to plug in Speed Sport Timing, as again you can take a look at those past results and current results right now over at sstresults.com. Thank you again to Chris and Brian over there as they're down by the start line. Thank you to them for always having results ready for us and covering these meets. We are over now to Heat 3. Got Jenkins of Oyster River, Martin of Messinic, Demash of Koenig, Green of Campbell, Zlatosh of Oyster River, Weed of Merrimack Valley, Larson of Somersworth, and Brennan of Plymouth.
I think Brennan's flying right now on the outside.
It's hard to tell with the. Oh yeah, no, he's looking back though. He's. Yep, going to the arms.
No one's
looking
gonna
really
get
good.
him, though.
Winning from the outside is a tough thing to do in the 4. You've got a lot more turn to work with. You don't have anybody to work with you. Winning from the outside is tough, but not impossible.
You're running in a straighter line, though. So you're not technically putting as much force into the ground moving diagonally or horizontally.
True,
So
but still, again, you have a lot more turn to work with.
You also can't see anyone. So
No,
that's
exactly.
brutal,
I
too.
think there's a lot more disadvantage than there is advantage.
Yeah,
in
if you're
in
I
the
think
curve.
if you're an elite guy, I'd rather be on the outside. If I'm a
I mean, if you're Wade Van Niekerk, you want to be on the
yeah.
outside.
4303 out there.
That is still one of the craziest world records to me. Like from the
yeah.
outside, that is crazy. That is one of the craziest ones for me personally. All right. Moving on to the next heat, we have Pineda of Merrimack Valley, Woods of Raymond, Babon of Oyster River, Clark of Newmarket, Paul of Plymouth, Polly of Pembroke, Hartshorn of Derryfield, and Prev of Pembroke. And we're off here. 4th heat.
What school is that? Is that Oyster River?
I think so. Yeah, that looks like
Moving pretty good.
it's Babon of Oyster River. It's looking pretty good. He's got some chase though. Looks to be Clark and Woods. Bebon looks good to take this one, though. Bebon wins it. Bebon 59-59, Clark 60-29, Wood 61-24, Paul 63-26, Pauly 65-47, Hartshorn 66-41, Panetta 67-07. Now up on the track. Heat 5 of 12. Zhang of Derryfield, Lord of Raymond, Johnson of Merrimack Valley, Brown of Spalding, Shelton of Goffstown, Russell of Lebanon, Van Hoff of Hopkinton, and Ramos Glue of Lebanon. And we're off. 5th heat of 12. Looking pretty spread out coming around the corner. I think that's Brown of Spalding. Coming down the straightaway, all on his own. In second is Goffstown Shelton. Oh, actually, he's gonna get out-kicked here by must be Johnson, 64-01. Zhang, 65-24. Van Hoff, 65-29. Ramos Glue, 65-37. Russell, 65-79. And Lord, 66-22. All right, coming up, 6th heat, halfway through. Slayton of Bow, Booth of Merrimack Valley, Downing of Plymouth Regional, Reed Merle of Lebanon, McNamara of Epping, Schrempf of Sanborn, Isbicki of Campbell, and Horner of Newmarket. It's moving right along with these 400s as the wind has still remained as brutal as ever.
Seems there may be an issue with
the gun?
starting the gun. I don't know what's going on, but
we might
discussion.
It seemed like there might have been a problem with one of the heats of the 100 earlier.
Okay.
False started in that heat.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if everybody heard that click.
Yeah, I would have.
That you all, yeah, we always do.
Everybody.
Yep. Yeah, so that's because there was nobody DQ from that, and then you got 2 other people who got DQ'd off false start. 3?
Yeah,
Was it 3 people?
That official's better than me, man. I mean, red card all of them if they all false start. I'm not gonna have.
Nope,
it.
seems like we're ready to go
Card
now.
all of them.
Not gonna have that.
Even if it was a gun malfunction.
You gotta know what the sound of the gun sounds like.
Some stagger's getting broken on the outside already.
Maybe out in like lane 7 or 6.
Yep.
I think Lebanon is probably going to be the guy in front.
Yep. Oh, going around. Yep. Lebanon ahead. Reed. That's Reed Morrow.
really broke away.
Wow, yeah.
It's around 58 officially. Unofficially, excuse me. Reed Merle 58.93. Horner 61.33. Downing 62.18. Booth 62.63. Isbicki 62.75. Slayton 63.10. McNamara 63.75. And Schrempf 64.79. Coming up now, Heat 7, Marshall of Hopkinton, Lundberg of Goffstown, Smith of Plymouth, Ingram of Bow, Nicodemus of Pembroke, Burtis of Plymouth Regional, Pliakos of Goffstown, and Dinnan of Campbell.
Looks like
Definitely excited about
is
that.
that Bo who's looking pretty good right now?
I think so. That looks to be Ingram.
Ooh, but look at this. Good move out of lane. I'm not quite sure what lane it is.
It's hard to tell, but I think that might be Smith of Plymouth.
It's going to be a good finish.
Yeah.
Smith is the inside.
Yep, so it's Smith coming down. He's battling it out with Ingram.
He kind of cranked into another gear at about maybe
Smith looking to
250,
his right.
but yeah, he's tying up a little bit, but looking to the side. He's going to be fine and going across the line.
Around 58 once again. So Smith, 58.97, Ingram, 59.65, Pliakos, 60.58, Nicodemus, 60.65, Burtis, 60.68, Dinnan, 61.25, Lundberg, 62.06, and Marshall, 63.48. Now coming up, Heat 8 of 12, Kellner of Derryfield, Daniel of Sanborn, Darling of Bow, Gagnon of Kingswood, Clow of Bow, Wu of Newmarket, Lynch of Laconia, and Charles Bauman of Kearsarge. We're off. Heat number 8.
Good start from lane 2. Really good start.
It's Daniel. Sanborn is looking to close the gap over by Charles Bauman.
And these guys definitely have a lot more pace than the last couple heats had. Come off the corner.
Yep, it looks like it's going to be on the inside. Looks to be Daniel.
This will be pretty quick.
Yeah, looking around
55?
55.
Nice.
So we dropped from the 58s all the way to 55 right away.
I think that 54 high, but I've been wrong about that pretty much all day. Nope.
54.98.
Come on.
Nice.
Clow 56.25. Wu 57.05. Lynch 57.57. Charles Bauman 58.93. Darling 62.23. Gagnon 63.37. Kellner 66.83. Moving on to Heat 9.
Probably getting pretty close to the end of it. Yeah, so 4 heats to go.
What's that?
4 heats to go.
Yep. I thought you said 4D. I was like, no. No, we don't have 40 heats to
I'm
go.
good on that.
I'm also. This is not BU. Or yeah.
BU miles.
3 hours of miles. Yeah.
All right, Heat 9, Gardner of Manchester West. As I try to talk over this win. Wilkinson of Hopkinton.
Definitely a smaller heat. Only 6 guys this time.
Defosis of Hannum of Newport. Larson of Somersworth. Descharnay of Lebanon. Frankwich of Kearsarge. And Craig of Pembroke. Can't imagine what the wind is like on that backstretch right now.
I think it just slowed down a little bit. But that guy's putting his head down. He's digging in.
Yeah, I can't imagine it is slowing down at all.
Yep, Lebanon's still holding the lead.
Yep. This is the Chardonnay.
Ooh, good finish here.
Good finish here, Frankowicz. Closing in.
Nice.
57. So we got random 54 in there somewhere. We're back to around the 57, 58.
Yep.
So
Came out of nowhere.
pretty good day for that 54. So Frankowicz 57.39. Descharnay 57.73. Craig 58.69. Larson 59.04. Hannum 59.77. DeFossis 61.43. And oh, we had 2 DNSs.
Are we getting a Merrimack Valley girls relay in this heat?
No.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
I think she's just holding
Okay,
blocks.
I was very confused. I was like, did they miss the relay? Maybe they're just doing it now, or like, I was very confused for a second.
Interesting, man.
No, they are so good that they need to compete with the guys.
I was gonna say. I was very confusing for a second.
All right. We have Voot of Lebanon and Hesty of Pelham. Please tell me you think that's how it's pronounced. Voot. Truong of Pelham, Thibodeau of Exeter, Hale of Conant, Hartshorn of Newmarket, Reeve of Exeter, and Testa of Guilford. Voot.
Like a tiny B at the end.
Just,
See what I'm doing? See what I'm doing there?
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Maybe the B and V are silent. It's just oot.
It's just
No,
Voot.
you know, that's what you should call it, man. I like that. I like
Voot.
that a little better.
B and V together just become non-existent.
Yeah, they cancel each other out.
Would not surprise me with the English language.
Two Pelham guys. 2 Pelhams coming down the stretch.
This is fun.
Oh yeah. Hasty and Drong's gonna win it. Exeter!
Oh!
On the outside, that's Reeve. Blasts in to get second.
We got this one more, right?
Yep. Ooh, 55.96 from Drong. Oh, Hasty still edges out Reeve though. 56.67. Then both of them ran the same. Okay, Reeve did outrun Hasty. Okay, 56.67 for Reeve. Hasty 56.86. Hartshorn 57.33. Thibodeau 57.64. Testa 59.76. Oot 60.52. And I think we did not start. Yes, we did. Moving on. Second last heat. Christensen of Kearsarge, Degas of Merrimack Valley, LaBranche of Newmarket, Thurston of Kingswood, Stanley of Portsmouth Christian, Spina of Co-Brown. Williams of Pelham, and Whipple of Kearsarge.
Interesting to compare how many of them are starting in blocks versus how many of them are doing a standing start.
I never did blocks.
Never.
I was just really bad at them.
Yeah.
So we figured we would keep me away.
Jeremiah Payer never did blocks, but unfortunately for him at Nationals one year, apparently they required you to do blocks.
Yeah, you have to.
And he learned that as he was on the starting line. He did fine, but it's still
That's tough though.
It's pretty funny.
So I think that's gonna be Brady Williams. Maybe not. Hang on. Nope. That's okay. That's Thurston of Kingswood.
Yep.
Followed by Williams. Thurston in the 53s there.
Nice. Good run. I like their jerseys, Kingswood.
I do too. Thurston 53.44. Williams 54.35. LaBranche 55.31. Degas 55.96, and Spina right behind him 55.97. Stanley 56.52. Whipple and Christensen are 57.09 and 57.80 respectively. We're gonna have our heater heat
Nice.
up here.
One thing I think is funny to note is that you can see now all of the tents are taken down, I imagine because of the wind.
Yep. That wind, I mean, that is brutal. Has not been nice all day.
No, sir.
But we're going to have our heater heat, which is going to include Will Mannix of Exeter, Ethan Valou of John Stark, Ben Sawyer of Conant, Hastings of Goffstown, Brody Prue of Exeter, Griffith also of Exeter, Zach Coe of Co-Brown, and Afsal of Pelham.
Since the Pelham kid's not in this heat.
So we just got the front seven.
Yeah, C7.
Ben Sawyer is a great all-around athlete. I mean, definitely one of the better decathletes here, or heptathletes. I don't know exactly what they do in high school, but I mean, he's one of the better all-around.
Well, we
athletes.
have the end of the year is it decathlon or is it heptathlon at the end of the year?
It's heptathlon, but he's really solid all around.
Well, here we go. Here's the 400, which Ashton Eaton was always the best at. Famous decathlete. See anybody sticking out of the stagger?
I want to say Valou, but I'm not. I can't tell who's who. That might be Hastings of Goffstown, actually. I believe it's Hastings of Goffstown with the glasses.
Could be a good battle of two guys who are wearing shirts. No,
We
it
also
could be
got Mannix of Exeter
yeah.
on the inside. All the Exeter guys.
Wow, yeah.
Fifth of Exeter as well. I think his teammate just got him at the line. Brody Prue of Exeter. Did they take out the beat last heat's time? Let's see. 51.64. Wow. Griffith 51.69 and Mannix 52.31. 3 Exeter guys under 52.5.
That's amazing.
Very impressive.
They all have a good 4x4.
Yeah, and Hastings 52.81. Sawyer with a 53 flat there. Zacco 54.42. And I think Valou was our last athlete with 55.10. So a pretty good 400 here. But that's going to move us on to our 300 hurdles. We're starting with the girls. It's going to be 4 heats here. 3 girls in the first, quite a few in the next 3. Our boys, which is only 3 heats. But this girls heat is going to be starting out with Caroline Frecker of Plymouth. They're not even on the track yet. I'll say the names anyways. Hints of Plymouth as well. Top 3 athletes under 52.5.
No kidding. 2-3. No kidding.
Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't get to
see that, but dang,
It's cool to see.
that's pretty good. 1 through 3, Exeter.
We're gonna get a little bit of a break here, as maybe not. All the hurdles seem to be on, except for the back straight. Gonna get a little bit of a break, maybe about 2 minutes for these hurdles to come on.
Barely. I would say we barely get 2 minutes.
We might already be ending this break.
As we announce that there's a break happening, the break is over.
Maybe it's a good time. I don't know. Have we talked about lever yet?
I don't know. Have we?
They're pretty cool.
They are pretty cool. You know what's pretty cool? Whoever's doing the Instagram over on our Instagram.
I mean, the Instagram's kind of cool, but the guy
Yeah.
doing it,
That's
maybe
true.
not so much.
No, maybe I shouldn't say that. Yeah, no. But
And
our
then
Instagram
Lars?
is pretty cool. Check out our stories, our little updates here and there, and interviews with the champions here at the 2025 Sanborn Invitational.
Admittedly, I've done a pretty bad job of getting updates throughout the meet of happenings. But luckily for you all, you will be able to see all the interviews from the winners coming up later tonight. As Lars.
Did you say you were doing
Why don't we
doing a
zoom
bad
in right
job?
on our social media guy right there, Sheedy? Why don't we zoom in right on the social media guy? See him
Well,
right
he doesn't
down
have
there?
Instagram, so he doesn't.
There he is.
There he is.
Here he is. There's our socials guy.
Yep. Gonna get all of our champions.
He gave us a wave. He's been doing socials for us all day. Came up from Rhode Island just for this meet.
What?
Actually.
Imagine that.
I don't know anyone else who would do that.
No, I can't imagine that.
And then we got Davio somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where.
We got a photographer around.
Yeah, I mean, how much photographing is he really doing?
Photographing?
How much of that is he really doing? Let's be real.
How much photography is he able to get? Yeah. Let's see.
Can't
Oh
even
my
see
gosh.
that guy. But he's out there working hard, presumably, somewhere. You'd hope so. Because we're sure working hard.
Just sitting here under a tent, talking.
Man, we've been getting blasted by the wind.
We have.
Yeah, that's been pretty hard.
I've been in and out.
Yeah, I went and got sandbags and carrying those from the
You did the heavy
truck
lifting.
over there. That was,
Yeah.
dude, I got my shoulders going pretty good. It really did. Are we ever gonna get what's his name up here?
Oh
Sorry, I forgot
yeah,
the name.
Scott Maxwell.
Scott Maxwell.
We've been kind of hyping it up. I don't know if it's
we
gonna
have,
happen.
and I will mention he said he may stop by when he has the chance.
Maybe he
And
hasn't
the
had a
key
chance.
is when he has the chance. So my guess is he hasn't had the chance. He's busy. He's running a whole meet. So really,
There's also a chance he forgot.
Is it him right over there?
I don't think so. I did talk to him at the beginning of the meet. He seemed very excited to potentially be on the mic, for sure. But again, he's got a whole meet to run. He's pretty busy. So again, we want to thank him
here we go.
and the rest of the staff. As this rate is kicking off for the girls hurls, want to at least thank the coaching staff at Sanborn and
Everyone,
the staff
all the
here.
volunteers and
Yeah.
everyone.
all the volunteers that have helped out
Decided to
here.
come out and
I actually
help
see a few volunteers handing out food to a bunch of our other staff too, which has been great. I just saw them bring food over to our
Oh,
timers.
that's awesome. Yeah.
So again, thank you to our timers and whoever is running concessions over there.
I'll tell you right now.
Huge shout out to them for helping run this meet. This would not be as successful as it is without them either. So
Yeah, I could use another walking taco if there was.
that's true.
Yeah,
We've been
maybe
shouting out the
if-
walking
if
tacos
the timers
all
get
day.
food, maybe the live streamers should get food as well.
Who's that up in front? That's Frecker of Plymouth.
She's definitely built up a good lead.
She's looking pretty good. Sub 60.
For sure. Sub 58.
Yep. Oh, has the clock been banished to the ground now?
I think
Yeah.
they were a little worried about it falling over with the
So
wind.
the wind has forced our clock to be on the ground.
I'm actually amazed that the GoPro hasn't fallen down.
We got a sandbag on it.
Oh, nice.
Yep. It did fall over once,
Oh.
so I had to go over and put a sandbag there. So thank you to Brian for bringing that sandbag over. All right. That was that heat. I didn't get a chance to show those results. My apologies. Again, speed sport timing. Wing, Smith, Nickerson, Brown, Muhlenbrook, Del Frary, and looks another Hammy.
Not fun.
Tetro, as Ben says.
Tetro.
I think it's
I
Tetrol.
guarantee it's Tetro.
I need confirmation on
I'm
this. It looks
so
like Tetrol.
confident.
Tetro would make sense.
It's
Does it?
French.
Yeah.
It's like you don't say.
But
Chalamet,
it would be
you say
Tetro without the LT though.
Timothy Chalamet, not Timothy.
I would
Yeah,
read it as
true.
Tetro if it didn't have the LT though.
That's exactly why it's Tetro. French.
Yeah.
But
I'm telling you.
my experience with French, because I took it for 4 years,
Okay, I didn't.
is with
But I'm good with names.
EAU is
I'm gonna
O.
say, you ready?
The LT throws it off.
I feel like anytime you see an EAULT or whatever it was.
Oh.
Oh. Well, I
Oh,
don't
here we
know.
go.
Yeah, it's O.
All right, getting past this debate, we are on to the next heat. Second of 4. Okay. All right.
Had to go on.
All right. Fair. Fine.
We got a good battle
Okay,
here.
so I get one wrong. All right.
So 5 and 7 are in a great fight here. Spalding and Pelham.
Yeah. So this is Molenbroek of Spalding, way up at the front. As can be followed by Tetro. Oh, stumbles.
Joe just got her there. That is a show of what the hurdles really is.
Yep.
Very, very hard event.
Yeah.
I was just about to say it's
Tetro.
brutal when you see someone fall in the
Well,
last hurdle.
Tetro comes out with the lead with the win, 56-11. Molenbroek 56-59. Del Ferrari, 58-76. Nickerson 60-77. Smith 61-14. Brown 59-37 ahead of Nickerson and Smith. And I don't think we had a start from wing.
Yeah, it's a pretty small field in that one.
All right. Moving on to Heat 3.
It's brutal. You're so tired at the end of the race.
Yeah.
Especially
No,
one
the
like that.
She seems to be in good spirits
She's
afterwards.
being a good sport about it.
Yeah.
You tip the cap sometimes, right?
Yeah. Moving on to Heat 3, Hershey, Plymouth, Marquis of Sanborn, Wimmer of Kearsarge, Karam of Exeter, Bolden of Newmarket, Upton of Hopkinton, Bartoli of Deerfield, and Boys of Goffstown.
Ah, the wind is really getting bad for this one.
Oh yeah, you can see they are really fighting against it back there.
I'm going to say it's another French thing, Dambois.
It could
What
be,
about that?
but again, the E throws it off for me, okay? I would say Dembois if there was no E.
You're right. I agree with you, I think.
I could have said Demboise. Okay. On the outside is Goffstown's
Is it Dambois?
Demboise. She is. Speaking of, she takes this one.
Oui.
Demboise from Demboise from Goffstown.
She might not even be French.
Yeah, probably not.
5480 for Demboise. Marquis of 5622, Upton 5651, Hershey 5751, Bartoli 5795. Are you looking this up?
And also,
around 5974, Bolden 6073. Wimmer did not start. Go ahead, Tyler.
if you do happen to be here and you're listening to this and you are hungry, they are selling croissants and baguettes at the food stand. So, more than welcome to.
I love the. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah.
Voice.
See, all right. See, I got one wrong today.
Well, I got a little
For
bit
certain.
myself there.
I got one wrong for certain. All right.
All right, here we go. Last seat.
Headlining this one, Max Lovely in lane 4. We got Joy from Coe Brown, Rogers, Voice River, Horak of Lebanon, Lovely at Newport, McVicker of Exeter.
Do I see Lovely over there? I don't think she's in
Did
this
she
race.
not start?
I don't think so.
Huh.
Or is that her? No, I don't think so.
I see 6. I don't see 8. So she must have not started. Yeah.
I think there's 7.
Aguiar, Rob, and Karen Herrick. Is there 7? I can't see that far apparently.
I've got a zoomed in view of my camera, so.
Well, that helps you.
Yeah.
Actually,
So
I should probably look at the screen if I want to see.
Yeah, it's lane 5.
It's McVicker.
This is gonna be a really good battle of the line.
Oh, and it's gonna come
Yeah,
down.
she still holds
to the
on.
lead.
Wow. I think the lead changed right before that last hurdle, and then afterwards it came back.
That's McVicker and Aguiar. McVicker wins at 52-28. Aguiar 52-35. Karen Herrick 53-85. Joy 53-96. Rogers. Waiting on the rest of the results. Rogers 54-68. Horak 54-75. Rob 54-76. And then Lovely did not start.
So now all the hurdles have to be adjusted a little bit for the guys' race.
As we get ready for the guys.
I guess I'll take this moment to, we're doing a few sponsorships today. Shout out Marathon Sports, who we kind of forgot about today, who is basically our whole sponsor for all of our meets.
Yep.
I personally use Marathon Sports to buy some stuff for running online, and they have stores all around. They're awesome.
I agree.
They allow us to do what we do.
Good stuff.
They do. I think they have 20+ stores all around New England.
I bought some Vaporflies there a few months ago, and they have led me to just 2 different good races. So.
What are you wearing in your marathon?
Vaporflies.
Nice.
Same shoes. Yep.
Nice. I think alphas give me a little bit more cushion.
So yes, but alphas are a little bit heavier as well. So that's I'm going with the Vaporflies because I think that for me,
How much heavier are the Alpha Flies?
not much.
But
I definitely want to try them out, but I think just for myself, I want the lightest shoe possible, and the Vaporflies are what's going to provide that. So
we're in the first heat of the guys' 300-meter hurdles. Oh, we were about to be. He stood him up.
He tricked you.
He did.
He got you.
He did.
He got you pretty good.
He did. He would always get me when I was racing. He would trick
He's on
me
to you
every
still.
time. Every
He's on
time.
to you. All right, need to announce the first heat of the boys. We have Ankerstrom of Guilford, Beto Urbando of Somersworth, Clark of Newport, Furness of John Stark, McBeardy of Plymouth Regional, Weatherington of Lebanon, Betancourt of Pelham.
I think you might have gotten that one wrong.
here we go.
All right, here we go. First heat underway. First of 3 heats. Got looks to be full heat. All 7 runners. We've got pack up front. Then
We're back.
and we're back.
Some technical difficulties going on
Yep.
today.
Apologies,
Good
folks,
stumble
for
there.
the brief pauses.
And, it's mostly due to Greg Hall.
hey.
Seems like a lot of
Hey,
carnage
he
in
can't
this
defend
heat.
himself. He's busy.
I am a
The Lebanon's going to come through and take. He looks pretty strong right
He
now.
does look great. That's going to be a Weatherington. Mr.
Weatherington,
Gardell, the freshman.
Weatherington W for this heat. We have 50.87 for Weatherington. Furness 52.31 for Ankerstrom. Clark 53. Oh, sorry, for Furness. Ankerstrom 53.14. Clark 53.47. Betel Urbando 53.92. McBeardy 56.41, and Betancourt 57.68. What do you think, Ben?
I'm pretty sure Obando came in with a seed time estimate of 110. So
Oh, did he?
definitely
Hold on.
did
Wait a minute.
little bit better than that.
Oh, let's look. Oh, he sure did.
So he did a little
But-
better than that.
Yeah. I bet you that's probably his first time doing the event, so
yeah, for sure.
pretty good start for him. And we're off for the second heat. Quickly
Which
announce those.
includes John Hooper of Newport, Airy of Portsmouth Christian, Gankars of Bow, Martin of Hopkinton, Chaffee of Lebanon, Avani of Pelham, Clark of Epping, and Mungia of Epping as well. Top seed coming in is going to be Martin, followed closely by Chaffee.
tenth of a second close.
Tenth of a second. We're gonna get a good gander of them coming down this home stretch. Who's that right there in the lead? That's gonna be Pelham, which is Ivani. But who's that?
It's gonna get battled with
That's
Chaffee, but
Ivani takes it. Good
Ivani
race,
comes out
man.
on top.
Ivani, I think, just PR'd.
Ben, why don't you give us a gander of those results as they come? Why don't you?
Oh, let me. Ivani 46.95, big PR. Chaffee 47.18. Gankars 48.73 rounds out your top three. Moving on in the heat, Martin ran 40. Oh, Martin and Gankars tied at 48.73. Never mind. Gankars ran 48.86. Just adjusted there. Hooper with a 51.54. Mungia with a 52.21. And Clark 53.58. Finally, Airy 57.40. Ivani 46.95. That's legit, man.
All right, moving on to the next heat. We've got Petrie, Boston, Miglior, Creer, Reynolds, Grzybowski, Howard, and Hawkins. This is going to be a good one.
Reynolds and Creer.
Reynolds and Creer.
You gotta assume.
And
Creer
Grzybowski.
And Grzybowski, yeah. I don't. That's my boy Brogue.
Yep. And right away, Creer is just gone. Creer is a great 300 runner. He's a great hurtler. Combine them.
Dude,
what are you going to get?
He's gonna run 38
really
high.
good 300 hurdle.
38 high.
You think so?
No.
I was like, I don't know about that one, but
high. He is sliding right now.
yeah, he's
39 high might be.
there's unfortunately no competition here for Creer.
Which is insane because Michael Reynolds is.
Yep.
Really
Reynolds
good.
is a great runner, but even
Whoa.
then,
Whoa.
what did we just see?
Creer establishing himself early in the season as one of New England's favorites for the 300 hurdles.
If not potentially the favorite.
That might have been
After that.
38.21 for Creer. That's
Are
got
you-
to be a meet record.
That is. Meet record's
Smashes the meet
41.74. The meet record got smashed by over 3 seconds.
He's half a second off of the state record. Miglior of Pelham ran 40.96, also took down the meet record.
Yep.
Reynolds with a
Somebody needs to
43.11
tell Lars
back.
that he just broke the meet record by 3 seconds.
Yep.
AKA somebody should tell Lars that Creer just broke the meet record by 3 seconds if he doesn't know.
Boston 46.40, Hawkins 48.89, Howard 49.39. Grzybowski and Petrie both did not start. Jake Petrie running the 300 hurdles is interesting. He's a distance guy.
But he did not start.
Nope.
So he actually didn't run
Didn't
it.
run it. Colby Creer, man,
So.
38.21. That is immediately one of the top, going to be one of the top times in New England. And this is with a huge headwind off the first 100.
Yeah. I mean, he was flying through that 100
He's got
too.
a great tailwind on the back end. But
He does, but I think it's pretty much even because
Yeah.
you're hitting it on that backstretch. So
wow, that was unbelievable.
that honestly might be the race of the day.
100. Well,
Well, I think
performance of the day.
individual performance of the
Yeah.
day for sure. I think race of the day might be that 3200.
Which one?
Girls, Maddie Lane versus Kavanaugh. That was a pretty good way to start.
Yeah.
I would say. I think race of the day still goes to them. Oh, I thought it was pretty legit. I don't know.
That was unbelievable.
I thought that boys unseated 32 was pretty good.
Yeah, the boys
The
unseated
boys
32
unseated
was
32.
awesome. When the kid went out in like a 68, that was sick.
It was the same pace that
Yeah.
the first heat went out. All right.
800s.
Yep, 800s.
Oh.
Jeffrey-on. Oh, my race. It's beautiful.
I love the
Jeffrey-on, Merrimack Valley. Jeff Roy of Merrimack
Also
Valley. Hidalgo of Campbell. Tenkham of Campbell. Bergeron of Raymond. Hubbard of Campbell. Metters of Conant. Krawczyk of Pembroke. Griffith of Conant. And LeClaire of Laconia. Lots of sibling pairs, I think, throughout. Yep, we're at waterfall start, and we're off.
Section 1 of the girls 800 going to start.
Right now, coming through the lead, that's Leclerc.
She is flying.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where she was seed-wise. No seed.
Freshman.
So that'll do. No seed freshman, so probably first 800 outdoors.
Yep.
It's doing pretty good. We've got a pretty solid 800 Heat 4 on our hands with Murdo, Stalker, and Pawlowski.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Tilly's in there, too. And
Tilly is in there, yeah.
She ran the 400. What was
She ran the 3200.
Oh.
Yep.
Was it a different Tilly or was it a
No, that was, yep. No,
I was
that's
thinking
Tilly.
the one who I think ran the hurdles.
Oh, yeah, it might be a different Tilly then. It's one Tilly in the 32 and one Tilly in the hurdles.
So how many heats of these?
4 for the girls. I don't know about the boys though. A lot for the boys. Whoa.
Golly.
And we have a finisher there. That was Leclerc.
Leclerc with a whoa.
Yeah, Leclerc finished 249.
I mean, she's been off the track for a little while. She's walking back.
Yeah, so 249.41 for Leclerc. Beats the field by quite a bit. So Jeffrey on 322.64, Matters 328.65, Geoffroy 331.11, Griffith 338.15, Bergeron 341.86, Tinkham 349.51, Hidalgo 352.43, Krawczyk 354.04, and Hubbard 354.64. That finishes the first heat of 4. All right, we have our second heat. We have Vidova, Vallis, Seji, Davidson, Stitch, Carr, Thelen, Thomas, Galinas, Rockwell, Kruskika, and Zanoni.
Let's see. So, looks like out in front, that's a hard start for Bose Vallis, Mary Vallis.
She's going out pretty quick.
So now it's, where are we at for time? It's like 43 seconds right now. Yeah, she's on a pretty good pace. That first heat was 1:2:50. So both heats, no one, the leader has been unafraid to go out on their own and try to attack a good time. She's coming through in about 112, 113, 114. So she's on pace to break 230 if she can hold this. The rest of the field's not doing too bad either. And they are starting to close on her a little bit though.
Yeah, I think she blew it a little bit in that first 300.
So it should be a good finish, actually. Pretty exciting stuff.
That gap is definitely closed up a little bit. The issue is in an 800 with big wind, especially on the back stretch, if you go out super hard, you're going to get hit. The toughest part of the race is that third 200.
Yep.
You're going to get hit really hard with the wind right on that third 200. That you're going to lose everything.
Yeah, these girls behind her have some pretty good pace to them, so.
Yeah, they probably just made up about 30 meters on her in that last 100.
Could be anyone's race. Could be your own teammate taking her down.
Oh, she's starting to sprint now.
This would be a great finish. So looking at it, coming down to the finish line, that is going to be our top seed. Kearsarge. Vidova. So Vallis ran boldly, but she ended up running 4th. Yep, and so it was 246.96 for Vidova. Krusika was 247.35. Vallis was 247.55. Sergey was 258.16. Thelen was 259.68. Thomas was 3 flat.94. And then Davidson was 307.16. Cower was 307.24. Then Rockwell was not up to date yet. We're our third heat now. All right, next heat is Lemire of Campbell, Caravan of Co Brown, Barnard of John Stark, Winther of John Stark, O'Brien of Guilford, Hannon of Plymouth, Barlow of Sanborn, Duncan of Campbell, Booth of Guilford, McDonald of Goffstown, Bryan of Exeter, and Hamilton of Exeter. Go. Seems like everyone's kind of settling into the seating that they had, with 2 going out in front, trying to attack from straight on. Yeah, we definitely have another Tour de France scenario where it's 2 way in the lead and then a peloton behind. But I don't think these guys are coming back. Now we're on the home stretch, 500 to go. And that is going to be Lemire of Campbell leading over Caravan of Co Brown. And it's McDonald of Goffstown who's trying to chase them, but Lemire still has the front. Caravan's now going to try to make a move around. Or maybe just got into the shoulder. So we'll see what happens if she tries to pass Lemire, if Lemire can hold on to the lead. It's Campbell and Co Brown. Caravan's now next to her. Honestly, if I were in her shoes, I would just tuck in on this back stretch and try to make a move when you have the wind at your back.
Yeah, she's been in the same spot this whole race. Just been these two up front. Caravan on the shoulder. You're absolutely right. Just wait until this straightaway.
So coming out of the turn, Lemire's now back into the lead. Caravan looks like she fell back a little bit, but now is going to try to make another surge, take to the lead, and try to win this heat. So coming around the corner, is Lemire still in the lead? Caravan's now trying to go around, but Lemire is opening up a kick and trying to pull away, and
This
she
is
is pulling away.
race.
But now
Caravan's
coming back. And Caravan is going to have enough to hold on for the win. That was an exciting heat. And then that's going to be a third place finish for Winther of John Stark. So Caravan had 239.83 for the win. Lemire was 240.30. Winther was 247.92. McBride with 248.51. O'Brien 253.8. Seems they're going back and forth between O'Brien and McBride. Barlow was 251.14. Duncan 252.02. Barnard was 252.63. Now we're heading on to the fastest heat. So we got Murdo of Hopkinton, Stalker of Sanborn, Pawlowski of Bow, Karen of Exeter, Ahu of Bow, Tilly of Guilford, Geddes of Merrimack Valley, Howd of Goffstown, Jordan of Goffstown, Riccio of Exeter, Spack of Merrimack Valley, and Hill of Conant. So that's Pawlowski in the lead over Murdo. So there, we got a good pack up here. This is going to be a fast race. So yeah, it's Pawlowski still in front. She ran from the front a lot in indoor. Karen's now trying to move up. Stalker's getting herself in it with Murdo kind of on the inside. So we'll see who takes in this last lap. I'm loving the spot of Karen right now. She's in a great position and will move to the front. Pawlowski now boxed on the inside. Can she get to the shoulder again? And kind of switch positions with Karen. Looks like she might. So we got 4 pulling away now. Stalker in third, Murdo in fourth. We're 110 at the bell. And Karen's looking great. Pawlowski is still hanging on a little bit. We'll see who has the kick. Pawlowski was the one leading from the start, but maybe Karen's kind of used up her energy a little bit on this backstretch in the wind. Or will that move hold on all the way to the finish line? Pawlowski now starting to close the gap a little bit. It's these two. One of them's going to win this race, unless Murdo can start a charge. And now Pawlowski's getting on the shoulder, getting ready to swing wide in the corner. Karen still holds the lead. She's held the lead for about the last 300 meters. Now Pawlowski coming onto the stretch. Karen holds the inside, Pawlowski on the outside. Karen's now pulling away. Can Pawlowski answer? She's trying to. Pawlowski's now coming back, and she is going to come back. Karen had a lead in the stretch, but Pawlowski's going to pull it out at the end. 2:22. Great finish there. Great battle down the stretch. Karen was second. Murdo in third. Ho in fourth. Very exciting race there. And in that order, they went 2:23, 2:23.10 for Pawlowski. Karen is 2:23.52. Murdo 2:24.82. Ho was 2:28.90. Stalker 2:30.73. Tilly 2:31.99. Riccio was 2:32.46. Gaddis was 2:33.31. Jordan 2:38.69. Spack 2:39.53. Hill 2:45.8. And Howd 2:44.20 as we move on to the boys. So here we have our first heat. We've got Tristan Zimmerman from Newmarket, then Paulino of Conant, Camage of Pembroke, DeFossis of Laconia, Lynch of Laconia, and Charles of Conant. We only have one seed in this heat, and that is Zimmerman with a 3 flat. Everyone else has no seed time, so it really could be anything from this heat. As the day is really heating up now, the wind has died down for a minute. I'm not going to try to jinx myself here because it could come back at any second, as I feel a little bit of wind now. But in general, it's actually pretty good. As I say that, the wind is not picking up. And we'll see. We got a good pack of 3, it looks like, pulling away. As, yep, the wind is now coming back. So it looks like to the lead early on, it's going to be our 1 seed Tristan Zimmerman of Newmarket. Coming up on the outside is Lynch of Laconia, and on the inside is Paulino of Conant. Then our number 4 seed, DeFossis, just tossed his sunglasses off into the crowd. As the bell's rung. We're at about 118 maybe. Now we see DeFossis Lynch trying to pull away from Zimmerman. It's been a good heat so far, pretty exciting action. A few lead changes. Can Paulino make a move? So we definitely got more of pulling away from Lynch. But now we've got a move made by Paulino, with Zimmerman sitting in third. It is Benjamin Lynch trying to hold the lead onto the home stretch. Can Paulino get onto his shoulder and then go by? Or is Lynch going to be able to extend his lead in the home stretch? Paulino's trying to get him. But it's Benjamin Lynch still with the lead. Now Paulino's going backwards, back towards Zimmerman. It's Lynch pulling away. He's at 2:28, 2:30. Wow, so it's going to be some good times here. Nice runs that actually appear to be a negative split, which you really never see in an 800. So very impressive. Especially for these guys. I mean, if they were coming in with no seed time, it's probably their first 800s they're running. And to negative split in your first 800, I think is quite ridiculous. Very impressive. We got one more athlete on the track. by Dallas Charles of Conant. And a good kick here. That is Charles finishing it in. Gonna try to break 4, and he's going to. It's gonna be 3:57. It's a nice finish. Gets a high 5 from the starter. Here's our next heat. It's Osirin of Plymouth, Deschard of Campbell, Towsley of Campbell, Gouveia of Sanborn, Gaudet of Campbell, Perrault Perrault? We were debating this earlier. Of Kearsarge, Madecki of John Stark, Isbicki of Campbell, Larson of Somersworth, Sutton of Pelham, Lanouette of Sanborn, and Strempf of Sanborn. And we've got seed times ranging from 242 to 255, although a lot of guys with .00 seed times. So who's to tell if we're actually going to run that? I think we could definitely see something in the 220s if someone goes for it. Here we go. Going to the front, looks like out of Sanborn as he's making an aggressive lead. He's got the so yeah, he's going out really hard. Wow, so we'll see if he can hold this. Around about 30 maybe for the 200. Not quite sure who that was, but he's got a massive gap on the field. Don't know if wearing sweatpants is the best idea for an 800 in the heat. But hey, he's got the giant lead, so who am I to judge? That's Gouveia of Sanborn.
We'll see if he can hold on.
Yeah,
to this
I actually
lead.
am curious because we saw in our first heat, our second heat of the 2 mile, we got a giant lead.
I gotta be honest, I'd be surprised.
Well, it'll be fun to see. I mean, he's got
It's
a good
gonna
lead.
be. I think it's gonna come down to the end. Maybe, maybe not. He
I
definitely
believe that was
went out hard.
Isbicki of Campbell in second, so he's going to be the chaser. He's got a good gap. I'm actually excited to see what happens. Honestly, I think that Gouveia is going to hold on to the lead. I think he's going to win.
I don't. I don't know.
Oh, well, he's got a good lead.
Going up, but I think
He's
his
got a
Vicky
good
is
lead,
just
though.
looking.
He's
a
looking
little
back.
Stronger. I don't. But he's in the wind now. You know, that's the issue with going out super hard. If you blow it too early, especially in a windy backstretch, that second straightaway, that second backstretch you hit, is just
Vicky's
gonna
fighting to catch
be
him.
brutal.
Vicky is closing pretty hard.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the video of the pacer that the pacer in 800, like it was like a world Diamond League race, and this pacer goes out, has a giant lead by 400, and he looks back and sees no one's there. He's like, well, might as well go for it.
Yes, I did see that.
And
yeah,
he gets eaten alive in the last 100. But he's actually not, he's holding his own. We can see a finish here. Come on. Well, Isbicki ran a good race.
Smart
He's at
race.
226, fighting for the line. So that was 232 for Isbicki and 235 for Gouveia. So Izbiki ran the smart race, Galvea ran the fun race.
You know what? If Govea doesn't have sweatpants on, he runs sub
He
210.
probably wins, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the plan was with that.
Yeah, it's hot, man. Maybe it was like maybe a little brisk in the morning, and he thought, you know what?
Yeah, probably maybe didn't bring shorts.
Yeah. We got like 8 heats of this, right?
So we're at heat 3 on this guy. Yeah, 8 heats.
Oof. And then
Ben,
twos.
this is your race. It's more 800s. What are you talking about? Or 270?
Yeah. But then 2s, 4x8s, 4x4s. Weird relay.
Yeah.
All right.
We're streaming that for sure. They might not be timing it, but we're streaming it.
I wonder if they will time it.
No, they won't. Chris won't time that.
Yeah. Chris will start packing up. He'll be out of here
Yeah.
before that's over.
Like, Chris, you timing it? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
So in this heat, we've got Nos of Bow, Mudgett of Merrimack Valley, Loisel of John Stark, McCann of Goffstown, Irving of Epping, Morang of Epping, Lott of Exeter, Howard of PCA, Liam Bruno of Epping, Toy of Oyster River, Follinsby of Epping, and Buana Rosa of Pelham. Looks like Nos is out to the lead. Out to a good lead. We do have a strong pack kind of closing up behind Nos. So we'll see what they can do. All right, so it's still Nos in the lead. We've got Goffstown and Oyster River closing up behind him, so that would be McCann and Toy. McCann might try to make a move. Definitely interesting how the wind might change the strategy. Wow, so Nos is able to pull away over that last stretch. They tried closing on him, but he got out well and was able to maintain. It's a very smart race. Good finish as well from McCann of Goffstown. But it's Jack Nos who wins it in about 2:30. So Jack Nos ran 227.99, so barely broke 228. And that was actually, wow, great splits. He went 113.91, 114.08. So his splits were nearly identical. That's awesome. McCann ran 229.46. Buwana Rosa ran 234.35. Mudgett ran 234.75. Loisel ran 235.63. Toy ran 235.86. Howard ran 2:37.57. Irving ran 2:37.60. Meringue ran 2:40.58. Lambruno ran 2:46.92. Follinsby ran 2:47.18. Lawton did not start. All right, Heat 4. We got Downing of Plymouth, Lambert of Raymond, Hammond of Raymond, Lindell of Pelham, Wilson of Lebanon, Owen of Bow, Wilkinson of Newport, Howard of Exeter, Gagnon of Kingswood, Pratt of Oyster River, Addison of Somersworth, and Dunlap of Hopkinton. Here we go. Got a strong start here. I see some blue on him. I'm not quite sure what school that is. Maybe Pelham? Could be Somersworth might make sense.
Epping, maybe. Kearsarge, maybe. Got a lot of blue teams here today.
Let's see. I see Pelham in front, Somersworth in second. So that's Lindell in the lead, and that would be Pratt. Sorry, not Addison in second. Addison might go to the front now, right before the curve. So he gets around. Must have felt good with a tailwind. And now the positions have changed, where it is Pratt in the front and Lindell chasing. Not Pratt, sorry. Addison in front and Lindell chasing. Keep seeing blue. I thought it was Oyster River. So can Addison pull away, or is Lindell going to hang on his back? Looks like Lindell is staying there. The height difference means it's probably not a huge advantage having the blocking of the wind. So the move has been made again. So Lindell started off with the lead, then kind of for the tough parts on the back stretch, you let Addison go back in front, and now he's taken to command of the race again. So here we go. It's going to be David Lindell winning this heat.
Everybody, we've got head coach of Sanborn Regional here with us, Coach Scott Maxwell. How are we doing today?
Doing great. Get some nice weather out here, so we're finally ready to get this thing going.
How's that wind been treating you down there?
Not bad. I neglected the sunscreen this morning, so
yeah.
I'm going to be feeling that tomorrow.
It'll be tough.
Yeah, it's all you can ask for, though. It's a beautiful day. So
yeah. So, I mean, as we have our meet going on here, I've been out of the loop, so just seeing which heat we're on here.
I think it's
for
5.
the boys. Are we on?
Yeah,
are we on heat 5? Sweet. So
5 of 8.
So yeah. So as we got this meet going on, I kind of want to ask you some questions about, specifically more for this meet today. Like, we've talked about some of the things that are special here today. We want to make sure that teams get a really good early meet to kind of get some really good times in. This is non-scoring meet, which is kind of unique to this meet. So kind of talk us through like some of the idea of doing a meet like this so early on.
Well, so we wanted to get, an early season meet where we give people the opportunity to compete. So we tried, not to limit things as little as possible. So we get people out here to compete, but also that we're not here all night. So, yeah, but things are going great so far. The wind has helped in some of the sprint events, give some nice times. And
a couple of meet records here and there.
Yeah. Not to take anything away from the kids that ran that fast, but there is a nice wind. Yeah, I mean, we're excited that things are going so well.
Yeah, no, it's been a really great to see, and then we know we have a little special relay coming up at the end.
We do. We're not sure what to expect from our anything but a relay,
streaming.
Oh, okay.
We're good. We're back.
Okay.
Of course, it decided to cut out on us right as we got to talk with you. Of course.
That's okay.
Real quick, as we have our fifth seed finishing up right here.
Yep.
That is going to be Owen Tui of Lebanon. He's going to be running about 2:22 or so.
Yep. So we'll get those results up. Again, we don't want to take too much away, but again, we want to get some of this info. We got you for a certain amount of time.
Not that I can provide all that much information, but yeah.
Well, no, this is great to hear from you.
What I think is going to happen, like they'll probably run. This is what I'm envisioning. They'll run the 100, so they'll run like the D200, and then they'll run the D300, and then they'll run.
I like that. That's cool. Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen. And then, for some of the people who are doubling, tripling, quadrupling on the day, it may be beneficial so that they have a little bit extra time in between.
Okay.
So, because I know we tend to load up our teams, like our quality runners will run 3 or 4 events on the day. So
yeah, especially in D3, you'll see like Gandini, for example, he would go and do all those events, and
he was a machine, a different breed, that kid. But yeah. So hopefully, I think that's how it's going to work. It's too bad Coach Cox isn't here to give me some more insight, but.
Yeah, I know. He kind of mentioned it to us that there's some things, so he kind of threw us our way, some stuff to kind of throw at you. But something I want to throw at you is like, what's been a highlight for you through this meet and something special that you've seen today from a meet like this?
Well, just seeing all like the 100, there were we had 120 something boys competing, and just being able to give kids an opportunity to run an invitational of this size. It's awesome. I hate having to limit things, but at the same time, we don't want it to be all day long, which it will be.
No, absolutely. No, completely understandable. Nobody wants to be here for more than 12 hours.
Right. But just seeing some of the performances so far, it's beautiful. I mean, it's great that we have a nice warm day. It's like 45 degrees warmer than it was at this time last week. So, yeah.
No, really awesome. So before, if you need to head out, I mean, feel welcome to stay and commentate with us. I mean, please. But I know you have so much other responsibilities going on.
We have a huge group of 200 runners coming up, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I'm sure to facilitate. But anything else you want to add to the audience, just to mention? Any shout-outs from you, if you want?
Oh my gosh. Well, just a big thank you to all our volunteers today, to our other coaches, our middle school coaches for coming out and supporting us today, and all the parents and family members that have done everything come together to make this happen. Larry Martin's t-shirts that are pretty much sold out. It's just a great day bringing everybody together early in the season. So
awesome. Well, again, thanks so much for coming up with us.
Thank you guys for being here. We love this.
Yeah, no, this is great. We love being here. I mean, seeing all this from, beginning of season to the end, it's great to see the progression, too, from a lot of these athletes also.
Yeah.
So it's really nice.
It's going to be awesome.
Again, it's great that you guys have thrown this together. So we've given you guys shout-outs, but we will continue to. But this has been a phenomenal event for sure.
But also, I think it's great to have so many, just a huge meet with so many athletes, where some athletes might not get the chance to be on the live stream very much, where like states, won't be there, like some of the bigger meets.
Right.
This is awesome. We get to have basically everyone gets their chance to shine. So it's pretty cool.
That's really cool. All right.
Yeah, we love it.
Well, thank you
guys for being here. I appreciate you taking the time to let me sit down.
Yeah, of course. And good luck out there in the hurricane, as we've set up here.
Perfect. Thank
All right,
you guys.
thank you.
We're good.
All right, we're good there. All right.
so excited about everything. I love it.
All right, we just finished up our 6th heat, I believe, of the 800. Yep, coming up with our results here. Coachrill, 2:15.91. Jeffrey, 2:19.07. Friedberg, 2:19.47. Then boys, 2:23.32. Warren, 2:24.21. Allen, 2:24.47. Steele, 2:24.81. And Cheris, 2:25.04. Do apologize if there was some bits of that interview with Coach Maxwell cut off due to some technical difficulties, but we're glad that he was able to come up and share with us some insights about today's meet as well. So if you enjoyed that interview while we're on the mic here on the live stream, let us know, as we will always look to have coaches and other athletes come up as we can, of course. So yeah, again, a very big shout out to the Sanborn Regional High School volunteers and staff here to throw this event together.
Also, anybody who is
We've got stuff flying around behind us, so Tyler's going to quickly take care of that too, as he's rudely interrupted. So again, we have heat number 7 underway here. Bequiddy of Goffstown, Butka of Kingswood, Atwood of Spalding, Sargent of Bow, Forsyth of Newport, Ramos Glue of Lebanon, Lou of Pelham, Clark of Exeter, Gilliland of Merrimack Valley, Cole of Bow, Holt of Portsmouth Christian, and O'Brien of Somersworth. Tyler, what were you saying before you were rooted?
I was
really
going to
interrupted
say,
by the everything flying behind us.
if anybody thought this meet was in honor of Jeff Sanborn, coach of Dover High School, they are mistaken. It is Sanborn High School is where we are. So Scott
Yes.
Maxwell is the guy who runs this, not Jeff Sanborn.
Yes.
All right, we're on the Bell lap. They came through in probably about like 1:04 or so. We got two guys pulling away. Is that Pembroke, who is coming down to the line. It looks like it's going to be Butka of Kingswood taking the win here. He runs about 2:08, and it looks like a lot of Kingswood guys are cheering him on. Very excited to see him. So sub 2:10, maybe for the first time in his career. Very exciting. Now we got our fastest heat, Luke Kerouac, coming as the first seed. Ben's excited for Luke. Got Kesey of Oyster River, Sutherland of Plymouth, Bagwity of Goffstown. Oh, so Kesey's not in there. Finlayson of Hopkinton, Dahlbeck, our mile winner of Kearsarge. Dijak of Co-Brown, Souza of Co-Brown, Marvel of Guilford, Barnes of PCA, Palmer of Newport, and Plowman of Co-Brown. So Luke Kerouac is the only guy with a sub-2 seed in this meet. A windy day, be kind of hard to go sub-2, but I'm sure you can do it. 1:59.93. And Ben is really excited for this race. I think Dahlbeck should be able to run faster than 2:05, considering he came through in about 2:09 for the 800. go. And they are definitely out quick. So we'll see how they attack this headwind. Kerouac is the guy in the front. Looks like Sutherland's right behind him, and they've also got chase from... I actually can't tell who's chasing them as well. Maybe Finlayson? Yep, I think so. Goffstown's Bagwity is in 4th. Dahlbeck is in 5th. But Kerouac is taking to the lead. Now he's going to have the tailwind at his back. That is where tailwind always is. And we got a big bunch of guys coming right behind him. Dahlbeck finally has someone to chase. Finlayson looks pretty good. Now Bagwity's moving up. He's trying to get around, maybe make a move before the bell, and he's going to. So Kerouac's going to have someone to break the wind for him. That could help out. So it's Bagwity, Kerouac, then Sutherland, Finlayson, and Dahlbeck. So now, how are they going to approach this tailwind? If I was Luke, I'd stay behind him. Maybe he's going to try to make a move with the tailwind, and he is. I would say a move to win the race would be going with the tailwind, but a move to run fast would be waiting and then going afterwards. So we'll see what happens. Now, it's going to be Bagwity who's going to have the wind broken for him by Kerouac. Now they come out of the headwind, around the corner. Bagwity's now going up on the shoulder. And can he kick? We're at 143, 144, 145 right now. I don't think we're going to go sub 2 today. So it's really just a race to see who's going to win this. Kerouac holds it. Bagwity's trying to fight back, but Kerouac seems to be the guy in the lead. Well, he is in the lead, and the guy who's going to have the kick. But Bagwity now coming back a little bit. Can he come and get it? Kerouac still holding on to the line, and it is going to be Luke Kerouac taking the win at about 203, 204 low. Followed up by Finlayson, then Sutherland, Dahlbeck. All right, so let's see if we can get some results up here. Luke Kerouac, 204.07. And with the win, not a day to worry about times, just worry about getting the win. He's going to have an interview today with his former teammate, Lars. Oh, was he? How old's Luke? I'm getting worried that Luke and Lars are never teammates, but I'm sure they know each other. So. I also saw Luke in the bathroom earlier today. Maybe I gave him some good luck. Bagwity was 204.18, so very close race up front. Finlayson was, looks like, what's the time? Not coming back. Oh, we are on to the 200. I'll pull up results here, don't worry. So Kerouac 204.07. Bagwity was 204.18. Finlayson was 207.23. Sutherland 207.87. Dahlbeck 209.35. Palmer 215.11. Barnes 215.15. Souza 218.56. Plowman 220.70. Dijak 222.09. So I think Dahlbeck came through the 800 in his mile faster than he came through the 800 today in the 800. We see our interview about to happen as Luke's laying on the ground, and Lars is going to be like, hey, you want to do an interview? All right, and now on to our last individual event, the girls 200. Not the 100, not the 400, not the 300, the 200. Our starter is out there. First heat is Linkla of Laconia, Muldoon of Pelham, and Sampong of Campbell. Oh, and it looks like we have just one athlete in here. Probably Linkla of Laconia, if I had to guess what the uniform looks like. Yep, that's Linkla. So I feel a bit bad for her. She's running all alone, but yeah, I mean, there's an 8-person next heat, so let's hope the crowd can give her a lot of cheers here. It's about 30. That seems a bit unfair because there's 7 people in the next heat who have no seed time, just like she does. So who knows where they line up? But regardless, yeah, seems to be all right. All right, next heat is going to be Vitello of Conan, Paolino of Conan, Romano of Guilford, Anderson of Epping, Stroud of Guilford, Morales of Manchester West, De Almeida of Laconia, and Bean of Guilford. We see a white flag. Go. There they are. So this is a much bigger heat than our last one. On the inside, it looks like Vitello of Conan is the one who is in the lead. But maybe not. Laconia's De Almeida is now pulling out to the front, and she's going to take the win. Looks like just over 30 seconds. De Almeida was 32.38, Morales was 33.11, Vitello 33.28, Bean 33.64, Stroud 33.96, and the rest you'll have to look at sstresults.com to figure out them. All right, next heat we've got La Rochelle of Raymond, Meany of John Stark, Audrey of Hopkinton, McKean of Bow, Wesson of Merrimack Valley, Tuttle of Somersworth, Levesque of Derryfield, and Bryan of Merrimack Valley. So on the outside, it looks like Manchester West Morales is the one who is in front. Sorry, that's Somersworth Tuttle. Let's look at the last heat. So Tuttle was going to be the one who wins this heat. She's going to win it in about 32 seconds or so. 31.63 actually. Then 33.48 for Weston in second. Bryan with 34.61. Levesque 35.07. McKean 35.41. La Rochelle 35.89. Audrey 37.61. And DNS in there as well. All right, next up is going to be Bryan of Somersworth. Perrin of Merrimack Valley. Oh, and there's a false start there. Oh no. Bryan through them. Antrim of Bow, Buckley of Goffstown, Moore of Newport, Tagliaferro of John Stark, Battisti of Conan, and Cargan of Epping. in front. Is that Leah Bryant right now in the lead? Yep. Oh, but it's winning a good battle with Tagliaferro of John Stark. Tagliaferro might get her. 32, 31 high, something around there. All right, looks like the results are, wait, I didn't see them, sorry. Okay, let's see what they end up being. Looks like we missed the results in those ones. So it's Rhea of Kearsarge, Bacone of Coffstown, Kenny of Pelham, Buckley of John Stark, Eliasech of Kearsarge, Graziano of Epping, Bellinger of Hopkinton, and Shanahan of Pelham. Looks like John Stark's Buckley is in front. Hopkinton's Bellinger could give her a challenge. Or we're going to see a challenge from Epping's Graziano. I think it's going to be a pretty close finish between Bellinger and Graziano. Maybe Buckley was still in there. Let's see what the results say. That was heat 5. Graziano with 31.29. So yeah, Epping did end up winning that one. 31.36 for Bellinger of Hopkinton. Buckley was 31.40. Kenny, 31.87. Eliasech, 31.95. Shanahan, 33.73. Bacone, 35.08. And Rhea, did not start. All right, next heat is going to be Neild of Oyster River, Deloge of Newmarket, Picard of Epping, Bradley of Derryfield, Hendren of Conan, Powell of Newmarket, Brown of Somersworth, and Schwartz of Conan. And it seems like they have a bit of a smaller field. Oh, 7 of them. I think lane 6 is missing. Nope, actually lane 6 might be in front. Lane 5 is not here. That's Powell in the lead. And she is flying ahead. So a good run for her. She's going to be under 30. It's going to be about 28 high, maybe. Let's see what the result ends up being. So Picard, 29.94. Brown, 33.7. Deloge, 31.10. Schwartz, 31.56. Bradley, 31.68. Neild, 32.77. Neild, 32.77, and Hendren did not start. Next heat is going to be John Stark, as the wind is going wild right now. Peterson Mattos of Spalding, Elliott of Plymouth. Oh, and another false start. Pietro Nero of Plymouth, Vital of Goffstown, Lemire of John Stark. That wind came in. I don't know what a good metaphor would be. Like a sprinter finishing their race.
What?
That wind came in like a sprinter. That wind was, oh, never mind, I'll wait to make a metaphor afterwards. All right, looks like, ooh, this is gonna be a close one. I think the leader right now is Elliott of Plymouth. Sorry, that would be Pietrino of Plymouth, but no, on the inside actually, it's going to be Sabetzer of Plymouth and Montgomery of John Stark. A lot of John Stark and Plymouth running well in that heat. Get the results. Sabetzer is going to be running 2:9.94. Montgomery 30:07. Pietronero 30:67. Lemire 30:75. Vital 31:12. Peterson Matos 31:37. Weldon 33:08. And Elliott did not start. Let's say the wind was like the cream you put on ice cream. It was whipped through here.
Go for it.
What's the name? Tedford? Lily Tedford? All right, very good shout out, yes. All right. Here we go, our next heat. It has Runions of Somersworth, McCulloch of Raymond, Faustino of Somersworth.
Next time you see a Sanborn girl.
Yeah. Then Takakashi of Spalding, Sherwin of Goffstown, Johnson of Hopkinton, Griffin of Kingswood, Coppinger of Pelham. Big lead. That's going to be Runions of Somersworth, I believe.
Yo, at least the 200-meter runners are getting a super boost off of this wind.
Yeah, be nice.
Davio might run like 28 in this.
Heat 9
With
is
the
going to have
boost.
Perez of Spalding, Van Ham of Bow, McRae of Exeter, Norris of Exeter, Pietronero of Plymouth, Burkett of Kearsarge, Eastman of Goffstown, and Ho of Bow. Hoping we'd see a Sanborn here soon, but if I guess not. We want to shout out Lily Tedford right now, who we hear is on a plane and actually bought Wi-Fi to come watch this meet while flying in the air. Hopefully you're having safe travels.
That is the commitment we're looking for from you audience members out there.
Drop a comment. Where are you? Or where did you fly from? Where did you go visit? As currently we have, looks like lane 5. That is Pietronero of Plymouth.
Yeah, that's some dedication, though.
That is awesome, yeah.
You know?
Like, I don't even know if I would do that.
I don't know. You've done some crazy stuff.
What have I done that's crazy?
I feel like you are always watching. You've been watching our live stream, like, during your race, I swear. You gotta put Lily on your alumni post.
Yep, I will.
That's you and
Mad Squirrely, I apologize. We are unable to show field events. If we had more cameras, we definitely would, but we only have one camera, so.
At States, though, don't we have...
We have a lot, yeah.
Yeah. We'll show it at States.
This heat is Addig of Oyster River, Eliasech of Kearsarge, Backaber of Co Brown, Maloney of Lebanon, Dalberstein of Newmarket, Watson of Plymouth, Hawks of Co Brown, and Fletcher of Exeter. And in the lead, that is going to be Plymouth Watson. A lot of Plymouth athletes winning the 200, it looks like. As Newmarket's Dalberstein was in second. So now it brings in the question. question. We haven't gotten a comment yet. Is Lily actually watching?
Or is anyone else watching somewhere cooler?
Yeah. So yeah.
Someone
Anybody
comment
here?
if you're like on a sailboat or something.
I'm watching from Sanborn. I'm so dedicated. I'm watching at the actual meet. Well,
I think I've watched a meet on a sailboat before.
I feel like I've
You
definitely
do
watched.
have a sailboat. That would make sense.
I've watched one from a
Sometimes-
mountain before, probably.
Yeah.
I must have at some point.
Yeah, I bet you have.
I must have. That's where I watched the Olympic finals in the 1500.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I
awesome.
watched Cole Hawker win when I was on Bondcliff.
I watched
That's awesome.
Bond Cliff. That's
Yeah.
the best spot to watch it.
All right, so next up in this next heat is Marvel of Guildford. We've got Millie of Pelham, Carr of Lebanon, Faria of Kearsarge, Baudreau of Spalding, Cardi of Oyster River, Roeder of Exeter, and Kearney of Oyster River.
I watched the entirety of the World Cup final in 2018 from the time in between just above Whiteface all the way to Passaconaway and down.
You watched it?
Yeah. I don't know how I had
While
service.
hiking? While hiking, you watched it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was awesome. I couldn't miss it.
It took you that long to go from Whiteface to Passaconaway?
No, we were before we came up and then we went down
Oh, I see.
Passaconaway a little bit.
Okay.
And I thought Croatia could win it, but no.
I don't really follow football.
Footy.
And then Ben had to get rescued by a New Hampshire fishing game helicopter.
No, man, that's not true, man.
I have seen one up in Mount Pierce before.
Really?
He walked into a tree while he was
Someone may have lost their taco.
watching the race.
Davio, can you go get me another taco?
Did you get a taco?
I've gotten 2. But I'm very hungry.
We heard the timers got tacos.
I haven't
so-
even eaten yet.
Yeah, wait, the timer's got free tacos.
I'm not getting you a
man.
taco.
How is that fair? Like, we're working just as hard as they are. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like that's not true.
Yeah, I'd
We were
argue-
here before they were.
Really?
Yeah, a lot before they
Well,
were.
that's
Yeah,
because Ryan
I
wanted
was
to get here like
here
4
so-
hours before the meet.
Chris pulled in late. All right, in this heat, we already named who's in this heat. Let's see who's in the lead. Looks like that is Kearsarge's Faria. Cardi's coming back on her though. I think
Yeah,
Faria's
she
gonna
might
hold
get
on.
there.
Oh, she might have.
Oh, I don't know if she did.
Might have. Oh, it's gonna be close.
That was really close.
Good heat. Let's see the result. Come on. See, if the timers were working harder, we have it by now.
Yeah, step it up, Chris.
Yeah.
Lars is working the hardest out of all of us.
Yeah. Oh, Lars, you're here. Yeah, Lars has the hardest job, actually.
I actually agree.
Yeah, Lars has been working hard.
You might want to head down, Lars, because you're going to have a winner in this next heat.
Is this 12?
This is heat 12 coming up. We have no results from last heat yet, so.
I was just telling Lars this morning. Dom Scott was telling me about how much she enjoys New Hampshire track and field.
Does she actually?
No.
Ah. I was so excited.
Who's Dom Scott?
Whoa.
Bro, come on
All right.
now.
Well, here's
I
our
know
final
who she is
heat.
because Davio told me.
Our final heat is Madden of Hopkinton, Raposa of Kingswood, Pawlowski of Bow, Sawyer of Guildford, McBride of Exeter, Lutz of Lebanon, Kelly of Pembroke, and West of Spalding. A lot of great names in this heat. Looks like Raposa could be winning your 3rd event today.
Yeah, she's had a good day.
Wow. Awesome. Good for her.
Yeah. Interesting to see. I feel like she dropped down a little bit. Doesn't she usually run the 400?
Yes, but if you are excellent at the 400, you're still pretty good at the other events.
Yeah. I was just, I was surprised she ran really, really fast in the 100.
You were surprised?
Well, I usually see her run the 400, so it's like.
All right, so we got the boys coming up now.
14 heats of that.
Oh, joy. We got Solo of Conan, Queen of Conan, Ewing of Laconia, Ulal
Starter had the gun up. Said, nope, you guys get up. We're restarting that.
Davio, when you're running on pavement or on a treadmill,
Yes.
do your legs ever hurt from pounding on the treadmill a lot?
On the treadmill?
On the treadmill or on the pavement, either way.
On pavement, yeah.
Wouldn't you
I
wish-
feel like
what if
the
there was a better
treadmill's a
way?
little softer.
What if there was a better way, though?
You know what makes the
Like
treadmill
to
even
run not
softer?
on pavement or treadmill?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably do that.
What if I told you there was a business that sold something that could help you out that actually would benefit New Hampshire cross country? If you bought it?
I would be very interested in said
It's
business.
called Lever. Have you heard of this business before?
I have since I work here, but
Well, let's pretend you hadn't. Let me tell you what it's about.
although no, I am very familiar with them regardless of working for New Hampshire
Okay,
track and field.
Well,
No, it's actually it's quite cool.
26-48. Yes.
It is quite cool.
It's basically like an Alter G, if you know what. Okay, I probably need to explain that too. It basically takes the weight off you when you're running, while still you're able to maintain your form and still feel like you're running. But it's less impact on you, which allows you to still train but not get hurt.
Right, because typically your options are run, at full weight and have lots of pounding and strain, or not run at all.
Yep.
Which is kind of frustrating if you're trying to come back from an injury. You can, bike or elliptical or something, but it's not really the same as running. It doesn't work the same muscles.
And there are trails, but if you're trying to run fast, or if you're trying to run in the winter,
right,
it's kinda hard
or
to
work
do.
on form.
And
or,
also we got our next heat up. That's Burris of Pembroke, Defoe of Hopkinton, Ratenoff of Manchester West, Zhang of Derryfield, Mertzik of Conan, Cherubino of John Stark, Fournier of Newmarket, and Richards of Derryfield.
Yeah, also trails not super helpful if you're coming back from the injury.
True.
Because, you want to be a little bit careful.
And
So-
I am myself a trail runner, but as Zhang is winning by quite a lot.
Yeah,
this
so
heat.
if you use the lever, you can have adjustable gravity.
And I was saying, remember 4 years ago when I was hurt,
Yeah,
and
I do remember that.
came back and I was
you would come commentate with us because you were hurt.
it was fun, but I didn't want to be hurt. But I went to PT and I was on Ultra G there, and it cost a lot of money.
It does cost a lot of money.
You know what?
Not really useful if you're an individual.
And it wasn't mine. I had to go somewhere else, and I ran it like 3 times.
Right, and it's like you're not going to get an Alter G for your house
Of course
because
not. But I could get something that's pretty close to an Ultra G.
You could.
It's a lever.
Much cheaper, super easy to install. If you already have a treadmill, just pop it right on there.
And if you say, well, it's kind of expensive, actually, no. You can get 15% off.
Get a
Code-
deal.
Code NHXCTF. As we have Ann Martara of Manchester.
And we're back.
Vioda Leduc. As we have
Big
Rayleigh
win.
of Newmarket crossing the finish line. Actually, I don't think I finished. Brandon of Plymouth, Sala of Hopkinton, Lamb Bruno of Raymond, and Marshall of Hopkinton. That's Braley in 25-2-1.
Yeah, so everybody get a lever.
Yeah.
You get 15% off with our code, and it helps out the website.
Yeah, it pays us a little bit more, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we
Come
can
on.
hopefully get some. No, we're not paying Ben anymore. Don't listen to him. No, we can provide more live stream coverage for you at more meets.
Yeah.
And,
I also want to ask you, Davio, do you own a restaurant?
I don't own a restaurant.
But if anybody does, where would they want to shop?
They would definitely want to shop at Alternative Sales Corp.
Yes, they would love to do that.
If I owned a restaurant, that's where I would shop.
Because you have a large selection there of new, pre-owned, and reconditioned restaurant and food service equipment on display. It's one of the largest selections in New England. As we have Reinholds of Guilford, LaCroix of John Stark, DeMost of Raymond, Donahue of Oyster River, Denonker of Newmarket, Murdoch of Goffstown, Bowen of Raymond, and Accardi of Somersworth. And that looks like it's going to be Denonker of Newmarket crossing the line. So as I was saying, yeah, so I was looking at their website, and they actually, if you wanted to, they could help you out with designing a kitchen or restaurant layout.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's super
as
cool.
a civil engineer myself, I do a lot of design work, like on AutoCAD and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so I think that's kind of cool stuff that I'm kind of interested in. And I'm sure that if someone's trying to open up a restaurant or trying to, I'm sure they would also help with designing a kitchen somewhere.
Yeah,
That would
that's
be
super
great.
cool.
And also, maybe the new stuff is maybe it's a bit too pricey, but they also do have that pre-owned and reconditioned equipment for purchase.
Yeah, all budgets available.
Yep, giant selection, one of the largest in New England. So thanks for them for sponsoring us as well. As this heat has Caesar of Derryfield, Atwater of Oyster River, Diaz of Manchester West, Devens of Conan, Picone of Campbell, Lucier of Lebanon, Gruner of Oyster River, and Tomlinson of Lebanon.
Yeah, all these supporters help us do these live streams.
Yeah.
We have photos, we have interviews. We have articles
Gruner
about.
crosses the line.
We have articles on the website.
Did he cross
Did
it?
he make it?
I don't know if he made it or not.
Nope.
I don't
You
think
just
he
gotta
made it.
inch yourself back a little bit.
Oh, and his teammates helping him out. Two friends.
Doesn't feel too great on an outdoor track.
So that was Finn Gruner, 658.
We had someone go down in practice during our workout the other day, and
Did we?
yeah,
Oh,
just
sorry, Picone 2643.
just
Oh,
full
Quinn.
yeah, full stomach is just like
Tough.
an entire
That
scab.
practice too is really annoying.
Yeah.
Caesar was 2785, Atwater 2877, Lucier 3050, Devens and Tomlinson have not come up yet.
Yeah, his stomach was just one giant scab, so didn't feel great. But he took it pretty well, actually.
I'm gonna hop off for a second.
So yeah, Benjamin, unfortunately, I did talk to Dominique Scott this morning, but she did not mention anything about New Hampshire track and
She didn't
field.
say anything?
She did not, no.
I'm
I'm sure she was
shocked.
thinking it, though. But
Yeah,
she's got a lot going on this weekend.
Oh, look at this guy.
What is that going to be? 24 high? Question mark? Let's see what we get here on the official results. What do we got? 24.89. All right, so that was Valenti winning that heat by over a second, actually. Big win. So we'll see how that time stands up to the next few heats. And we're getting the next heat in the blocks.
Who do you got here, Dov?
Ooh.
Tell me.
I'm gonna take Can from Kingswood here.
Who?
Can from Kingswood.
Can? I like his last name.
Yeah, that's what we'll go with here.
Can, or is it spelled Can or C-A-N-N-E?
C-A-N-N.
Oh.
Not like the film festival. Yeah, we got Mullen of Kearsarge, Reese of Somersworth, Bozek of Newmarket, Saban of Laconia, Crane of Plymouth Regional, Can of Kingswood, Smith of Merrimack Valley, and Whitman of Merrimack Valley. But it's going to be Mullen of Kearsarge on the inside in lane 1 taking that. It is quite windy.
I'd argue a little too windy.
Yeah, but the good news is it's a tailwind for these 200 runners, so not as great in the 400 or the 800, but the 200 at least it might help you run a little bit faster. I don't know if I don't don't think we have a wind gauge here today. So that was a 25-3 by Brandon Mullen, winning that heat. Oh no, wait, sorry, that was seat time. We had a 25-3. Okay, I lied again. That was the result. All right, next heat. We have Darwall of Newmarket, Queen of Spalding, Leahy of Goffstown, LaCroix of Merrimack Valley, Couture of Exeter, Simpson of Newport, Osiren of Plymouth, and Craig of Pembroke. This is going to be Couture of Exeter, I believe. Taking that. He ran a 25.77. All right, next heat, we have Nicodemus of Pembroke, Martin of Pelham, Chasen of Kingswood, Kramer of Raymond, Bowman of Kearsarge, Hanson of Goffstown, Tucker of Merrimack Valley, and Dolder of Bow. Shout out Benjamin for having the meet record in the 4x4. Ooh, it was a close one. I'm not sure who took that one. I think it was... Oh, it's going to be Chasen with a 25.63 to Tucker's 25.66. Very close between those top two. These heats have actually been pretty even so far. All right, next heat, we have Beal of Portsmouth Christian, Frankowicz of Kearsarge, Amoner of Merrimack Valley, Truong of Pelling, Draper of Pelling, Ryan of Pembroke, Forte of Cobrown, and Lasiska of Sanborn. And it's going to be Truong of Pelham taking that from heat, or lane 4. With a 24.73.
What heat was that?
10.
10, so we got four more. 11,
Yep.
12, 13, 14.
That is correct. Ben, you just found out you have a meet record here?
I guess so. I don't know. I didn't think we did. We ran not the best team ever, I guess, my
Wasn't
senior
that
year.
the first year of this meet?
No, Sanborn was before that, I think. I really have no idea, dude. I just got told we had a meet record in the 4x4.
Yeah. It was probably either the first or second year.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
Because I remember there was
like 337.
There was one. I remember the first year that we came or this meet switched to Sanborn because it used to be Merrimack Valley, and we're back. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Lane 8 coming up from behind. with the win. That's Chloe of Bow taking that in 24-61. I
It's
think
gotta be
that's the
Clow, not Chloe.
Yeah,
Clow.
no, it's definitely Clow.
It's Clough.
It's Cloth.
Cloggaha.
Clohug. Yeah, I think that's the fastest time we've seen so far.
24-61.
Yeah, Benjamin, there was one year, it was the first year that we came to Sanborn, and we made a really obnoxious deal of stating that every single race was a meet record. And even like every heat, so it was like 14 heats of the 200, and like every single heat would be like, a new record! So I apologize to anyone if you were listening that year.
I guess it's 336.86. I don't know. So
We got Butterworth, Nicole of Kingswood Sanborn Regional is the first one. Schultz of Co-Brown. Actually, the Kingswood boys are doing pretty well. Then Merrill of Kearsarge, Grieco of Kearsarge, Scully of Kingswood, Lewis of Spalding, Scott of Exeter. Butterworth won from Sanborn, 23.82. Nicole of Kingswood, 23.86. Kingswood's Scully was 23.94. Lewis, 24.48. Merrill, 24.78. Grieco, 24.82. Schultz, 24.93. And Scott, 25.76.
So that was 12 there.
It's a new leader.
That's correct. That was 12.
2 to go.
23.82. That's quick.
Oh my gosh, I see a wonderful beard out in the infield.
What?
You see that guy's beard?
No.
Probably like Kingswood coach, green hat, green shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal.
I don't.
Good beard.
Green hat, green shirt.
Yeah, I see it.
Where?
With jeans on.
You gotta give me like a general
Behind
direction.
Campbell.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah. Majestic.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Been growing that for 30 years.
Ben, can you grow a beard?
Yeah.
Like a real beard?
I have no idea. I don't let it get that far most of the time.
You should try it.
I'm good, bro.
A nice bushy
Dude,
beard.
come on,
I think you
man.
look great. Hide that weak chin of yours.
Come on, man.
All right,
Davio,
we
let's
got
turn the
Mikulski
wind down,
of
man.
Raymond. Bordeaux?
Bourgeois.
Bourgeois?
I don't know. What is it?
There's no OIS.
Bourgeois.
Oh, never mind.
Exeter.
I thought it was EU.
Yeah, no.
OUIS.
Jelinek of Exeter, Forna of Pelham, Taylor of Guildford, Vio of John Stark, Hayes of Spalding, Ternulo of Campbell.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a wind dial over here on my control panel. So
Turn the air conditioning down.
Looks like Guildford's Taylor. Running pretty
moving
fast.
his legs
Ooh,
up and
we got a
down
move
pretty
from
fast.
Vio though.
a good finish.
Ethan Vio is going to take it from John Stark.
Late push there.
Yep.
This
See what kind of time we got.
this fast heat is going to be awesome.
It's going to be fast.
Yeah.
Oh.
23.35 for Vio. Taylor was 23.58. Forna 23.83. Hayes 23.97.
Who do you got here? I'm going to take...
Bourgeois 24.65. Oh, Ternulo actually was 24.
Can either of you confirm that we do not have a wind gauge? Is that correct?
We do not.
We
no.
do not, no.
It's 2 DNSs. All right, final heat. The big boys.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say it would not be legal.
Hey, man, I mean, there's a chance, you know?
So we were actually talking about this with Seth Bayless earlier in the live chat. He was saying that he set the state record here.
Yes.
But it couldn't be verified because there wasn't a wind thing. So
do remember
it
that,
later.
yeah.
Yep. Let's see if we have any more. Oh,
I'm
here we
pretty
go.
sure, I don't know if it was this meet, but
One is Joyner Lebanon, Sanchez Sanborn, Newick Co-Brown, Olette, Oyster River, McCraney Bow, Lee Co-Brown, Daly Exeter, Lurvy Pembroke. Let's see who takes it. Probably Olette. Olette looks pretty strong right now. He is pulling you out in front.
yeah, I was
He's
I was
looking to
actually gonna put money on McCraney, but he's not here. So
Oh, you know where
22
he
low,
probably
I
is. He in the poll on the website or on Instagram the other day, he said he's running the Boston Marathon.
Right.
Oh. Oh, I see. Of course.
All right, 22-1-1 for Olette. All right, and now we are on to relays.
No. I just told you that.
We have no need to change any of the camera views.
Davio's just out here making me think things that aren't true.
Ben asked me a question, I answered him, and then he didn't listen and asked Tyler instead.
That's not true. Davio didn't like to answer.
That is exactly what happened.
We're going to have an awesome girls 4x8 heat. We got one heat in the boys and girls 4x8s.
We have 4x8s?
Yep.
I didn't realize we were doing those today.
we got our anything but a baton relays as well.
Yes, yes.
Well, the one that no, you know what? Anything but a baton matters too. But the 4x8, we're going to have Hopkinton, Plymouth, Co-Brown, Goffstown, John Stark, Newmarket, Kingswood, Campbell, Laconia, Bow, and Conant. Let's see, is everyone there? What do you think? I believe so. All the teams are here. Do we have any seed times? Not sure. I am sure. Hopkinton, 10-11.
Yeah, they got
Maddie
they got Shaylee Murdo in there too.
I don't see.
I don't see her.
It's not there, man.
She's entered.
Yeah, but the lists have been wrong. That's just how she goes.
Yeah, I don't see her on there.
Yeah.
Shame.
Plymouth is second, and then Co-Brown rounds out your top 3 seed times. Without Maddie Lane, that's going to be a pretty significant hit to Hopkinton.
Do have Murdo in there.
She's a great runner as well.
I'm going to guess Lane's the reason why they were the top seed.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it doesn't hurt.
No.
Actually, she's holding them back.
Oh, Talon Roulette meet record, by the way, in that 200. With that 22-11. Never mind.
Pretty exciting.
Previous meet record was 22-42.
Yeah, 22-11, it's kind of cooking.
Might be with a plus 17
Yeah.
tailwind.
Plus 17.
But we know what he can run.
I think you'd faceplant with a plus 17.
Is that just a mile per hour thing?
No, it's meters per second.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was confused. Because we got a consistent 15-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah, 17 meters per second is like,
is that an actual
it's
hurricane?
like 50-something mile an hour. That's a lot of wind.
Hey, man.
And Chris doing his job, getting everyone in line for the handoffs.
Plymouth is leading into the first.
And
After the
Co-Brown
first lap.
right behind them.
Hopkinton
and then
is right on the shoulder of, who is that, Belmont? No. Goffstown.
Yeah.
Goffstown.
Yeah.
Some of these jerseys, man, they're a little too close.
They are tricky. We had a lot of white today.
We're seeing some blue today.
Who do we got? Is it John Stark, Hopkinton, and
Yeah, why can't Hopkinton be like just like green? That'd be nice.
I don't know who the other white one is now. I'm confused. Campbell? No, they're red.
I thought early on that John Stark was Pinkerton.
Yeah, that is confusing as well. Pinkerton and Londonderry always screw me up too.
Yeah.
And then also, okay, now we're getting screwed up because we have girls facing away from us that have white backs of their jerseys, but the front of their jerseys are red.
Also, I just want to say, Londonderry should have, like their middle school jerseys.
Those are sick.
Why don't they have them for high school?
Those are really cool.
That's why they're always so good at middle school and like slightly worse for high school.
Yeah.
They're still very good in high school.
Everyone just wants to run for the middle school team
Yeah.
to get the sick unis.
I remember back in the day, Londonderry Middle School had like so much clout.
Yeah, they were quite good. They still are. They've won like multiple championships
I
the
guess,
last couple
well,
years.
back in the day, because I was in middle school back in the day. I'm no longer in middle school.
Right. You're not up on the...
I don't really follow the middle school.
See, I am, because I cover middle school states every year.
I would love to start covering middle school states.
You should. It's fun.
There should be a lot more middle school coverage. I'd love to do that.
Come hang out with me at middle school states. It's a great time.
I'm also down in Rhode Island usually during middle school states, so...
It's quite fun.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a great time.
I remember being a very fun meet back in the day. And also, I'm sure it is
awesome.
now.
Everyone's like so into it, you know, because it's like, it's so exciting.
I remember like...
and like the crowds are awesome.
Yeah, like the feeling of... You don't get like giant races in middle school like you do in high school. You don't have invitationals in middle school, really.
No, it's mostly just like a couple teams here, here and there. And honestly, like a lot of middle school cross-country teams are not very big.
No.
So, you might have like, I don't know, 6, 8, 10 kids on a team.
Oh,
not like, in high school where you have like, 40.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
What?
What do you mean?
Okay, this might sound crazy. My middle school team had about maybe 60, 70 kids.
What?
And high school had, my senior year in high school, we had 6.
What?
Yeah. Wow, huh.
That's crazy. Yeah, usually it's, usually I feel like it's the other way around.
No, because like, middle school is when the parents force them to do track. And like, high school is like, or cross country. And then high school is like, you can choose for yourself.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
And who wants to do cross country? Right? Like,
I don't know. I feel like we always had just like,
well, yeah, because you're Co-Brown.
40 kids. It's a small school.
Maybe it's also because you guys have a bunch of different... No, I guess we do have different towns coming to us, too. Well, here we go, heading off to our second handoff.
And we're halfway through.
Hopkinton is still leading, so they might not need lane.
Yeah, and they got Murdo anchoring, so. Yeah, I don't think anyone's catching them.
Don't do the announcer curse.
Yeah, this pretty bad.
They got 100 meters.
If Karashita's in the right spot, she could maybe.
It's true.
She's fast.
That's a big gap.
Yeah, where's Goffstown? They're
That
so
is a
far
really
back.
big gap.
And it's not going to happen.
Also, she's not in it.
Isn't that her? No.
No.
All right, come up to 5 laps in.
Yeah, he's down there.
Just here to look back at the field. Let's see some more athletes. Here's Hopkinton coming through with a lap to go on this third leg. Opponents finishing up right now their second leg. And there's, looking up, is that Laconia? Here's Plymouth, Campbell, Co-Brown, Goffstown, and our leader.
I will say it's too bad all.
We're back. Sorry about that. We're back. Some technical difficulties so far today.
Yes, our software is not cooperating.
If Davio would just set it up better.
I did not set it up.
We would be okay.
I was not here for setup. I was too busy hanging out with Dom Scott and talking to her about how amazing New Hampshire track and field is.
Really? Does she know that?
That's the first thing she said when she crossed the finish line.
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh, I can't wait to go home today and
Watch the Sanborn Invitational.
put my legs up and watch the Sanborn
No,
Invitational."
go home today, cool down on my lever, open up
Yep.
my fridge.
I don't know if we can say that. I don't know who she's sponsored by.
Well, she's gonna get on her lever, open up her alternative sales fridge,
Yep.
and then she's going to
In
turn
her
on the
hotel
Sanborn
room.
Invite with her shoes that she got from Marathon Sports.
Yes. Her Adidas shoes that she got
Yep.
from Marathon Sports.
And screw it, she's gonna drive home with her truck from Tim's Truck Capital.
Yes. She has a nice truck, actually.
Once a sponsor, always a sponsor.
She's got a purple Wrangler. It's pretty sick, actually.
Wow.
She also has a Land Cruiser, which I like better, but
Based on the fact that it's a sick car, I'm gonna guess she got it at Tim's Truck Capital.
yeah, I would assume so. Yeah. He's got some Jeeps over there.
Do you
Yeah,
think
no,
it-
it is a pretty cool car.
Do you think it helped us get the deal with Tim's Truck Capital? The fact that his name is Tim.
I think it definitely had a part.
Yeah.
Like Tim Cox is like from one Tim to another. Like,
Yeah.
help us out.
Alternative Tims. Actually, I'll have to get a lever now because my treadmill is under like a beam in my house, and my
Okay.
plan was just to hook up like a bungee cord to my beam and try to like take some weight off.
It's maybe not. The
So I
best
should
idea.
probably
See,
I think I might just get a lever.
The reason for doing that is because it would be costly to get an Alter G.
Right.
But now the fact that there's a cost-effective, is cost-effective
Right, I
the right
could
word?
just get a lever,
Yeah.
and then
Lever,
it'd be
which
way
also you
better.
can get for a deal at 15% off.
Right,
With code
like we get a
NHXCTF.
discount and everything. So it's like, why would I not do that?
Yeah.
And then I don't have to be strapped to the ceiling.
Like, let's get Lars in here for a second. Ben, give your thing to Lars.
Yeah, we don't want to hear about your.
Yeah. Lars, I know you're going to do an interview soon, but as a guy who has recently been injured, as Hopkinton's going to finish up and win this event, and what's the time right now?
10:45.
All right, 10:45 is a good run for them.
Ben claims he's also injured, but
Okay, well, and Sheeta is going to come back. It was Sheeta on the last leg, see? And
Oh,
she
it
almost
was?
came back,
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so Lars, as a guy who was recently injured, wouldn't it have been so nice to have a way to come back to running where the weight was taken off of you?
Well, actually, I was able to utilize a lever for
There you go.
my first 2 runs.
Isn't that so
It
convenient?
was very convenient, quick and easy. Threw on the shorts, hopped on the treadmill, easy and effortless.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lars.
Yeah.
Oyster River alumni Kayla Miller Fit, also coming back from an injury, came back on a lever.
Wait, she's from Oyster River?
Yeah, she ran for Oyster River.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's how you know her then.
And
Yes.
Plymouth State.
I was like, how
Yeah,
did you
she ran-
ever
and
get
she
to
ran
meet
for
her?
Plymouth State, yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot more.
Boom,
See, that makes a lot more
Hopkinton
sense now.
win. Goffstown
Um,
second, Bow third. 10:44, 10:54, and 10:55 respectively. Co-Brown comes in 11:11, Make-A-Wish, and Conant 11:20, Plymouth 11:23, John Stark 11:25, Campbell 11:29, Kingswood 11:30.
Yeah, she was on the team with like Megan Duty
Yeah,
and Patrick and
That makes a lot more
Neville
sense now.
and-
Because I was like, how in the world did you ever like get in?
Yeah, no,
Like,
she's from Lee.
okay.
But yeah, so she actually used the lever for her first few runs coming back from. She had a sacral fracture.
That doesn't sound good.
No, not good. Quite a big bone that you do not want to fracture.
Hold on, look at this line
You
of
know
all
what
these
does
boys
sound
here.
Good? I'll tell you what sounds good. This boy's 4x8. We got Hopkinton, Co-Brown, Newport, Spalding, MV, Conant, Bow, Newmarket, Kingswood, Plymouth, Derryfield, and Campbell. And Laconia, but no seed time.
Yeah, we
so
got a
I'm
lot
not
of.
sure if they're actually running.
Yeah, well, we also have a lot of, just made up seat times in here. So,
true.
well, that is true.
Nope.
Okay.
My girl just
we'll
finished,
have to
has some vapor
see-
flies. Beautiful shoes.
Yeah, we'll have to see what everybody actually ends up running here. Because, yeah, most of these are made up.
So that'll be making it fun, though.
I think probably all of these are made up because who's run a 4x8 so far this year?
And I do apologize. Bo 1226, Conan 1249, Kingswood 1259, and Laconia 1319. It had their times in from the when they one lap to go.
Why is only Co-Brown put in as Co-A?
Because we're a little bit more special
I don't think that's true.
than the rest of the teams.
Do we have a B team?
No.
Oh. Maybe we're
Co-A.
just who did the entries for this meet? I'm blaming Lucas. Just trying to be different.
Guy's always trying to be different, isn't he?
Yeah.
New Hampshire alum Landon Valancourt ran sub 2 in the 800 today.
Pretty good. Is that Riverhawk?
No, I was down south somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, no, it was. Never mind. My bad.
I mean, isn't he at? Well,
Yeah, I thought I don't know why. I thought I read it differently. Never mind. Oh, Jake Haley. I'm looking at Strava. It looks like he did a cool down. Let's see if he ran something.
yeah, gotta get those alumni times. Plus,
Yeah,
we're gonna
that's
have
my
a
new
lot
job.
of New Hampshire cross country alumni running the Boston Marathon. Pretty exciting.
Yep.
Unfortunately, yours truly got kicked out. So
Of what?
Were you originally going to do it?
No.
Or?
I just didn't run fast enough.
Yeah.
I ran it last
There you
year,
go.
and then I didn't make it this year. So I qualified, but that doesn't mean anything. So, which I don't actually mind. I'm not one of those people that's grumpy about the qualifying times, but.
Second, third, fourth legs listen up. I want fourth legs way down there. Third legs, second legs right here.
But yeah, it looks like everyone running Boston is gonna have pretty good conditions.
seemed that way, yeah.
It looks really good. It's gonna be high 40s, low 50s for almost the entire day.
Do we think Mance has a chance to win?
Yeah, I think
don't
so.
See why not?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. If some of the international guys go for some crazy time, then I don't think he'll be in it. But if it's
But who's
just
going to
like,
Boston for time? I guess there's some people who do that, but like.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if they just go for it, like, early on, and run, some crazy time for Boston. But if it's, a bit more tactical, I think he's totally got a shot at it. Seems like, he's got some good finishing speed, and
That'd be
he's
so
in-
cool to
he's
see
in
him win
really,
Boston.
really good shape right now. So
I saw Clayton Young posted a video today. I think this is their run this morning. They did like one tempo mile, and they did 4:18 along the Charles.
That's
Oh, I
crazy.
saw that.
A nice
'Cause
little
he
tempo
had the-
mile at 4:18.
Clayton had the glasses on, right?
Oh, I can't hear you, Ben. Move your mic closer.
Yeah, Ben's far away.
How far away was I?
Far enough we couldn't really hear you. Maybe the
Yeah.
audience can hear
So
you.
those
but I couldn't.
leaders go
bars
through in like 63, 64 for the top group. So about Connor Mance's tempo mile pace this
Jeez,
morning. Which is actually insane. Just to give you some perspective about how absolutely incredible those marathon
bonkers it
runners
is.
guys are. But yeah, no, I think that would be so cool if even he was like fighting for the win.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I think that would be just incredible. And I feel like he's got the crowd behind him because everyone loves him in terms of U.S. distance running. So.
And even like people who don't know who like any of the runners are, like they like I remember being in Boston. There was like a guy with like a loudspeaker, and he like was like, "Hey, we have an American in the top 10, Connor Mance. Everyone give Connor a big cheer when he comes by."
We're back.
Yeah, you can see who the top U.S. runners are.
Or you can just follow track for your entire life and know who Connor Mance is.
True,
that's
that
probably easier.
That might help. But I mean, it's like the Boston Marathon has like 2 million spectators. That probably most of them don't know who Connor Mance is.
But they will know afterwards.
Or literally anybody else in the race.
Yeah. I know me and Lars are going down together.
I know. It's funny. Like, I go down every year. I usually watch in Kenmore Square, which is like big crowds there. So it's interesting to listen to people talk about the race.
Yeah.
And just like overhear kind of funny conversations. I remember there was one guy last year who was trying to tell like either his wife or his girlfriend or something about how fast the
leaders were going. Or?
The leaders were, and he was like trying to explain to her like how good runners they were, and he's like, yeah, like the top people, they're running like 6-minute miles. And I was like, no, they're not. I was like, I'm running 6-minute miles, and I'm here on the sideline.
Yeah, but Davio, you could be running 5:30s.
I thought it was very funny when I was at the New York City Marathon last year, and I was cheering for the top 15 guys, knew all their names, and the lady next to me was looking up at me like gasping like, how do you know all of them?
How do you know these people? And it's like, well, if you're into running, these are like the most famous people in the world.
That guy is a LeBron of running.
right. Like if you're like, oh, I'm a big Taylor Swift fan or a big LeBron James fan.
How do you know all those songs?
It's like that's who these people are to distance runners, So no, but yeah, like Tyler said earlier, if you are even considering it, go to Boston. Even it doesn't matter, where you are in the course, just anywhere in the course that's convenient. If you know people that are going to a certain spot, or people that live nearby, just pick any spot on the course, and just go watch the race. It doesn't even have to be the elites. Even just
oh no, not at all.
From start to
finish.
I mean,
that's cool to see. But
it is very cool.
It's probably
to
the
see,
coolest
but
part of the race. But
any part of the crowd, from the first place runner to last place runner, it is just an amazing experience on the sidelines. I always tell people, be careful if you go watch the Boston Marathon, because even if you've never run a step in your life and you hate running and you're like, this is stupid, if you go watch the Boston Marathon in person, you'll be like, I'm running next year. It just it gets you so pumped up. I know I've talked to so many people who hate running.
We got a move coming up here for some passing action, I think.
Yeah, they are catching a little bit. But yeah, no, I've known people that would never ever run a marathon, and then they watch the Boston Marathon and they're like, oh, this is the coolest thing.
No, and I think I feel like for me at least, that was really when I was in middle school, my first real exposure to running outside of just track meets.
You go to your local meets and you're like, oh, this is cool,
Yeah, people are cheering for me, and then you get to Boston, and it's just so many people are all involved in this.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
All right, we got a race here.
All right, so I'm just letting you guys know. What was that? Okay. If we see a 142, we'll be seeing a meet record.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know about that.
We're back.
Yeah. Okay. Close all this crap. Don't close the live stream though, please.
I'm not gonna close the live stream.
Close everything except the live stream and OBS.
I don't know what OBS is. So.
The one that
results.
keeps crashing. No, OBS is.
Live stream is still up.
Yeah, close the results.
All right, Plymouth heading to the last lap.
Keeping the results.
No,
up.
close that.
No.
Close it.
Nope.
Close it.
Nope.
Close it.
Nope.
We got Co Brown behind in Newport. So Plymouth, Co Brown, Newport with a lap to go.
Let's see what we can do here. That's Gravelin trying to chase. Who's that in front?
That's Plymouth.
Plymouth. Yeah, I'm not sure who's
look at this big
anchoring
kick.
for them.
I'm not sure either. Yeah. Yeah, Plymouth looks really good right now.
Ask them about what are some good things to do with Plymouth?
Why would that have any relevance?
Plymouth gonna take it. Not gonna get under 9 though.
Co Brown's coming up now. Is that Hopkinton in third? Spalding, Conant, Newmarket, Merrimack Valley, Newport.
I think that's Laconia,
Good kicks here.
Kingswood, and Bow.
So 4x4 is coming up. We got one more lap.
So we're gonna have 3 heats of each 4x4 here. At the conclusion of the guys 4x8.
Oh my goodness. Guys,
What?
do you see what's going to be used as a baton?
No.
What, the pole vault?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to. So annoying.
We're back.
Yeah, and we will
Fuck the
stay on
12th
air
time.
to video the anything but baton race.
Yeah, I might go make some reels of that because
That didn't the baguette one blow up last
I got
year?
a million.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
I got like 1.4. So.
At the end of this, we have 3 heats of the girls 4x4, 3 heats of the guys 4x4, and then everything but a baton. So probably like half of it. Probably a little more. 45.
Shoot. I didn't get the story.
All right.
You really need to put a bridge in. It's like 4 years in a row. I gotta watch it.
So we're getting into our girls 4x4s here. Gonna be 3 heats. The first heat's gonna be Lebanon. I think it's just a 1v1, isn't it? Oh, that's awesome.
It looks like it. Yeah.
John Stark and Campbell, I think.
Well, I don't know. Better than the solo 200 heat we had earlier.
Dude, the solo 200 girl was like I think she was faster than the first like.
Yeah,
5
she was
or 6
moving.
heats.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So I don't know if she just didn't have a time coming in or what happened there, but yeah, that was interesting. All right, here we go.
Into the girls 4x4s.
Yeah, hopefully we can get through these relays without 8 bajillion more crashes.
Hey man, the crashes aren't really anything, bro. They're all right.
Yeah, they're not great.
No, because basically here's what happened. I completely forgot to do the story today because I usually do that when I'm doing interviews. And I just like when doing the live stream, I completely forgot. No, that's basically So I was Mark was interviewing. He's gonna send me all the interview
All right, in our 1v1 first leg, we have Campbell leading.
Hello. Look
Hi,
at that.
Lars. Welcome.
Thanks. Happy to join.
Yeah, so Campbell's got a pretty good lead.
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
They
I
might
like their
hang on.
sparkles. You see all these sparkles?
40 meters.
They got
Oh, I do see that.
they got sparkles in their hair. It's kind of cool.
Would you
So-
like sparkles in your hair?
I would. Well, like the sun is like hitting it perfect. It's cool.
Look good, race good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how you do it. That's why Ben never races well.
Wow. That is something else.
I just gotta get my hair platinum white and I'll be fine.
Yeah, again, you're gonna do that again?
I'm going like super
Platinum white.
I'm
Yeah.
going super white on
Is,
it.
Yeah,
is
last time you did,
platinum
like-
not like
Last time
silvery
you did
color?
like yellow,
I guess like a not, I don't know, like a very like
like Targaryen.
yeah. Yeah.
You can borrow Pat's wig if you want.
Yeah, I'm good. I saw Pat the other day. It was awesome.
Yeah, did he punch you?
No, I gave him a hug.
Oh, I'm
And he
surprised he
felt
didn't
really
punch you.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I bet.
And it was awesome.
He doesn't like you.
It was
No,
awesome.
he does. Going
Yeah.
through the halfway mark in about 2:30,
7.
2:37.
Yep.
That's what I got
Thank
too.
you, Lars. Good work.
Just reading the clock. Pretty good at it.
That's what they say.
Yeah. Hopefully I'm not speaking too soon, but it does seem ever so slightly less windy right now.
Here we go.
Yep.
Sheedy already
Hey.
said that earlier.
Oh,
and then
never
Sunny-
mind.
Yeah, but see,
here's what you
Never
do.
mind.
Sun goes down, wind dies down. That's how it works.
But
I don't
think
So I
the
can't
sun's
s-
going to
no,
go
it is
down
true.
before
That's why I
the.
can't sail at sunset.
So how many men's heats
Because
do we
the
have?
sun
Three
makes
of
the
each.
wind,
Boys or
Benjamin.
whatever you would like to say. Huh?
3.
3 of each. All right.
Ben was asking why it gets less windy when the sun goes down, and I said because the sun makes the wind.
Yep. Like the moon makes the waves and the sun makes the wind.
Yep.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean the moon makes the tides, not
Look
the
at look at
waves.
Ben thinking about it.
Yeah,
The
he's
gears are
processing.
turning.
Oh,
Big
how could,
click.
how could the sun make the wind?
Because
Gravity,
it,
you know.
it heats up the earth, and then the pressure changes, it moves the air around. And then
Yeah,
wind. That's
see?
how wind works.
How about that?
So if a volcano erupted all over the world, would the wind
Well, if it erupted all over the world, then
because it
there
got,
wouldn't
like hot?
all of the air would have the same pressure change.
Yeah,
If it was
I
all
don't,
over
I
the
don't really
world.
know what you're trying to say here.
Maybe I'm thinking about this too much.
We're into the last lap in the first heat of the girls 4x4.
So when you're multiple hours into a track meet, you start to become an intellectual. And Ben thinks he's
I've always
Socrates.
been an intellectual.
You are not always an intellectual.
What do you mean?
You're a doofus sometimes.
A
No.
doofus.
A
So we got Socrates and doofus.
We're at 4:30 with 200 to go for Campbell. They're gonna take this one, barring something
Oh,
horrible
you cursed
happening.
it. Knew you cursed it.
Um,
It's the commentator's curse.
yep.
Oh no.
If that's what you want to call Ben, at least.
What commentator?
Just gonna be over 5 here. Just a tad.
Just a tad. Just a tad over 505, if you will.
Just about 506.
What do we have? 4 heats of this?
Can we get a can we get an official time on that?
Let me get an official time. Oh, wait, hang on.
No, don't get an official time.
Why?
Oh, you can do that.
Hold on, I got it.
No, I got it. Don't worry.
I'm pulling it up.
No, I got it. It's on the screen.
Just don't touch the computer.
506.01 for Campbell, just above 506, if you will. And John Stark, 522.21. Good race.
Oh
from-
yes,
from
just above by
just a
by
hair.
just a tad, a smidge, if you will.
Smidge. That is an official measurement.
So now we got heat 2 of 3 on the track. We're going to have Conant, Pembroke, PCA, Newmarket, Plymouth, and Spalding. Are we missing anybody? I don't believe so.
We are
yes,
loaded.
we are. We're missing Conant.
Oh,
Yeah.
we are almost loaded up.
Almost, not quite.
We got 5 teams in this heat.
Who do you take? Who do you got winning this one?
Kingswood.
I'm gonna
I
go.
mean, not Kingswood.
Hold on, let me see here.
That's not what I
Let me think here. I'm gonna go.
Where are you going to go? Can't help but notice you stopped talking.
I was.
Distracted by Ben.
I was in fact distracted by Ben. So I have a question.
I'm going
actually.
Newmarket.
Would you rather be left on a cliffhanger
Again, you
or?
nah, come on, man. I know this joke. And you never answered my question.
Oh, right. I'm gonna pick the team that is in lane.
No, say it right now, because you can't. You can't
I
wait
said
until we're
Newmarket.
done. I'm taking Plymouth by 100.
I'm
By
going
100?
100. Click on the. I
I'll
lost
give you
it.
5, not 100.
I'm not going Plymouth. I'm going with the team that's currently in the lead.
You're going with what?
What is that? I can't. Maroon. Can we get a?
John Stark, Tree Bark. It's almost dark. Plymouth by
Lakers in
100.
5.
Lakers in 5. Plymouth in 5, baby.
Wait a minute.
What?
Nah, I'm changing my pick.
To Plymouth? Is that Plymouth up there?
That's not Plymouth. That's like
No.
Spalding or no, that's PCA.
Oh, it is
I
PCA.
think. Believe that's PCA.
That is PCA.
PCA could take it. No, I'm gonna go PCA. I'm gonna hold true.
Apparently, I have a neat record.
True
here
that. Do you?
In the 4x4.
Interesting.
336 high.
Wow.
I don't know how that's a neat record.
Because it's the fastest time that anyone has run at this
really?
meet.
No, are you sure?
No, actually.
Also, this meet has usually been like rainy and cold.
Oh, it's
and
been horrible.
Not. Good
I think
weather.
last year it was not that, or 2 years ago.
Last year it was.
2 years
Last
ago,
year was raining, right?
Yeah.
I think it was not terrible.
2 years ago was my year.
Yeah,
no,
and I
that
think it
was
was-
pretty bad. It wasn't.
It was a little
wasn't
windy, but I don't
awful,
think it was that
but
bad.
It was cold.
There was one year where it was
like
super
You ran the
nice
400.
all day,
16.
and then the
Huh?
last like
Ran the
10
mile.
minutes of the meet was like
Yeah. Wait,
a
no. I don't know.
hurricane.
I ran the 400 with you.
Oh.
Lars ran a 400.
No.
Oh, that was the one where I ran the 5K the day before.
Yes.
It has been 3 years since the Sheedy Lars High School 5K track showdown.
Who won it?
I actually
Really?
did take the fourth. Was I 5th place or 4th place? I think I was 4th.
Sheedy owned him in everything except for that one 5K.
Everything. I don't know about that.
Maybe not the 800 steeple.
What about not the
You were a
800
good
steeple
800
or just
steepler.
or Derryfield in general. We're gonna bring Cross into this because I have no
Cross
other
country
defense.
doesn't count.
I don't have any other defense though.
Cross
All right.
country
Gotta make
is
it
a
fair.
fake sport.
Pembroke leading PCA, leading Spalding. Although no, Spalding just took second.
The heartbreaking thing is that you're better than me in all the things I wanted to
Well, Sheedy has been training for a marathon. I'm assuming that has probably been talked about a little bit so far today. Well, now I'm bringing it up. So Sheedy's been training for a marathon. Good training block so far from him. Just ran 15:44 in a relatively. He did that 6 weeks ago. He's informing me, but that's pretty recent. On a relatively hilly road 5K, and he's even fitter now. So.
I heard 14:30 is in his sights right now.
That's not a good time for a marathon, but
no, I knew that. And I also heard that 2:15 high is in his sights.
2:15 high.
Yep.
Now that would be exciting.
Battle.
My pick of PCA is not looking great.
I don't.
Neither is mine of Newmarket.
Plymouth is still in this.
Yeah, they
yes,
are.
They are. Indubitably.
Indubitably?
Yep.
Really, dude?
Yeah.
Lars, do you think?
I don't.
What do you think will be faster, Sheedy's marathon pace or Ben's indoor mile?
Ooh.
All right.
What was the indoor mile?
No, we're not talking about that.
It was like 5:20.
It was the worst thing I've ever done in my life.
I'm going to have to go with Ben's mile on that one, but not by a large margin.
Dude, I got.
Okay, what about the half?
Wait, can we get an exact number on this? Because we could put Ben's mile versus.
I don't know why we're doing this right now. This is ridiculous.
All right, let's go back. We have a real tight finish here. Electric.
Beautiful finish. Pembroke, followed by Spalding, followed by Plymouth.
And Davio and I got cooked, but it's okay.
When did we get cooked?
Because our picks did not win.
Oh yeah,
it's okay.
Okay, they're having a battle though.
They are. Oh, PCA is just gonna get it, I think.
Yeah, just barely.
Good finish there.
Let's pull up our results here. They're not there quite yet.
Why don't you wait until they're there until you pull them up?
Pembroke 443.89. Oh, that's satisfying. Spalding 444.6.
that is so satisfying.
Plymouth at 446.99. I mean, you can read it right there. PCA 455.
All right, I'm taking Oyster River on this one.
Speaking of people that can read, did you know that most coyotes are illiterate?
Most?
Yeah. I mean, at least most. Now we're on to our third heat.
Of three.
Heat
or heat.
Yep. Ben's going to read off the teams here.
We'll read off the teams here. We're starting with Guilford, Bow, Oyster River, Exeter, MV, Sanborn, Dairyfield, and Co-Brown.
And so,
do we have everybody?
If that's who we're starting with, then who are we finishing with?
Hopefully all of them.
We do have everybody in this race.
I'm taking Oyster River.
I'm going to take Exeter.
I am going to go with Sanborn.
Wait,
mix it up.
I feel like Sanborn's not a bad pick.
Sanborn, huh?
Let me see what Oyster River squad looks like. It's a good squad. I'm still taking Exeter.
Actually, I forgot they can't hear you.
Exeter till
So if I responded to you, they wouldn't know who I'm responding to. But I am talking to the live stream right now.
Co-Brown might have a decent squad today.
How long ago are these comments?
I'm a little while ago. Seth is no longer in the chat.
Oh.
Otherwise, he would have said
hello, Jeff Moretti. Sheedy says hello.
Yeah, that was only like
a few hours ago.
Like 7 hours ago.
Oh, well. Is that the first comment?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Thanks for engaging anyways.
Off. Looks really even.
Who did you take?
I took Sanborn, home team.
It's a rookie pick.
That's a veteran pick because they're gonna win.
Rookie picks.
Nah. We do have an early leader, and it looks like. Let's wait for them to get a little closer.
It's a little sunny there too.
That is Exeter in the lead.
Are we doing two-turn stagger today? Question mark.
Two-turn.
It does appear that they're doing two-turn. Or not. No, they're not.
Two-turn.
Oh.
That's the two-turn.
Yeah. I was thinking 3. My bad. My fault. Exeter definitely out there. Little bit of a mix-up with the turn. The merging.
Where's Exeter at?
Confusing.
Exeter is in front.
Big shocker to me.
I'm sure
Just kidding,
it
'cause
is.
I picked him.
I'm thinking Sanborn is going to come back, but
I'm still taking
I'm
Rice
not
River.
actually
Sheedy actually
really
took
thinking
Dover
that,
in this
but
race. They're not even here.
and they're not even here.
Not even
I'm
here.
still taking Rice River.
Cheaty, that was a rude comment.
Yeah, that
You're
was
lucky the
crazy.
viewers couldn't hear it.
Crazy.
Talking about Lars's pick. Sorry.
Cheaty says that if anyone heard that, he's doubling down.
Great running from Exeter right now. Oyster River also running really well. Oh, Oyster River's in lane 2.
They should probably merge in.
Yep.
It does look like they've done that, which is good to see.
Helpful.
Oh yeah. So it appears to me that the anchor for Bo is our 800-meter champion, who also ran in the 200, which is an interesting double.
That is an interesting double.
Which is
Sharing the 200,
also
the 400, the 800.
yeah.
Exeter's going to give their anchor a pretty solid lead going into this last leg.
And she is apparently the indoor 600-meter champion as well.
Is she?
State champs. Huh? Yes,
Yes.
indeed.
Going to be maybe too big of a lead to make up.
Yeah, that's a pretty big lead.
One
We've
would
got
imagine. Unless you got Quincy Wilson here.
we have many seconds
We
to
have
spare here.
Maddie Wilson
About 50 meters.
No, I think that's
on
just
the anchor.
Maddie Cook.
Oh, whoops.
Interesting.
I always
But
get them mixed up.
You were close.
Yep, it's okay.
Yeah, her and Quincy do look quite alike.
We have a excellent race for 4th place. I will say that we got a very tight crew back there.
You know what's crazy? It's like they're probably like almost the same age.
Yeah.
Who?
Maddie Cook and Quincy Wilson.
Oh, right. I am
Exeter
just now
flying.
understanding the joke.
And Harry
been a-
Styles was on the mic.
It's been a long day. Harry Styles, interesting guest appearance.
Well, on the
He
YouTube.
always loves watching New Hampshire track and field.
That's what
He
was
told
telling
me
Yeah,
that.
he was telling
Interesting.
me that too.
Interesting.
Exeter coming around. What's the time looking like, Lars? I can't quite see.
I also cannot see, but
4:11,
it's
4:12,
literally on your
4:13.
screen in
Oh.
front of you.
Just about 4:15.
4:15. A smidge over, if you
Smidge.
will.
Could say a smidge under 4:16. Oyster River's going to run a good race as well.
Not too bad. 420 high.
4:26 in change.
Mid high, yeah.
MV finishes 3rd, Bo 4th, Co-Brown 5th, Guilford 6th.
And we got 2 more teams rounding it out.
Sanborn 7. Exeter meet record in the 4x4.
Woo! Good work, Exeter.
Who ever would have guessed that?
By 6
Definitely not
seconds.
Ben. Wow, that is
That's a lot,
That is a substantial
It's
improvement.
almost like I knew that would happen.
That's pretty good.
Because I'm Exeter ride or die. All right.
Are you?
Yep.
Did you go to Exeter?
No.
Oh,
Do you know anybody
But
from
I went
Exeter?
to preschool in Exeter.
interesting.
Oh. That's why he's not straight far from his roots.
It's the homeland.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they say.
Once
Homeland.
once an Exeterian, always an Exeterian.
Homeland, bags of sand. Give me a hand. Lakers in 5.
Yeah.
Exeter in 100 meters. Or that was more like
What?
60 probably.
1,600 meters.
Exeter River, MV,
all
Bo,
right.
Co-Brown are your top 5 there with 4:15, 4:26, 4:30, 4:33, and 4:35 respectively. We're going to move on to our guys 4x4. We got 3 heats of this. It's our last real event of the day.
I'm gonna sign off for a few minutes while I go do an interview. Make sure to like and subscribe. I'm going to pass it back to Sheedy if he would like to. Sheedy, would you like to?
Yes.
Sheedy says yes, so I'm now passing the microphone over.
Good to know, dude.
For our audio listeners.
I just want to say for a minute how great this meet has been, and thank you to our hosts Sanborn, who are such a wonderful team that we all can appreciate. So thank you guys for putting on this awesome meet. You guys are great.
I'm glad we had a good day for it finally, because it's been rainy a lot at this meet, which is too bad.
April showers bring May flowers.
I know, but today we've had a lovely day.
We've got some April flowers today.
It was snowing on my birthday. I was very upset.
Well, your birthday is January 12th, so that makes
No,
sense.
not quite. No. You're about 4 months off there.
I think I've had snow once on my birthday. No, I've had snow. I had snow twice on my
I've
birthday.
Never had snow.
Actually, this is going to be a snow on my birthday you guys will remember. Very much you guys remember the snow on my birthday.
October 31st.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember that.
Did you know that because you know my birthday or because you...
No, because it snowed on October 31st.
PCA with the lead over Campbell. The rest of our teams, though, are Somersworth, Messinic, Mensch West, Raymond, and Epping.
Yeah, I think
that's
we're
not
missing
true,
a
actually. We're missing 3 of them.
Yeah. We're missing
Fortunate.
Raymond and Epping and
He might want to cut in. Yup, he just cut in.
Messinic. We're missing. No, we have Messinic. Who are we missing?
We're missing
Somersworth.
West.
Somersworth, Epping, and Raymond.
We're
or
back.
cross-country history.
Probably. Yeah. There was one at the Merrimack Valley Invitational, which used to be this
one.
meet.
Yep. Okay.
So this weekend, where it snowed. Like the meet was set up, normal day. It was, I don't know, 40s out. And, we were halfway through the meet, and then it started snowing so hard that they had to stop the meet because the track had, like, an inch of snow on it.
Campbell.
And you couldn't see the lines or anything.
That's awesome.
Campbell followed by West, followed by PCA, followed by Messinic. What do you think Mike Smith could run in a 400?
Oh, my gosh. Honestly, I think... Ooh.
Mike Smith is the legendary Messinic coach.
I don't know.
Doesn't know.
I don't know.
100?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. I think it'd be at least in the 90s.
I'll tell you right now, I think you guys aren't giving him enough credit. I've ran around with him on the cross-country courses. He can move, man. I think
that's
I'm
because
going.
you can't move on the cross-country
I'm going
courses.
81.
Okay. I'm going 52.
50. In the 200?
Yeah.
Campbell's going to get into the bell lap here in a moment.
Where is Mike Smith?
He said he said he would come if we needed help, and I said we don't.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
3:06 at the bell.
We could have had Mike Smith doing Instagram stories today.
That would have been hilarious.
Do you follow his Instagram?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
He doesn't post as much anymore, but he used to have some pretty entertaining posts. He once made a post dedicated to me. I was pretty honored by that.
I'd love a post from Mike Smith dedicated to me.
Yeah, he won't do that.
He would. He loves me.
I mean, he is responsible. Probably his most famous quote and my most famous moment are because of him.
That was a
Which
great
ones
time.
are those?
I don't know if I can say the word on stream, even though he did.
Okay.
But shoot, it's Sheedy. Sheedy's crawling it in.
Oh, is it that race?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that might be the most famous line in New Hampshire track and field history.
Yeah. That was a great great call by Mike Smith.
Campbell's gonna take it. 4:09.
What's better, that or McElroy has his masterpiece? You guys watch the Masters?
Yeah,
Oh, I did.
Bang! Bang!
Yeah. Oh, what a shot from Curry.
Barnes brings PCA in 4:21.
Well, the double bang was Ray Allen in the final.
Well, they've been many double bangs.
I think there's
I know, but
8
the
double bangs.
double bang.
How
though.
about Mitchell? Mitchell. Down to the 25.
No.
Often known as the worst call in all of sports
Yeah,
history.
that one's not good. or we'll see you later today.
No, that one's awesome.
No,
we'll
it's
see
so
you later
boring.
tonight. The Red Sox one.
Yeah.
It wasn't even "We'll see you later."
It was. It
No,
was the most
wasn't.
boring
That's the
thing
No,
ever.
that's the worst take I've ever heard in my life. That was the most awesome call I've ever heard.
No,
in
it
my life.
wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It was
Yes,
so
was.
unenthusiastic.
The game went so many extras.
No, the game was great.
We win.
It
and
was
he
super
said,
exciting.
We'll see you later tonight, and it was awesome.
I know, but
And
That is
then
kinda
we saw him
cool.
later
he wasn't
that night.
excited about it.
If he said
was.
excitedly,
He
that would have been a
No,
really
it was
good
a-
line.
It was
Look it up after
it
the
was a
season.
good line. It was a
Yeah.
great
Look
line.
it up. It's-
But
he's-
he was not excited
He
about it.
didn't do it the way he said. The way
It was
Fabio
so
did.
boring.
He
Was that
didn't do
in
it the way Fabio did.
2019 or whatever it was?
No, that was
No, this
2001.
is 20.
Oh, okay.
No,
I don't know.
2004.
Yeah, it
buddy.
was. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, this guy
2004.
doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what year it was. There's no way he
I don't
remembers
know
the
why I
call.
said 2001.
No, here we
you
go.
weren't even alive for that. Shut up.
I've watched it like a million times.
Were you actually not alive for that?
Huh?
Were you actually not alive
You
for that?
know I'm 2005.
Are you? That's
Yeah.
crazy. Dude, I remember watching that game.
Lebanon, Sanborn, Newport, Dairyfield, Guilford, Conant, Bowen, Newmarket. I don't think we have all those though.
I watched that game live.
No Lebanon
In person?
No.
Okay.
But like on TV.
Yeah,
I
can't
but it was like a big deal because it went till like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it was
and I
awesome.
think it was like
How
a
many innings
weekday,
was
and
it?
I had
I
it
want to
was-
say it was 14.
Yeah, it
might
was
have
something
been-
like that.
Might have been.
might have
Wasn't
been
there one
12.
against the Dodgers in,
Might have been-
like,
I think it
in
was
2019?
12.
There was one against the Dodgers that went like it had to go at least like 18 innings.
Oh,
Yeah,
with
there's
the
some-
Sox.
there's some crazy
Yeah, that
ones.
was 2018. Nathan Eovaldi pitched out of his mind.
Yeah, but no, that Red Sox one was crazy because we were losing like 3-0 and then or 3-1. I don't remember. But no, it was very boring, and also I don't like Joe Buck. So
He's the one with the Mitchell quote.
yeah, he's the one that said, "We'll see you later tonight."
It was 12.
Yeah,
That was.
yeah, no, it was a great game, and I remember it was such a big deal because like I had school the next morning, and it just like kept going and going and going, but
Oh shoot.
But like my parents were like
Screw it.
no, you gotta stay up because like this is history right here.
In 2013, when the Red Sox won the World Series, it was Halloween night, and I asked my dad after they won. I was like, "Can I have candy? Can I have some Reese's peanut butter cups?"
Oh.
And
Pick it up! Pick it up!
Yeah,
Pick it up! Pick it up!
No.
Pick it up! Pick it up! He's not picking it up.
He's
They're
not
done.
picking it up.
Well,
They
that's
could
pointing
pick it
over
up.
there. Oh, he knows. He
Now
knows.
he
Pick it up.
knows.
Go. Go.
Oh man, if he just grabbed that, they would have still been in
Yeah,
it.
they would have been. Yeah.
That's quite unfortunate.
Wow.
Oh, good to know the rules,
Unfortunate.
folks.
Vio's here. We're back.
And we're back.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm definitely sunburned. It always happens at these early season track meets because it's like the first time that you're like outside for 8 hours at a
Oh,
time.
dude, this is.
It's been more. Has it been like probably since the meet started? Yeah.
Here we go.
Don't run alongside him. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
That's a DQ, isn't it? Isn't it if it's your own team?
Yeah.
It looks like it was Co Brown for some reason, but
Yeah, it is.
I mean I don't. Yeah. For anybody watching, do not do that.
Yeah.
If
don't
your
do that.
teammate's running and you're running beside him, you're gonna get DQ. Or your
True.
teammate is.
True story.
That would suck actually. Like
I was
doing that
always,
and have like a teammate
I
who
was
didn't
so
know.
paranoid about that when I was like warming up on the infield.
Yeah, me
I
too.
would,
yeah,
I would
yeah.
always like anytime like my team was coming up, I would just like stop and
Yep.
like let them go by because I didn't want to be like running next to them.
Here we go. Bell lap. We just need about a 60 flat, and you're gonna get under 4 here.
Doable.
So basically, to stay on pace for sub 4, you need
Yeah.
to be running sub 4
yeah,
pace.
that's doable.
And right now, I believe that is Guilford. Gotta be right. That's the only blue team.
Yep, with the you got the cool like sash uniforms.
I do have cool uniforms.
Never loved them.
Hmm.
Okay. L take.
Oh, we just saw a look back.
Ooh, we got some competition now. Here we go.
Wow, who is that? Is that Newport? I think that's Newport.
We're getting chase from. Is it Newport?
I can't tell. I don't know who else it would be. He just couldn't get there. We're gonna
That's
see
Sanborn?
just under sub 4 or just under 4. Guilford takes that. I think now's a good time to, you know, maybe shout out a few performers of the day. Sheedy, who do you think is your performer of the day? I got a few in mind.
Yeah. Let me cruise.
Raposa.
I was
yeah.
gonna say Raposa.
Right, I'm saying.
Yep.
She won 3 of them. And I think she took meet record in both the 200. No, not the 200. But she took meet record in the 100.
Yeah, I would definitely.
Yeah,
go
Raposa. Okay,
Raposa.
no question, Raposa. So I guess that's for the
Raposa.
girls.
I think Colby Creer.
Was she in the 4x1? She was in the 4x1.
Yeah, career for the guy. Yeah, it makes sense.
Colby Creer. I'd also like to shout out my boy Cam Lee, who I think is in this 4x4 for Co Brown. He
Yeah, got a couple school records.
Broke the 100 and 200 school
And whose school records are they?
Greg Hall's.
Hey.
Finally. But he's literally been complaining about that like for years on the live streams. He's like, I can't believe no one has broken my school record. And then I finally broke it.
11.45. Greg's was hand timed. He insists it was actually 11.1.
No.
And
It was probably like a 12.8 then. It was hand timed.
12.8. Cam ran 11.45. I don't know.
So where did the 11.1 come from then?
That's what Greg
He
says.
just made it up?
That's true.
Right.
Cam
because
ran
it was hand timed.
22.7 today in the.
So he can't just say he ran 11.1.
Here we go.
Here we go. Boys
Yeah.
4x4 on the track. We got Plymouth,
Right.
Kingswood,
'Cause it's
Exeter,
slow,
Co-Brown, MV, Pembroke, Spalding, and Oyster River. All the Co-Brown guys were saying, we're going to take your meet record. I hope you would. All right.
Here we go.
Howdy, folks.
It's lights out and away we go.
I'm taking Co-Brown in this because I got to be a homer here.
I was gonna do the same, but
Yeah,
you know.
I think they will just win also.
Nah, Co-Brown stinks.
Dude, you're such a hater for your own boys.
Davia's never.
It's not like I'm their coach or anything.
Yep.
Let's see here.
They are out
Co-Brown's
to
out in front,
a lead.
MV right behind, Oyster River behind them, and then a big group of guys. Again, 3:36.86 is the meet record you're looking for.
Pretty good split. What a 55. 55 high. For the leaders.
I'm predicting about a 56 here.
From Co-Brown,
Yep.
go a little higher,
Yeah.
57.
All right.
57 mid.
I don't want him to make him think I don't believe in him,
Yeah.
you know, but I know these guys.
He does look smooth in the back stretch.
He's got good form, man.
He does.
He looks like he should be a distance runner.
He should be an 800 guy.
That, yeah.
Yeah.
It just looks like that.
He honestly really should. Like
Yeah.
he's good at the 800 and like doesn't.
He's
train for it,
really
He
obviously.
smooth.
is
Wow,
really
he's
smooth though.
sliding.
Look
Yeah.
at this.
I remember
Silky.
last year in indoor we put him on the 4x8 and
I remember that.
yeah, and like, you know, he
And he
doesn't do any like mid distance training.
That was
and
an
I think he ended up running
interesting
like a 213 or something. Oh, good split.
That might have been a 54.
That was a 54. That was a 54
Wow.
flat.
And I said 56, and
That
you.
was a 54
that?
flat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a really good
So
split.
now Co-Brown hands off to the 800
So
winner today. Luke
I did
Caraway.
speak to Luke Kerouac earlier about this actually, and he
Yeah.
predicted
He said-
he was going to split about a 56.
Okay.
is what I'm saying.
Yes,
All right, we're back.
He did predict that he would go out in 57. He did end up going out in 62.
He is and has been overtaken.
His 800, his 400 splits and his 800 were 0.02 of a second apart.
Yeah, they were identical. It was pretty crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
Look at Exeter,
we do have
man.
a new lead.
Exeter.
Yeah, great
I
leg
should have
from
picked Exeter.
Exeter
They
here.
had 3 guys under 52.5 today.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a really good
that'll do
split
it.
from Exeter.
Zatko up last.
54 high.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Exeter probably ran a 53 low on that one.
was, I mean, maybe even a tiny bit quick.
Yeah, that was really fast.
I am.
Can Cole Brown catch him? Exeter.
Yeah, this is gonna be
This
hard.
is the 400 winner today.
I do believe that the.
That's a pretty good gap.
Oh.
Yeah, but so Zatko, the Cole Brown kid, his second 200.
We're gonna see this.
Is usually really fast.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
look at
see
this.
the meet record stand, I believe.
Yeah?
You think so?
I think so.
Ben will continue another year
Yeah.
with the meet record.
I don't think we
It
will.
was 336?
336, 8.6. I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Oh.
No way. Exeter's gonna take
Cole
it.
Brown almost has him.
Yeah,
but
great finish from Exeter though.
Second
down the
win
last
there.
straight.
Oh, I think we are gonna keep the meet record.
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh, that's close.
Oh my.
Let's see.
All right, Ben, pull it up.
Let's pull up these results.
Uh,
I hope they got it.
I don't think they did.
I didn't think they did either, but I think
I'm thinking they're under 337, but over 336.82.
Oh!
Oh wow.
0.08.
0.04.
No, it was 8.6.
Well, you said 82. But.
ask the timers to have them hold up the baton for the camera?
And that was Exeter, who has won a lot of relays today. Let's just put that out there. Very successful relay team. And a new meet record by a smidge. Oh, where has Davio gone?
Ben takes this one. Lars takes this one. I take that one.
Why does it matter?
Boom! Exeter meet record. Nope. Anything but a baton relay.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. I asked Davio if he could have the competing athletes hold their batons up for the camera. So hopefully they're able to do that. I hope there's a human used as a baton at least for one of the teams. Coach Scott Maxwell, who has organized this.
I'm gonna keep streaming this.
Yeah, oh, of course.
Anything but a baton relay. We got an American flag. Better
Oh, I
not
see
drop that.
Oyster River flag right there. Don't drop the American
We
flag.
got a stuffed animal.
I see. Oh my gosh,
We
is that
got
like a giant caterpillar or a snake or something
We
like
got
that?
a big pole vault.
Oh my
thing.
gosh.
I was hoping to see a shopping cart today. That didn't happen. That's bogus. Yeah, no, that's arguably just as easy
There.
as a baton. We're gonna say Plymouth is, if they win, it doesn't count. Because
Yeah.
that's bogus.
Yeah, should we do like baton adjusted time?
Yeah, I like that.
The bat? Or pace? Is it a 4x1? It's gotta be a 4x1. Yeah, there's no way they're doing a 4x4. Yeah, that's cool. Pretty big bear. Oh no, wait, drop the bear. Don't drop the bear.
Let's say for every foot an item is, you
Yeah,
add 2
I like
seconds.
that. I like that.
Or you
How
take
about,
away
how
2
about the
seconds
volume
from
of the
their time.
item? I feel like the volume is also plays a part.
Yeah, but that pole vault pole is gonna be impossible.
A backpack? I kind of like that. Are they going to wait and put it on themselves as they go each lap?
I like that.
There's a little kid on the thing. Maybe they use it as a baton. That's funny.
Wasn't that funny? Just kidding.
There is a child being used as a baton.
What?
Oh, that's awesome.
Children.
So then Plymouth, there's 2 teams appear to have.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't know if they're gonna be able to go.
Are they using a
full-
phone for a baton? A backpack? So obviously
it's
teddy
only-
bear.
I don't know why I was thinking it was gonna be a 4x4. That'd be insane.
Yeah. Then what's Merrimack Valley using? Do they have something?
I think MV has a child on their back. I think that's who MV is. Well, hang on. I'm confused.
All right, here we go. Teddy bear. Phones are boring.
What's Plymouth using? Their second. Plymouth
Phone.
has 2 teams.
You can also. I wonder if they're gonna like video using their phones. Like have be
yeah.
videoing a relay. That's pretty cool. Phone out there. The child's definitely the funniest one.
Do you think the kid gets dropped? Either one of them.
There's another one. Oh my gosh, I didn't even
Think
see that.
any of the 3 kids gets dropped?
No. Oh, there's 3. Oh my
I
gosh.
sure hope not.
The backpack's looking pretty good. These kids are filming it. It looks like.
Far lane, yeah.
I don't know
That's
what to film right now. Like this is there's so much happening. There's the teddy bear handoff. The child's being moved around pretty quickly, and there's the handoff of the child. He's picked up. He was not dropped, luckily. These teams up front are moving pretty quick, but that's kind of cheating. Oh, they're filming. That team is using the Lightning McQueen croc. They're running on the inside trying to capture the footage of that. Next team's another phone. Backpack's doing pretty well. Bear's doing very well. The bear is moving right now. Look at that whole crowd following the child. Look at these guys having a great time. Here comes the home stretch for another phone. The bear is right there. The backpack's looking pretty good. I appreciate I appreciate the fact they went and put the backpack on their back. They didn't just carry it, which would be more efficient maybe. Crossing the line. Nice job. All right, then we go across. They're actually moving around pretty quickly with the child on their back.
There's 3 kids.
Good handoff. So Sanborn's leading in terms of children. Then Valley's next. Good run for Sanborn. I think she's the smallest of the 3 kids. Because this kid's kind of tall. All right, and this kid's is not a small child. Very fun. All right, PCA has rice cakes. No, a baguette. Pelham coaches are racing. I see a roller. That's clever. I like that. Is there a blanket being used?
I'm interested how. Surely the pole vault's got to go in the far lane, right? Oh, Co-Brown's the pole vault team. Let's go.
Fun. Oh, yeah, I do see a blanket. I bet that's probably theirs. Oh, the American flag's in this one. That's going to look sick.
Yeah.
Pole vault. Huh? This. This right here. This to this, and unclip that from this spot. This one? Yeah, right there. Ben, do you want to run the center real quick? Good. Are you not timing this? Really? Let's see. It's been a long day, hasn't it? Very long. All right, here we go. So, they're wrapping themselves in the blanket. That's clever. I like that one. There's Davio getting some footage for Instagram. Davio runs. Go follow. I'm not sure what Campbell's using. Oh, a phone. Just videoing around. Is that the roller? No, it's drumsticks. Oh, they're using a cowbell? I love it. Okay, then we got the roller. Then an empty space. Then a person's going to be carrying another athlete, and they're going to be filming, I imagine. And then the baguette looks like for PCA. Stop moving your hands. There we go. Yep, so that other athlete's going to be filming while they go. There's the roller. Oh, the cowbell is being struck the entire way through. The phone's filming. There's the blanket. The bugs are starting to swarm, and the blanket's been passed off. She's going to wrap it around herself as she's still filming. Then the cowbell is still being struck as the roller passes by them. Then we've got PCA with the baguette moving up. The baguette could be a good strategy as the phone's still filming. They're pretty far behind. Oh, no, he's just a kid in the infield. And then it looks like the other group carrying someone is now in last place, but they're still filming. And then back to the front of the race, it looks like we've got, let's see, PCA with the baguette. They are easily in front. That's the best strategy we've seen so far, but also maybe a bit cheating. The roller is also pretty similar to a baton. And we got another phone that is somehow not in the lead. The baguette's going to cruise through for the victory. Celebration. There's the roller. Oh, and there's the entire team of Campbell swarming behind for a finishing shot. There's the cowbell closing up the race. Very exciting one there. It's probably my favorite so far. And then they're bringing the heat on while they've still got someone around the track. Here we go. Here's Guilford closing it up. Their co-ed team, which is just the boys carrying the girls, while the girls are filming, which I don't know how much of a good shot they're getting, but here we go. They've moved off to let this team finish up. How you doing, guys?
Good. We were referring to you guys on the interview.
Sure. Let me see if I can get my guy up here who can interview you.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Just hang. If you want to hang right here, it's gonna be great. Yeah. Lars, can you come up here to interview? Hi, can you come interview up here if you get a chance? Oh, okay, yep, got you, yep. All right, so the guy at the corner of the track, you see him? Yep, there he is. Yep. All right, here's our final heat. We've got more bread, so I think it might be the same one for PCA girls. Oh, a chicken. Probably the best one, the pole vault pole. Pineapple, terrific. Bald eagle float. Giant caterpillar. Another phone. And American flag. Majestic. Last race of the day. I imagine the phone or baguette's going to take this, but oh my gosh, look at that eagle float. It's beautiful. The pole vault is there. You can see it pretty easily as the American flag is being proudly flown with the caterpillar moving up. Can the caterpillar win the race? The phone's in the lead maybe with the shiesty on. More phone. There's the baguette. There's the American flag as the pole vault passes them. There's the eagle. How's the caterpillar doing? The caterpillar is doing pretty well as the phone's passed off. The chicken is doing really well. Is that a stuffed? No, that's a baguette. Then there's Phone. Pineapple's doing great, but here comes the Caterpillar trying to chase down Pineapple. Caterpillar is going to get them as the Phone crosses the line. There's the pole vault. Yes, the American flag comes through with the eagle float. The eagle and American flag at the same time. What better symbolism for our great country that hosts races with millions of different weird batons. And I think that might just about do it. We have had a wonderful day here. We've been recording for, 8 hours now since the meet started. But great events. Yeah, very fun meet. And I don't know if I have much else to say. I guess Colby Creer, Kylie Raposa are two performers of the meet, as we've decided. So there's the flag being flown across the infield. And Co-Browns with their pole vault pole. There's Davio, who's been on the commentary for the last couple hours. Thanks to our timers, SST results. And one final time.
Is that what I clicked to end it?
Oh, I'll let you know.
Okay, you do it.
Yeah. I also want to say one more thing. You know, Ben, if you're training to run for a baton relay that you're going to be carrying like a bald eagle float or a pole vault.
You don't want to get hurt.
You don't want to get hurt, yeah.
You really don't.
A
so
great
you know
way.
What you might want to do? You might want to invest in a lever.
Oh my gosh.
Take some weight off when you're running.
And you know what?
I've been using it recently. It's awesome.
And an investment in a lever is not that much because we have a discount code for you.
Exactly, 15% off.
15% off with code NHXCTF.
Yep.
Otherwise known as New Hampshire Cross Country Track and Field. And
Beautiful.
that will also help out us if you enjoyed this live stream with this wonderful coverage of probably horrible coverage, but this mediocre coverage of this track meet, which included coverage of the anything but a baton relay. Well, then you should buy a lever to help us out. And I'm just realizing they had goggles on for the eagle float.
I like that.
That's funny.
I like that.
And so, also really want to give a shout out to Alternative Sales, Restaurant Equipment and Design. As I said, they will sell you the equipment. They will also help you design. If you like, so they have one of the largest selections of certified new, pre-owned, and reconditioned restaurant and food service equipment on display under one roof in all of New England. They got a lot of stuff, huge selection. So go check them out. And thank you to them for sponsoring us. Marathon Sports always allows us to do these live streams. They're the ones who kind of put us all together and allow us to bring these meets to you. And yeah, thanks to Sanborn for hosting this excellent meet as we have Kingswood making their way down the track.
Pretty quick. Yeah, thanks to Sanborn for putting on the meet. Thanks to all the volunteers, everyone who came out here.
Yeah. I'm just doing a final, basically doing what we're doing right now. So basically, Sanborn put on a great event. Thanks to all the schools for being here. And
that'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, any more